So informal.
Okay. Get my mic shut.
What were you gonna say? Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast and guy who wears sunglasses indoors, Adam Brennan.
What's up, everybody?
Uh,
How you
you
doing?
know
Let's
what
get
we
to
were
work.
doing?
What are we doing? What's this
You know what
video? Shut up.
we're
Don't
jumping right in. I
talk.
forgot.
Come on, we got Dark Brandon to get to
That's
here.
right. Today we'll be watching two videos. We'll be watching first the infamous. Oh my God! Did you hear? Oh, Joe Biden. He declared war on America. He's gonna start rounding up the Republicans and throwing them into the camps, Adam.
I know.
The camps.
I'm nervous. I have a couple. I mean, I have a couple MAGA friends. Does this mean Joe is going into a camp? I'm scared. I
Well,
like
since
Joe.
since you voted for Kanye, I'm
Uh-huh.
pretty sure Biden said, and also the Kanye voters are going.
No. Oh my God, for real?
Yes. Yes.
What are Kanye voters? The crazy Americans? The insane Americans? Yeah,
The Westerners. So,
I listen to some of Destiny's commentary on this.
oh, that's right. He's covering this as well today.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know if
I didn't think it was
I,
very good. I was
well, I assume it was like 90% playing video games, you know, and
Oh, is that the excuse? Just
oh
playing video
gosh.
games?
I should listen. He's got the right idea. Okay. This is
Mhm.
what we need to do. I need to start playing video games so I
Mhm.
can actually, do something during the stream. Since I'm
Yeah,
on camera, I'll just play video games and, people
do
can
it
watch
up.
that and just listen. Yeah. Why are we not doing that?
I don't know. Who
I can play
cares?
Breath of the Wild or something. People love it.
Okay, sure.
There you go, guys. I got him. I got him. I got Adam to finally say you guys are
Who
gonna
is
pay me to
watching?
play video
Who
games.
is watching Destiny play the video game? Most people listen to these streams anyway. So I mean,
I guess that's probably true.
yeah.
But,
So Dark
well,
Brandon here,
yeah.
enemy of the state. Do you have any thoughts on why is his name
Uh,
Brandon? I thought it was Biden. What's going? How's
yeah.
it? What?
You don't know the origin of the Brandon thing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
For those of you listening who don't know the origin of the Brandon thing, you want to give it to him or?
Yeah, it was people were shouting "F you, Biden" at some
Yeah,
Trump
yeah.
rally, and some commentator said, it
I
seemed
thought
like
it
he
was like a
intentionally.
race or something. It wasn't even a.
I don't know what
I
it
thought it
was.
was
There
like
was
a
a crowd of
NASCAR
people.
race or something.
There's
Yeah.
there's a crowd of people shouting "F you,
F.
Biden," and then the
No, they were saying
commentator,
F Joe Biden,
yeah,
F
F
Joe
Biden,
Biden, F
and,
Joe Biden.
and the commentator said he said it was they were saying
Look,
Brandon.
they're saying let's go Brandon.
They're saying
Like,
let's go Brandon. Yeah, I guess he was trying to cover for it for some reason, but
right. Well, of course. It's live TV and everyone's yelling F Joe
I guess
Biden.
that's true. It was NASCAR. Yeah, okay, you're right. It was NASCAR.
Right.
Maybe that's why, because it was just
Like there's a Brandon driver or something. He's like, I know how to fix this.
yeah. So then the people on the left started to lean into the Brandon thing with the dark
Yeah.
Brandon. Yes.
Let's go Brandon has been like the thing ever since.
Right.
They even got someone got Joe Biden, and it's hilarious as hell to say let's go Brandon.
They did. They did. They leaned into it.
What a oh man. No, he didn't Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing. He was just
Well, someone on the staff knew. It's
So
like
I
they put in his
watched
cue cards. They're like, say this, say let's go, Brandon.
so I watched some of Destiny's. There was not much commentary on it, so
Okay.
but let's do you want to get into it or what are your
Oh,
thoughts?
and then after we watch this and talk about it, we're gonna watch a lot of people sent us. Big Joel released a video
Mm-hmm.
that seemed to be inspired by Cody Johnson's Jordan Peterson video. That's pretty crazy. It's a pretty
Yeah.
crazy video.
Yeah.
We had problems with some of Jordan Peterson's more recent videos. It's weird because like all these people are coming out of the woodwork to attack Jordan Peterson. They're not even really focusing on the new videos, the Ukraine take, the Ellen Page stuff. They're like going back in time to like all his completely reasonable takes and attacking that
Yeah.
and trying to twist it around like Jordan Peterson's some crazy, Nazi eugenics individual or something. It's just totally bizarre.
Cool. Let's talk about that too.
So anyway, let's jump into Joe Biden delivers speech for battle for the soul of the nation.
Soul of the nation, huh? Wow. That's
Now,
big stakes.
Now, before we start, we have to talk about the optics. Okay.
The optics?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this some of the worst optics for a presidential speech you've ever seen in your life?
Incredibly horrible.
What? They have the red lights of hell.
Yeah.
Behind Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So you look at this and you're like, either Joe Biden is summoning demons or he's going to the red light district to pick up some hookers with Hunter.
This is a total fail. And if you back out on the wide shot, you can see they were doing a red, white, and blue thing. But with the camera zoomed in. Yeah, there's big blue panels on either side of the red panels. But since they zoomed in close enough to get Joe Biden, which you would. I mean, I don't know how they didn't see this coming from 100 miles away. It just looks like he's in, at the gates of hell, basically.
That's interesting. So wait, do you think this was intentional or just an accident?
An accident, yeah. This was just a total faux pas.
Wow, that's a huge screw up.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
But of course, you can't fire anyone on Joe Biden's team because they're all minority hires. So you can't
I thought you were going to say they're all minors.
Well, maybe that too. I'm not sure. But
I would fire whoever said this. This is the worst.
Is the last Supreme Court justice a minority hire? I kind of feel like.
Yeah, well, that was
they literally like.
That was what was so weird is because when they asked Biden and their staff about it, they didn't say, "Hey, we just hired the best person for the job."
I know.
Period. Like that's what they should have said. We hired the best person for the job. And then it's like, and if it turns out to be a black woman, that doesn't matter. That's just them saying this is the best person for the job. But they didn't. They explicitly said, we're going to make sure we hire a black woman.
I know. It's so
And that
bad.
was super weird.
I would hate to be in that position.
Well, it's super weird for her.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's them literally saying, by the way, you're the minority hire. We didn't hire you necessarily for, how good you are. And then it's weird because it throws... They're throwing the whole liberal colorblind attitude into the trash, and they're directly appealing to sort of the woke leftist idea of no, you have to concentrate on race and gender.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they could have done it on the DL and probably gotten away with it. I don't know why they came out. I guess they were literally making it a campaign promise now. Like,
yeah. So I mean, they literally, they could have had her and said we just wanted the best person for the job, but they didn't because they literally did not want to appeal to liberalism. They wanted to appeal to like woke leftism.
Yeah,
that was the intention. That's the only reason they would directly state that they were like, we have to hire a black woman.
Sad, very sad.
Anyway, let's jump into the red light speech.
Uh-oh, copyright.
I don't think we get copyright on that side.
My fellow Americans.
Oh my God. Take a throat lozenge, dude.
They made the lights even worse. Did you see that? They got even redder.
Oh, yeah.
And darker. What the hell? Oh my God.
My fellow Americans.
I think like 50% of people freaking out about this speech would go away if it wasn't for the red lights in the background.
Of course. This is the thing, and we've talked about this on the show recently. It's like 90% of it is optics. It really is. People don't listen to the words of the speech. They get a gut intuition, and they're like, this guy, it seems like he eats children or something. I mean, he just has a look like maybe he's Satan. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Just, oh my God.
Listen, he was standing up there. He didn't have water before we started. Okay? He's signaling. He's like, I need a drink.
Right, yeah. He's signaling, huh?
Please, if you have a seat, take it. I speak to you tonight.
Oh man, I've been there on the show so many times. So many times. But he's at the very beginning of the speech.
From sacred ground in America. Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where America made its Declaration of Independence to the world more than 2 centuries ago. with an idea unique among nations, that in America, we're all created equal. This is where the United States Constitution was written and debated. This is where we set in motion the most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. With 3 simple words: we the people, we the people. These 2 documents and the ideas they embody, equality and democracy, are the rock upon which this nation is built.
So I listened to Scott Adams' commentary on this.
Oh no.
He said he thought when Joe Biden says "we the people," he says it evilly. I didn't. Did you get that impression? I don't get. This just sounds
We
like
the people.
this just sounds like Joe Biden being loud. Doesn't sound like him being evil. He's just kind of like shouting, like he's not sure his microphone's on or something.
I mean, I didn't get an evil vibe from
Okay.
it. I mean, the lighting is definitely evil. but
Right. I really think the lighting is doing like
I'm
90% of the heavy
I'm-
lifting on evil.
I'm trying to, yeah.
And
Democracy.
also, like, look at
What is the? Is it? I mean,
what?
Democracy and equality. I mean, I feel like freedom is really before democracy and equality. but-
Well, okay, so if the speech is going to be about
Mhm.
crapping on Donald Trump for contesting the election,
Oh, okay.
they're going
You're
to
right.
focus on democracy, right?
Democracy and how come he didn't say equity?
They didn't write equity in the Constitution. I don't know
Oh,
if
they
you know that.
didn't. Oh, good.
No. I don't
Thank
think that word
goodness.
existed back then. But,
Thank goodness. Oh, I guess you're right. He's talking about the Constitution.
right. Also, I'm very, very distracted
By the
that
gloves?
one. Yeah, that one army guy who's got
Uh-huh.
this like glowing Mickey Mouse hands in the background.
What's going on there? I mean, does he have his phone on or something?
No, I'm guessing the light is just hitting the white gloves just like the right way to reflect, but it's just
Alright.
super
got-
bad.
Is he holding his sword there? Or I don't know. This is weird.
They're how we became the greatest nation on earth. They're why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began to speak as plainly as I can to the
That's some pretty crazy shit there. To say that equality is under assault. I mean, that's like a big claim right there.
Yeah, I understand where they're gonna go. He's gonna go with the democracy's under assault for the election fraud claims. Where's the equality? How does that?
That's him basically saying if Trump gets reelected, he's going to round up trans people. That gay marriage is going to be illegal because of equality. That's the little hint he's dropping
Okay.
there.
I get okay.
Equality is on the line here. I mean, if you listen to Matt Walsh sometimes, well, I mean, I guess he's got
You
a
might
point.
wonder.
I guess he's got a point, right?
Right.
I like to think the Matt Walshes of the world are a dying breed, though. Like they don't have any sort of democratic power because they're so few in number. But who knows, right?
I don't think this is listen.
Mhm.
It's just my gut intuition here. Okay. I would guess
Mhm.
that the majority of people in America are pretty okay with gay marriage.
Right.
And I'm guessing that when the Republicans put out the bill that they've been working on, they kind of been messing around with the Democrats' bill that passed the House for gay marriage. I'm assuming that what they'll produce will be a bill that basically affirms gay marriage by law, but just codifies that churches and religious institutions don't have to perform ceremonies very
Which
directly.
is great. Yeah, that should
Which
be
is fine.
Yeah, don't force
Right.
anyone to do it.
Right. And that the Democrats will probably this is my guess. Well, it depends. The Democrats might, if they want to make it a campaign issue, they'll reject it. And maybe that's smart politically.
Right.
But they might also just say, hey, let's just pass gay marriage. and then we can say that we got, gay marriage protected. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, to me, that would be smart for the Republicans to just try to get it out of the way. I don't think they want to run on 20. To me, it'd be very bad for them to run on 2024 if gay marriage is made illegal, or at least they get rid of the federal protection the Supreme Court does next year.
Yeah. I wonder what the numbers are of. Well, I guess we'll get into the MAGA thing. I don't necessarily know what he means by MAGA Republicans, and I mean, I'm listening very closely. I've watched this before, but I it's very unclear what he means by MAGA Americans.
Yes.
So I'm going to try to pick out and see if it's more clear than I got on my first run through. He might be hiding in the fact that it's unclear, which I don't think is necessarily good. A lot of people are equating this speech to the deplorables comment that Hillary Clinton made. And I've always said, you don't... That comment was so bad because she was basically saying 1/3 of the country is irredeemable.
Right.
But if you walk into a party full of people and you say, listen, 1/3 of you fucking suck, you basically told the whole room everyone sucks, right? Because you don't know if she's talking about you or who the hell are you talking about?
Right.
So I don't like the whole 1/3 of the country is this, and I'll leave it to you guys to figure out is just, I mean, that's bad.
It's weird. You'd think they would have learned because, you had Hillary's deplorables comment. You had Mitt Romney's made a similar comment. I forget what the exact thing was.
Yes.
He said, half the country.
Yeah, the 47%.
Yeah, he said 47% of the country just takers or something.
Yeah.
You had Obama had his comments about something about like the Republicans. There's some percentage of Republicans that are just like guns and God or whatever. Like it's just.
Oh, you're right. Obama stepped in it too.
Yeah, you just think like presidents should not be making these wide prescription claims about the majority of American citizens. They can criticize the politicians and all this stuff, but they shouldn't be making widespread claims about the people.
The voters, yeah.
Right.
That's the problem right there. Yeah.
So the latest Gallup poll from June says that same-sex marriage is polling at 71% in support of it.
Does it break it down into Republican and Democrat?
I assume it does.
Is that 30% MAGA Republicans? I don't know. I mean, I feel bad picking on now I can't remember his name. I just said it.
Matt Walsh?
Matt Walsh, yeah. Because is he a MAGA Republican? I don't even know. But I
don't actually know.
We did that video where he's definitely against gay marriage. So,
right.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually break down the numbers by party, which is shocking to me. But
that is shocking.
71% is obviously a pretty huge majority of the country. But
was Joe? Did we talk to Joe about gay marriage? I mean, Joe. When I think of MAGA Republican, I think of Joe because Joe is like.
Did we? I don't think we did.
He calls himself the MAGA attorney. He dragged us into a conversation about abortion. We got to drag him into a conversation about gay marriage. Why not?
We'll ask him next time he comes on.
The nation, about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats, and about the incredible future that lies in front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We the people have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall.
Okay, so he's saying we the people. So he's saying every American has this thing, the flames of liberty burning inside.
Freedom. I know he finally said it. Yeah, liberty.
But he's saying every American. Because I'm curious, because I've only seen the speech once. Because I saw a lot of people on the left are interpreting when he says MAGA Republicans, he's only talking about politicians. But every Republican is interpreting it like he's talking about the voters.
Them, yeah.
Right.
Of course you would.
Right, of course.
And that's why, didn't he come out and backpedal? Oh, I'm not talking about the voters.
Oh, did he actually say
I don't know. I don't know that he did. I saw some news reports where they were talking about how he was backpedaling, but I didn't see him backpedal. So
I'll check.
yeah, check it out.
A flame that lit our way through abolition, the Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, world wars, civil rights. That sacred flame still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free, and just, that is the work of my presidency, a mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first...
Ha! Joe Biden doesn't have a soul. Why is he lying to us, Sitch? What a liar. No politician has a soul. Listen, you have to give up your soul just to become a politician.
Really, what's going on is when they swear any politician in, like the Bible that they're putting their hand on, it sucks the soul out of their body.
It does.
Traps it in the constitutional Necronomicon that exists.
Oh yeah, that's it. The Book of the Dead.
We must be honest with each other and with ourselves.
You weren't so honest about that little Charlottesville ad that you made there, were you? But anyway.
Much of what's happening in our country today is not normal. Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Yeah, the MAGA Republicans.
Wait, go back. I was reading something.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
Yeah, okay. So he should have said Donald Trump and...
the MAGA politicians.
MAGA politicians, yeah.
Yeah, MAGA Republicans. You just, listen, dude, you just called out 75 million Americans. You dummy. You dummy. You idiot. Why would you do such a thing? Who wrote this speech? Kamala Harris? What's going on here?
Now, I want to be very clear.
Oh, he wants to be very clear. Oh,
people are clapping now.
I know. They're like, that's right.
Right. To me...
very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans.
See, no,
It really sounds like he's talking about voters.
Not every Republican, yeah.
Right.
Not every Republican. Just every Republican that voted for Donald Trump.
No, this is what he should have said. He should have said, these MAGA Republicans are destroying the country. Now, some of them, I assume, are fine people.
That would have been hilarious. That would have actually been hilarious.
The MAGA Republicans are not sending their best.
That would have been hilarious. Everyone would hate him though, but that would have been hilarious.
No, the left would have been so happy if he said that. That would have been like the big meme.
Really?
So happy. Of course. If he said that, all the MAGA Republicans are bad, but some of them I assume are fine people or good people, whatever Trump said about the immigrants, like that would have been that would have been the meme.
I don't know. That's a risky move.
No way.
Would have been funny.
It would have been.
Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology.
See, and then he calls it an ideology. What the fuck? This speech is so bizarre to me. What is the purpose of this speech? Everyone's saying it's like a campaign speech disguised as some sort of, White House informational speech. I mean, how is this? I just don't understand what is the purpose of this speech?
Well, to me, that's what's interesting is that question. What is the purpose of the speech? What does it function to do? Because it doesn't, a lot of people on the left are saying like, oh, he's trying to draw a wedge or drive a wedge between, MAGA Trump supporter Republicans and like maybe not necessarily like Republicans who are not necessarily like Trump obsessed. But this speech does not accomplish that at all.
No.
And I don't think it was designed to accomplish that. If that was the goal, the speech would have been very different. It would have been very much like Joe Biden's taking the high road. He would be talking about how we need to come together as a country, how we need unity. Donald Trump is trying to tear us apart, blah, blah, blah. But the speech is far more aggressive and tacky to accomplish that goal.
Yeah, and I think if that is the goal, to drive a wedge between certain factions of the Republican Party, it's a miserable failure. I think if anything, it's united them.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm not even sure there's any possibility of someone like Biden could drive a wedge just by who he is. I don't know if he can drive that wedge.
Yeah. All of the Republicans know about the lies he told about Trump during the campaign. So he's lost all credibility with the Republicans.
It's not even that. It's just that I don't think like Donald Trump can't drive a wedge between Democrat voters. Like the person who is the head of the opposition party doesn't have like no one from the other party is going to trust them to drive the,
yeah,
they're not going to trust what they say. They just literally can't drive a wedge.
Yeah. So they don't believe him. He's a liar.
To me, this speech only seems to accomplish one of two things. The first is this is literally just red meat for the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats are tired of, they want, like, it's interesting. I talked to some people who are like, very on the left, not very on the left, but like are like mainstream normie Democrat types about this speech.
Right.
And they were like so happy about this speech. And I didn't understand why. I'm like, why are they so happy about this? And it's like they just kept repeating this idea that like finally, like the Democrats have been playing softball with Republicans and Biden's telling it like it is. He's telling it like it is. And I was like, wow, that's such a weird interpretation. I don't perceive the Democrats as being softball with the Republicans like at all. I mean, the Democrats have been calling the Republicans racist for the last 4 years, 6 years, This doesn't seem like they're playing softball. But
yeah.
So maybe the speech was literally just to get the Democrats pumped, to be anti-Trump, just to get the base excited about Biden, maybe. I don't know if it's working. It seemed to be working to the handful of people I talked to that are on the left. Or this is a little bit more interesting, but a little bit more conspiratorially minded. Some people were suggesting that the point of the speech was to prepare America for an indictment of Donald Trump.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
There's a logic to that. I don't know if that will happen, but there is a certain logic to that.
Wow. That's so, yeah. That's going to happen? That's so crazy to me.
Well, I don't know if it's going to happen, but if it did, if on Monday we wake up and they've indicted Donald Trump, this speech would make more sense because you say,
it would,
okay. This speech was kind of prepare everyone that like Donald Trump is this existential threat, and then 2 days later they indict him.
That's so insane. I mean, obviously it depends upon what they indict him on and what evidence they have to indict him. If they have evidence that he's selling, nuclear secrets to the Russians, for heaven's sakes, like indict him. But I mean, if he accidentally took home classified documents mixed in with his whatever souvenirs he was taking out of the White House, I don't know if we should throw the entire country in turmoil over that.
Right. Well, to me, it seems highly unlikely that it was accidental.
Well, even if he did it on purpose, it's like, what?
Well, wait, hold on. I'm not going to say that he should be indicted yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But I'm just saying, I don't think it seems unlikely that it was accidental because you had you had his lawyer sign off that they had handed over everything, and they didn't.
Mm-hmm. He was obviously fucking with them. We're in agreement there, right?
Okay. And he had like classified documents in his desk.
Yeah.
So and now we don't know. I would be curious to know this. The classified documents that they found, and they found a bunch that they found at Mar-a-Lago when they raided the place, were they like tucked away in the corner somewhere? Or was it just like a box, like right in the middle of the storage room that had classified documents that no one could overlook? And it's the same thing with the stuff in his desk. Like they open his desk and like underneath a bunch of papers, like all the way at the bottom, there's classified. Or did they like open the first drawer and just like right at the top says classified?
Well, you got to know what the classification is because so many documents are classified and they're just fucking bullshit. It's like some diplomat's business card. Oh, this is classified.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was going to say regarding whether. So there's already So he has already seemingly obviously committed a crime, which is that he took the presidential documents, which he's not allowed to take anyway, and then on top of that, he took the confidential documents. Now, whether he should actually be indicted, to me, there's a very high bar for that. I don't think, obviously, he should be indicted at all just for taking the documents, even if it was wrong. As you said, I agree. It would really depend on what the documents were. Like, if they were super egregious documents that he took, then you'd have an argument for indicting. But if it's just not, then even if he broke the law, but the documents themselves aren't that like spectacular, they're, as Joe always says, they're invisible ink recipes or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you can't indict a former president over just what's the word? Procedural things, even if he broke the law. I just don't think that's gonna fly.
This is scary shit. This is really
right.
I had not contemplated that they were going to indict Donald Trump, but
well, it's like what we said before. I think when you're going after former presidents or even current presidents to try to throw them in jail, you have to be very, very careful. It's got to be something like really bad.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got to be something really bad to do.
Not only that, this is why he's said a million times he's planning on running into 2024. So it's just, it looks horrible if you're going to incarcerate your political opposition in the next presidential election. It's got to be something, you got to have ironclad proof, and it's got to be something that everybody unanimously thinks, oh shit, that's like a threat to the free world.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they have ironclad proof, but the question is, proof of what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be ironclad proof of something everybody's going to go, yeah, that's horrible.
Yes.
Which I just, in this political environment, it's got to be something huge. I can't imagine Trump is taking classified documents that are just that nuclear. Like, what is it? The location of all the CIA assets in the world? What does he got?
I don't know. Right. That's the $1 million question. Everyone says, what did he have, and why? Like, what was it, and why would he take it in the first place?
Wow.
I don't know.
If it's just a bunch of paperwork that was going to go to the National Archives anyway and be declassified, oh God.
Well, probably not, because when the National Archives got the paperwork, they're like, holy shit. And that's how they informed the DOJ or the FBI or whoever.
Oh, because they had a bunch of stuff that they're like, this doesn't belong in this is like top secret.
So every document that a president produces, he doesn't actually own. The government owns. And when the president leaves office, they have to give all their documents over to the National Archives, which Trump obviously didn't do with a lot of his documents.
Right.
And so the year after Trump's out of office, the entire year he's been battling with the National Archives, because the National Archives has been trying to get all the stuff. And then finally, the National Archives is like, listen, if you don't give us the stuff, we're going to go to Congress and they're going to subpoena you or something. So then they said, fine, here's a bunch of documents. And in that, the documents they gave the National Archives was top secret information. And the National Archives is like, what the fuck is this?
Wow.
And so then they told the DOJ, they're like, what is all this classified information here? What the fuck? And then the DOJ is like, wait, what's going on? So I don't know. We'll see.
So crazy.
It is. But this is part of what's annoying too with those situations. Like even if I don't think that Donald Trump should be indicted unless it's something like super, super bad, why the fuck is he doing this in the first place? Like, why is he creating this mess for himself?
Well, even if he's doing it out of ignorance, my question, you have to worry about both sides of the equation here, because for all we know, like the many of the Democrats in power literally believe their own talking points. They believe that,
of course,
Donald Trump is an existential threat, possibly the next Hitler, going to round up a bunch of people and put them in camps. Like, they believe that shit. So if you believe that kind of shit, you're more likely to indict Donald Trump on just meaningless nonsense. Like, he took a fucking box of paper clips and now we're mad at him. Here, that's illegal. We're going to indict him.
Well, maybe here's the thing. I would assume it doesn't take a super genius. Okay. If I, a very intelligent, stupid person on the internet, can say, if they indict Donald Trump in right? if they take their shot at Donald Trump and miss, he's going to become the president again.
He's going to become the
100%.
president again.
Yes. If they indict him and he's not convicted, there's like a 99.9% chance that he will become president easily.
Right.
So I would assume, which first of all will fuck up my bet, so I hope that doesn't happen. But secondly, I would assume that if I know that whoever's at the DOJ knows that. And so they wouldn't indict him unless it was something that they really thought they could nail him on. But,
these guys can't even frame a fucking shot for a speech, Sitch.
Well, wait, you're talking about Biden's team. That's not the DOJ.
It's his people at the DOJ, is it not? He appointed them all. No. They're his cabinet secretary.
It's not the same people that are filming a speech. Okay, I don't think that's a good comparison.
I'm just saying they're not all there.
Okay, but here's the thing. I would have predicted that if there was something very egregious in the top secret documents, it would have leaked already. Like we would already know something about it.
So you're basically making the argument that it is going to be a box of paper clips, and they're going to. I mean, if they indict him for something small like that, it's going to be horrible.
Well, then I don't think they're going to. I would assume that they're not going to indict him if that's the case. I think it's going to be something that's sort of like it's bad that he had it, but it's not super bad, and no one's going to be able to agree on how bad it really is, and then they're probably not going to indict him. That'd be my prediction.
I heard a speech today. I listened to Donald Trump's speech in Pennsylvania yesterday. I don't know if you listened to any of it.
Yeah, I did.
But when he was talking about President Xi being president for life, that's so. I mean, it's scary. The way, I mean, it's just this, the tenor of his voice is almost like, he looks up to that.
He should be saying that.
It's a little. I don't like.
You don't like when Donald Trump says, President Xi's president for life. What did he say exactly? I don't remember.
I thought it was fun when Donald Trump tweeted out the meme, the president for life meme. I thought it was hilarious. Okay. I thought, okay, this is definitely going to spin up Democrats, but he's not serious. He wants to be a 2-term president, and that's it. I'm not certain he wouldn't go for a 3rd term now. I'm really not.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to be, first of all, he'd be too old probably by the time, 4 years from now.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I know he's in the speech. He's definitely talking about how he won in 2020, which I don't think is a winning strategy for a campaign. Maybe it is. What do I know, right? Who knows? But
well, the thing that stood out to me in listening to Trump's speech they just had is it's so like I don't know how people stand it. It's just the wound collection. It's so boring to me. Just this sort of like whiny wound collecting, like, let me tell you for an hour about all the people that wronged me. Me, the billionaire former ex-president. I'm like, I don't care.
Well, no, that's why I don't think it's necessarily a winning strategy for.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's not, because like when he first ran, it wasn't all like, oh, these people did all these bad things to me, vote for me. Like, no, what? That does not seem like a persuasive message.
Yeah, and he's got to get 75 million, unless turnout is horrible on the Democratic side, which is
very possible. Yeah,
maybe it might be.
Right.
Somehow, I don't think if Trump is the nominee in 2024, turnout is going to be small on the Democratic side.
No, it's going to be massive. Yeah,
yeah, but he's got to win more people than he won in 2020. And I don't see how the strategy that, they stole the election in 2020 is going to ring true with more people than voted for him in 2020, in 2024.
He can talk about it, but that speech was just, they stole the election from me. Like 95% of that speech was, they stole the election from me. Oh my God. Remember when they attacked me with the Russian investigation? Oh my God. They went to Mars. Like, it's just all this, woe is me, Donald Trump. And I'm just like, I don't see how you're going to win anything with woe is me as being your presidential campaign.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely, he could unite a lot of Republicans they've they've treated me unfairly, and it's your opportunity to right the scales of justice, which does work a lot.
You correctly pointed out that in 2020, part of the reason that you thought Trump was going to be successful is that you noticed Trump, when he was running for president, would talk about the unfairness that Americans were facing.
Right.
Okay. He wasn't talking about the unfairness he was facing. In fact, he would very often say like, "Oh, I don't pay taxes because the system's unfair."
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I know how to fix, since I've used all these unfair things to my advantage, I know how to fix all these unfair things, right? This is a very different message. This is just like, woe is me, woe is me. Look at all the unfairness that I've suffered. And I don't think that's gonna draw people in. I don't think it's very persuasive. Now, maybe closer to the election, if he's running, he'll change his speeches, but I don't think he will, because this is just seems to be like, whenever he talks, he seems to have like 6 or 7 subjects he just keeps talking about, and that's it.
You're not thinking about this correctly, though, Sitch, because that unfairness is also, if he can convince enough people that their vote didn't count in the 2020 presidential election and that he should be president, that unfairness then moves to them because they voted for a presidential candidate.
Yeah, if he phrases it
unfair.
That way. Right. If he phrases it that way. That's not generally the way he phrases it.
Well, even in the speech, he was talking about how they robbed us. I mean, it's not just him.
Yeah, but it's always like this afterthought. He's like, "Oh, look at all these bad things he did to me. And also you, because you voted for me." Like, it just seems secondary.
Well, I mean,
it's like, "Oh, all these bad things they did to me. And also you, because you voted for me." Like, it seems so transparently self-serving.
The Republicans would love to have a Republican president right now. They do feel jilted by a lot of shit that happened in 2020.
I'm sure some of them do. But
yeah.
I just don't think that's going to be the winning. I don't think that's going to be the winning campaign strategy. That's all I'm saying. I think you do need to put forward a positive vision of the future, or you need to put forward the plight that people feel at the time. And I don't think 4 years from now, Donald Trump complaining about things that happened 4 to 6 to 8 years earlier is going to be the thing that wins him the election.
In the speech, though, he was saying the whole time, none of this bad stuff that's happening right now would be happening if I was president.
Yeah, of course.
But
it's all vague. It's all, first of all, if you believe that, that's ridiculous. Because
many people do believe that. Though.
I know, but that's a ridiculous thing. Donald Trump's going to single-handedly fix supply chain issues. Donald Trump's going to single-handedly defeat COVID. Like, Donald Trump's going to single-handedly, punch Putin in the jaw and say, "Get out of Ukraine." Like,
Putin never would have.
Nothing would be different.
Putin never would have invaded if Trump was president.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, he told him. He said, "Vladimir."
Yeah. He said, "Vlad, I see you eyeing Ukraine. Don't you do it." And Vlad's like, "Oh, okay." Like, they're playing like red light, green light, and Donald Trump like looks up and he's like, "I got you, Vlad." And Vlad's like, "Oh, you got me." And Vlad's gonna like walk back to Russia. No,
I don't know. I honestly, come on, try to be objective here.
Yeah.
Do you think Putin invades Ukraine if Trump is still president? I'm not sure he does.
Yes, easily. I'll tell you why. I actually thought about this when I was listening to his speech.
When you were listening to whose speech? Trump's or
Trump's
Biden's?
speech.
Okay.
Trump's speech when he was talking about this.
Right.
I could buy that Vlad wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Vladdy. I could buy that Vladdy wouldn't invade Ukraine for some extent when Donald Trump was president, because Donald Trump was doing a good job at potentially blowing up NATO. Donald Trump was the first president to really say, "Why are we paying to NATO? NATO sucks. Maybe we should disband NATO, blah, 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 blah." And if Donald Trump is potentially self-destructing NATO, Putin is not going to invade, because that would just unify NATO like 100 times.
So you're making the argument that he wouldn't have invaded then.
Well, no, wait, hold on. I'm not done yet. Okay. But but that's like the first 2 years of Trump's presidency. The last 2 years of Trump's presidency, Trump is pissing off Putin pretty severely. He's thrown away one of the major arm treaties between Russia and the US that was about like what kind of missiles that we could put in Europe. And Vlad was very pissed off about that. Trump sort of stopped complaining about NATO in the last couple of years. And then on top of that, you have the entire time this is going on, during Trump's presidency, and even before Trump was president, America is sending military arms and training Ukrainian soldiers. Ever since Crimea, America's been sending arms and training Ukrainian soldiers. Okay. So from Russia's perspective, if you're Vladimir Putin, you say, every year I wait to invade Ukraine is a year that Ukraine grows stronger.
Right.
So could Vladimir Putin wait another 4 years if Donald Trump became president again? And I don't think he does. And I think the timing to when they invaded Ukraine makes perfect sense. It was what happened right before Putin invaded Ukraine. Do you remember? Two major things happened.
With Russia or Ukraine?
The world.
I mean, COVID
ended,
yeah,
or at least COVID, calmed down.
We figured out what was going on
right.
enough with COVID that you could
right.
invade and not know your whole army was going to be dead.
Exactly. Yeah. COVID had it was literally COVID just became the weaker strain, and people were finally starting to not worry about it so much. And the Olympics ended in China.
Oh yeah.
Because think about this: what happens if Russia invades Ukraine before the Chinese Olympics happen? Okay. Mm-hmm. Europe joins together to say, fuck you, Russia, and put all the sanctions on Russia. But who doesn't put any sanctions on Russia? China doesn't put any sanctions on Russia, right? China becomes Russia's lifeline.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the rest of the world boycotts the Olympics that year in China?
Well, the question, though, is really after this stuff. If Trump is still in office, does Putin still invade? Like, all this stuff obviously comes to an end, but...
No, right. But what I'm saying is that people were saying the reason he didn't invade before is because of Trump. I don't believe that. Well, I think it was because of COVID, and I think it was because of the Olympics.
Right, but the question now is, with COVID and the Olympics over, and his
he 100%
window...
invades. Yes,
well,
100%
the X factor, though, is really how are the Americans going to respond? And with Trump in office, you don't know. Like, no, Trump could be, I'm going to put troops into, he could send troops over.
It seems highly unlikely because Trump is I want to stop wars. I want to stop wars. I mean, I think it's the exact opposite. This is why this doesn't make any sense to me. Trump was entirely about, he wants to stop wars. He wants to pull American troops back. He wants to stop funding other countries' militaries and all this other stuff. And you had with Biden, the Biden administration's response.
Where's True Social? Let's go ask him. I feel like we need to truth at Trump and say, what would you have done?
The Biden administration's response was actually like super quick. Even like months before the war, the Biden administration was like, Russia's going to invade Ukraine. Russia's going to invade Ukraine. They start putting all this money. They start warning the Ukraine. They're doing all this like preemptive shit. I don't think Donald Trump would have done any of that if he was president.
Yeah, I don't know.
So no, I do not buy for a second that Putin would not have invaded if Donald Trump was still president. I don't buy that for a second.
We have two very different pictures of Donald Trump, and a lot of it's because I've read a lot of books from people who've been around Donald Trump and had interactions with Donald Trump. Where's your picture of Donald Trump coming from?
What do you mean? From his presidency? From everything he's doing? From what he's saying?
Just from what he's saying and doing?
Yeah. I know. Shocking, right?
Well, no, I feel
blaming
like...
my opinion on someone based on what they're saying and doing.
Well, no, but I guess the people I'm getting my opinion from could be just lying about their private interactions with Donald Trump, but...
You really think that if Donald Trump was president now, that he would have sent American troops into Ukraine?
Well, I don't know.
That's so counter the Republican brand right now.
Listen, in a lot of the books about, people who've interacted with Donald Trump. I read Barr's book, I read Kellyanne Conway's book, I just read Tim Scott's book. I read the Doctor, The Price We Pay book, who interacted with him. Christopher Rufko has talked about his experience interacting with Trump. Like, if you listen to the people like Sam Harris, Donald Trump is a fucking moron who can't even tie his shoes, right?
Right.
But if you listen to these other people, I mean, he sounds like a smart businessman.
Yeah, but nothing I'm talking about has anything to do with intelligence. It has to just do with what is in Republican interest versus Democrat
I'm
interest?
getting
What is
to
in
that,
his
though.
interest versus other people's interest?
So
I'm not saying he's stupid.
all of these people,
Mm-hmm.
they take ideas to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will run with them, will sell them. So it really depends upon, which advisors come to him with which strategies, whether or not he sends troops to Ukraine or not. It really does. So I don't think Donald Trump, thinks Donald Trump is a salesman. People come to him with ideas. Like Tim Scott, famously after the Charlottesville thing became a story, called him out. Said, "Listen, this is lame. The president shouldn't be endorsing neo-Nazis, whatever." The media. We know that the media spun it up and that he actually denounced neo-Nazis, but Tim Scott says, he shouldn't even. It shouldn't be any question or whatever. They shouldn't be able to do that. So he meets with Donald Trump because Donald Trump says, "Yeah, well, let's have a meeting. You obviously have a different perspective than me. I'd like to hear it." And Tim Scott ends up getting a bunch of money out of him for, financing programs in low-income inner-city neighborhoods. So, I mean, that's just Donald Trump is like, what do we need to do? Let's do it. And that depends upon the array of options in front of him.
That may be, but the question is, as I said, who in the Trump administration and who in the Republican Party is going to be calling for American troops to go into Ukraine? Unless you're suggesting that the only reason Republicans were sort of lukewarm on it was only because Joe Biden was president.
That's I would suggest that. Yeah, of course.
I think that happens to some extent, but I don't think a big part of populism is isolationism and pulling back from foreign affairs. I cannot see, in my mind, the Trump brand does not lead itself to potentially starting World War III by putting a bunch of troops in Ukraine. I just don't see that happening. That seems so off-brand for him.
He would be like a wartime president. He'd be like savior of the world. Of course, I can't imagine Donald Trump saying no to that.
I'm telling you, it doesn't. That's not the temperature of the Republican Party right now.
Well, neither one of us actually know.
Of course, this is all hypothetical.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like, if I don't even know if Dan Crenshaw is in favor. First of all, everything has changed because Biden is president. So
of course,
people who, if Trump was president, they could be in favor of the war.
And the left could be against it. I understand.
Everything
could be completely reversed.
That's just the world we live in.
Different.
Yeah.
Right. I understand that because of tribalism. I'm just not. If we were still in the neocon era, okay, of George W. Bush being president, I would agree with you 100%.
Dude, Trump is.
We're not in that era at all.
Trump, in the speeches and whatnot, is bragging about how he rebuilt the military.
There's a difference between rebuilding the military and saying we're going to go fighting. Yes, and saying we're going to go overseas to fight people invading another country. That's such a. I'm telling you, that's just so off-brand for the Republicans right now.
Right
it's
now,
just so,
right
yeah,
this
right
minute,
now.
But it's very much on brand for the Republicans forever.
Okay, well, whatever. We can move on.
I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there's no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
It's dominated. The Republican Party is dominated by the MAGA Republicans. That makes it sound like he's talking about rank and file Republicans.
You are correct. You're actually 100% correct. Yeah, there it is. That's a great point. He has to be talking about the voters. It doesn't make sense if he's talking about the politicians.
Yeah.
Because they're not the Republican Party politicians are not dominated by
they're a minority.
No, it's the voters. You're so right. Yeah, he's 100% talking about the voters. Or at least the speech is idiotically written if he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And that is a threat to this country. These are hard things.
Now to be accurate, that is true. The current Republican Party is terrified of upsetting Donald Trump supporting Republican voters. They're terrified of it.
Yeah, because he he got 75 million votes in the last election.
Right.
Every Republican is rightfully terrified.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you look at the, what's her face got blown out.
Yeah, Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
Was the guy? Is he up for election too? Kiltzinger.
I'm not sure, but yeah, no, Liz Cheney got blown the fuck out, man.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all of the sort of anti-Trump Republicans, lose big time.
Here's your hype for you. Who scores high on loyalty? Who scores high on loyalty? Loyalty
Right.
Betrayal Foundation. What did Liz Cheney do? Betrayal.
Right.
Liz Cheney betrayed, and what did she do? She got kicked to the curb. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats is herding cats. Republicans are, they fall in line.
Right.
But I'm an American president, not a president of red America, blue America, but of all America.
This is so bad. You just
Yeah.
literally called MAGA Republicans a threat to democracy, and now you're saying, but I'm a president of everyone.
Yeah, it's so weird. He should have just said, why didn't he just say Donald Trump is trying to divide us? Why
Yeah.
is he lumping in the MAGA crowd too? It doesn't, and then trying
He
to say
should be
that
trying
he's-
to win the MAGA people over.
Well, that's impossible. But he should at least be trying. He should be trying to win over kind of like the undecided people in the,
Look,
or maybe some of the the
Listen.
anti-Trump Republicans or something.
listen.
It's not going to win over any MAGA people.
Listen, I didn't say he should win the MAGA people over. I said he should be trying to win the MAGA
Okay.
people over.
I don't.
okay?
But there's no reason to try to do something you're not going to do. They have
Yes,
no
there
chance of doing
is.
it. Well,
Optics.
oh, well, sure. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, come on. We're supposed to be working. The country here is based on persuasion, right?
Mm-hmm.
He should be making an argument for those people, not saying, listen, these people are like, we can't condemn these people. They're fucking, they're our fellow citizens.
Adam Kinzinger announced he will not be seeking election in the upcoming election.
Yeah.
So,
Look, I disagree with Joe. I disagree with Carl. I disagree with like a lot of my friends who are Republicans, but I don't see them as a threat to democracy. Especially, this is what's so infuriating about this is because, many of the people who are voting,
mm-hmm.
they're supporting democracy. Like the whole idea behind what happened on January 6th in the last election, they felt like democracy was being subverted. So they're not saying, "Oh, we don't care that we lost and fuck democracy." They're saying, we didn't lose.
Right.
That's
Well,
hugely different.
And I got in an argument with some family members about that because we were arguing about the, Biden calling them semi-fascists
Mm-hmm.
and whether that was appropriate. And I said it didn't. I said, first of all, no one in America knows what the word fascist means,
Yeah, that's true.
including the people we're having a conversation with turned out not to know what the word fascist meant.
Oh my God, no.
But then I said exactly what you just said. I said, because basically they kept saying, well, no, the Trump supporting MAGA Republicans are fascist because they want to overturn the election. And I said, well, wait a minute. They thought the election was stolen. Now, I think they're completely wrong, but they thought that the election was stolen. They're not saying, I don't care that we lost the vote. Donald Trump should be president anyway. That would be like more of an authoritarian fascist.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
But then nobody even takes that into consideration. It's so bonkers. It's like they don't care about democracy. They know we lost. They know they lost.
Yeah,
No,
I've
they
heard that so
don't.
many
You-
times. I'm like, I don't think they do.
No, you dumbass. They don't know that they lost. That's the
Mhm.
problem. And you didn't go. They didn't. No one in the media tried to make a compelling argument that they lost. All they said was, no courts even heard any of the cases. It's like,
Right.
that doesn't mean anything. So basically, you're saying they got fucked in court. That doesn't mean there wasn't election fraud. Yeah, they did. The media did a terrible job covering it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult, no matter how painful. And here, in my view, is what is true. MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution.
That is like a fucking knife. This is so funny because I was listening. Like I said, I listened to Destiny's commentary, his very sparse commentary on this, and he was just saying like he didn't understand why everyone, all the pearl clutching over this, and all the Republicans getting upset about it. Like he fancies himself the Republican whisperer these days, but
Right.
like telling Republicans that they don't care about the Constitution. I mean, you might as well spit in their faces.
Well, we have to separate two things. If you want to say that this speech is very insulting and divisive, I agree with you.
Yeah.
100%. If you want to say there has been, in my opinion, an insane amount of pearl clutching about like, this is the speech before they round up the Republicans. Okay, that's
Right.
like that's the insane pearl clutching. It's like Joe Biden is gonna start rounding up the Republicans to put them at camps. That's like, okay, this is ridiculous. Like Donald Trump said a million things as divisive as this, during his presidency.
I have not heard anybody say they're going to round us up. Maybe Scott Adams
was
said
literally
that.
saying this.
Yeah,
Yes.
but this is Scott Adams. This is why I keep telling you, stop listening to fucking Scott Adams, okay? Scott Adams is fucking insane.
He has to. He made that. This is a problem. He made that.
I
prediction.
know.
He made that prediction that they're going to round up Republicans, and now he has to stand by it. Like whenever anything smacks of that, he's like, "I told you, I was right. I was right."
I tried to listen to some Fox News reports just to get word on the street how Republicans feel about this, and none of them were saying, "Oh, this is the death camps are coming." Okay,
right.
All of them were saying this is his basket of deplorables moment, which I completely agree with. That's good. That's good commentary right there.
Yeah, that is accurate. Yes.
That's exactly what's happening here. But I think it's funny that, I mean, this is the problem. They just have no concept of how Republicans hear things. It's telling Republicans they don't care about the Constitution. All they talk about is the Constitution.
Here's an interesting thing. Someone in chat brought this up, and I said this to you before we started streaming, or I said this to you yesterday when we were talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't remember. Donald Trump has said so much divisive shit when he was presidency. That's part of why people like Destiny and people on the left are like, "Oh my God, they're pearl clutching." Donald Trump says crazier shit than this like every day on his Twitter feed before he was banned, which is true, but I don't remember if Donald Trump ever broadly spoke ill of like all of the Democratic voters, or because I remember him specifically talking shit about specific politicians or Democratic politicians. I don't remember if he ever attacked like the voting base. And I think that is what I think that was the major fuck up in this Biden speech, was attacking the voting base. I
completely agree. I brought up Sam Harris's tweet because this is exactly what you're talking about here. Mm-hmm. Sam Harris tweeted out with a picture of Biden giving this speech. I love seeing Trumpists, that's his slur for people like Donald Trump, condemning the political optics of this image. Admittedly, they are terrible, but they are only bad by reference to values that should lead you to totally repudiate Trump himself. For Biden, this is a gaffe. For Trump, it would be a window into his soul. Look at what happened to Sam Harris.
Well, see, he's right, but not in the way he's saying. He would be right in terms of like that's how it would be perceived by the media. Mm-hmm. Like if this was Trump's speech, they would say this is the speech in the Trump soul. But since it's Biden's speech, they say it's just like poor optics.
But that's like every single thing any of these people do. Obviously.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that there is a not hypocrisy. There's a unfairness to how this would be perceived, I guess.
Well, I saw there was a clip going around of Trump calling Democrats fascists. And he did, in the clip, even did and I'm sure many of them are fine people. He's literally calling them fascists. And he's like,
Well,
but not all of them.
Is he calling the voters fascists, or is he calling the politicians
He's
fascists?
calling the politicians fascists, obviously.
Right,
yeah.
right.
He's very good about that, targeting the politicians.
Yeah, I couldn't remember him ever saying anything about the voters.
But even when he's doing it, there's like a little tongue-in-cheek quality to it. Like he's not really... Like it's hard to believe he's really serious. Like it feels like hyperbole to me.
He always said Trump has that tone of voice where he always sounds like he's trolling, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. That kind of does protect him to some extent. You know, listening to his speech that he just gave, he actually did something that was a huge fuck up in my opinion. Besides the constant whining, he brought up Hillary Clinton's emails again.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And I thought, because he was saying, oh, it's so, the Democrats are such hypocrites because, you know, they come and they raid my place, right? But what about Hillary's emails? She had potentially top secret government documents on her email server and she destroyed her phone. And I thought, wait a minute, why would he bring that up? It makes the Republicans look like hypocrites, not the Democrats, because everyone in the crowd starts shouting, lock her up for the emails. And that was the big thing, lock her up for the emails. So how does that not make the Republicans look like huge hypocrites for not saying lock Trump up for keeping the documents at his house?
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Yes, I was like, why would he bring that up? That was such a fuck up. Like, that's so obvious.
Well, I don't know that what is he saying? We should all be able to get away with it? Because then, okay. He's like, she did it. I did it. Let's just get over it.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah. I don't know.
Don't scream.
Like, okay,
even Trump,
work.
Even Trump, and Barr says this in his book. Trump was like, I don't want to go after Hillary. You know, bygones be bygones. And a lot of people were pissed because they wanted Trump to go. The people wanted Trump to go after Hillary, but it's just not good. You can't go after political adversaries, especially after they've left office. The thing about this Biden speech, this isn't hyperbole. Biden fucking thinks we're on the edge of World War II here.
Okay, wait. Let's bring up this Trump fascist speech real quick.
Yeah, bring it up. Do you have it?
Okay. I have it on Twitter. I can send it to you.
Okay. Here, I'm going to play a little more of the speech while you get it to me.
Okay, I just sent it to you. You bring that up.
They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election. And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies, empowering election deniers.
So this is like the common thing, the claim I hear, is that in all these states, there's all these, like Trump is placing all of these people in all these local and state positions that will potentially have the power to overturn the next election. And my problem is when I look into this happens very often in a news story. You'll hear people say something like, there's all these things are happening somewhere. And then when you read, there's all these examples of these things happening. But then when you read the story, you see that there's like one or two or maybe even three examples that everyone just repeats. And so with this kind of claim, there was really only like two examples of this that I could find that were like very minor. So I was like, I'm kind of skeptical of this whole like Donald, and it wasn't like Donald Trump was putting them in these positions of power. It was just like people who are pro-Trumpers got into these, state, local election boards in like Michigan or in one other state or something. So,
is this this Matthew Sheffield? Is he a Republican?
I don't know who Matthew Sheffield is, but this is a clip.
In 2020?
No, he's some TYT guy.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah. So give me a countdown.
I'll back it up here.
You know all about
3, 2, 1, go.
You know all about that. Take away our energy, if you can believe it. No fossil fuel. Destroy our Second Amendment, attack the right to life, and replace American freedom with left-wing fascism. Left wing. We're going left wing all the way. Fascists. They are fascists. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them, but they're getting closer and closer. We have to win this election.
Some of them, not all of them. Some of them.
But the proud people of Minnesota will not let this happen.
I mean, he's not, well, at least in that 30-second clip, he's not really differentiating between voters and politicians. You could definitely interpret it the same way. He's calling the voters fascists.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Yeah.
But he's saying left-wing fascism. He doesn't really say left-wing fascists.
Yeah.
Let's listen to it one more time. 3, 2, 1, go.
Know all about that. Take away our energy, if you can believe it. No fossil fuel.
Okay, he's talking about the politicians in the very beginning here, right? He's saying take away our fossil fuels and stuff.
Destroy our Second Amendment, attack the right to life, and replace American freedom with left-wing fascism.
So he is talking about the politicians because he's saying they're gonna replace American freedom with left-wing fascism. He is talking about the politicians.
Yeah, no, I don't know, because he's talking about like people have to vote these people into power.
Okay.
I don't interpret it that way.
Sure,
at
it could
all.
be seen either way. Yeah.
Right. I found the whole speech on YouTube.
But some of them are fine people, though.
He says, before this, he says, Joe Biden is the puppet of left-wing extremists trying to erase our borders, eliminate our police, indoctrinate our children, vilify our heroes, take away our energy.
Well, that's true.
And then that's when he talks about they want to destroy the Second Amendment, right to life, and replace American freedom with left-wing fascism.
That's true. What is left-wing fascism?
I don't know. Communism, I guess. I don't know why he said fascism. I don't know if like they called him fascist, so he's throwing it back. I don't know why he chose that term, but
is that where everyone has to get gay married?
Yes.
I don't want to. I'm not into that, Sitch. I don't want to be gay married.
You don't want to be gay married? Wait a minute.
No.
I thought you already agreed that we were going to get married.
Well, I guess if I had to get gay married, I'd get gay married to you because I could you would at least leave me alone. At least I know you're straight. I don't know that I want to get gay married to an actual gay guy.
Adam's saying this. He doesn't know. Things could change. Listen. The husband being me, you have a right. You have an obligation as my wife, Adam, that you need to fulfill. Okay.
We would be secretly in hetero relationships on the side. We would just do it like, you know how people sometimes get married for a green card? It would be that kind of thing.
I see.
We're just trying to get through the fascist gay marriage.
The fascist gay agenda. Okay. Sure.
There are people who probably believe this. The distributors probably believes this is what the Democrats are shooting for.
No, I'm sure you're just joking.
Martin
drew a picture of me looking upset at She-Hulk twerking, which is pretty funny.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I think the Amazing Atheist is going to come on and hang out with us next week, guys. So
that's cool.
Check that out.
Peter L.
I heard Sitch did a video. Did you guys hear Sitch?
Did you guys hear that Sitch actually released the video?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shocking.
Sweet.
Peter L. Thanks so much for
peer pressure will do to people.
I know. Thanks so much for the 200. Sexy Sex says, "Oh my God, new Sitch video up and still up and running late. S class. Do we even have to finish the sentence? No. S class is the best class. Thank you, Peter. Peter L.
Yeah. Thanks.
Solodoge, lead aesthetic planner for Biden. This is now we know. Now we know why. And you can bring back the video, the Biden video. Now you know why the red light was behind Biden. It was Solodoge. He was the one who put the red light there.
Really?
Yeah.
Good job.
Souldoge for $20 says, funniest part is that Biden just forgot what he said in that speech the next morning, and the left didn't even invent Dark Brandon. The Catholic right did after Roe got overturned, and the left stole it like they always do. There you go.
Really?
It was a good, you have to say, it was a good persuasive move to steal it. Because it was. I don't know, like, it's silly to imagine. It's silly for me to try to imagine, like, doddering Biden as Dark Brandon, but it was a good optics move. Cameraman 502 for $20 says, got a date, so I'm going to have to catch this later. Well, that's great.
Yeah.
But instead of only looking across the aisle, had denounced Stacey Abrams for undermining democracy and endorsed Brian Kemp for standing up for the integrity of democracy. Well, there you go. Yes, they got to get rid of Stacey Abrams. She sucks.
You don't like Stacey Abrams?
Ah, fucker.
She should be on full-time Star Trek instead of trying to be a politician.
Yeah. There you go.
Everyone loves Stacey Abrams. Well, I mean, everyone on all the leftist fascists love Stacey
There you
Abrams.
go. Zub, thank you so much for being a Frugal Seeker for 2 months. Says, yo. Red Tiger for $20 says, hey, Adam, maybe when you finished with the comic, you could play some video games. Perhaps I could recommend StarCraft 2. Then you could share your thoughts on the story with us. I doubt Sitch would have anything to add. Adam would not like to play an RTS. I don't think. Have you ever played an RTS in your entire life?
What's RTS stand for?
It's the games where you build the army. You have like an army base and you build the little individual like military units.
You could just tell me what RTS stands for.
Real-time strategy, but that's not
real-time strategy games. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right. I got you.
But you have like the little.
I have played one.
Oh, really? What one?
Oh, I can't remember. I played it with my dad when I was like 10.
No, what? Video games didn't exist when you were 10. What are you talking about?
We had one on a board. We had a big board that we put out.
Wait a minute. You're talking about, did you play Stratego or Risk or something? Like
Stratego or Risk? Oh, no. This was like one of those games that had, I mean, it was giant and had about a bazillion pieces. You like had your different armies that you set up and like tried to dominate the world, basically. You played out World War II or World War.
Adam is like, I've played RTSs. I played Risk when I was 10, okay?
That's not, it's not Risk. Come on. Risk is like not even really a fun game, but.
Dune. Was there a Dune board game?
It was like, you basically reenacted like World War II or something like that. Yeah.
Listen, I don't call the people that reenact the Civil War reenactors. I don't consider that them playing RTSs. Okay.
I can't remember if I was one of the Nazis.
Was it called Axis and Allies?
That's it. Yeah, Axis and Allies. That's it. Yeah.
Chat now.
Totally
wow. I guess you got some boomers in the chat.
Axis and Allies. Exactly. I played Axis and Allies with my dad. And we would take over the kitchen table for like 3 days. We'd play Axis and Allies.
Wow. Like, okay.
I'm going to win. I'd be sleeping in my room strategizing, thinking,
that's cool.
I'm going to fucking take out Dad tomorrow. You watch this, Dad. I'm fucking coming for you.
I'll be honest, I don't think you have the reaction time to play RTSs. Okay.
What?
I barely fucking have I suck at RTSs, and I'm sure my reaction time is like 1,000 yours.
What was the game that we played where you were making like lunch in the microwave? What was that game?
Subnautica?
Subnautica, yeah, exactly.
Yes. Okay, this is what we'll do. We'll see who has a better reaction time.
There's no way.
Listen, me and Adam we'll play Speedrunner, okay? That's what we'll do. We'll play Speedrunner and see who's better at that.
I mean, I might be able to play a driving game.
Okay.
I want to play that Carmageddon again. That was fun.
All right. Anyway, let's continue with the speech.
Under democracy itself. MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards to an America where there is no right to choose.
Yeah, see, this speech would have been so much better if for every time he said MAGA, if he just said Trump. The speech would have been way better.
MAGA forces. I like every single Trump supporter is a life at conception type person. I don't buy that. I just don't buy it.
Right.
I know so many people are they're Trump supporters, but they're not fundamentalist Christians in any way, shape, or form. They just like Trump.
Well, and here's what I wonder about this too. He's talking about, is Biden complaining about Trump good at all, or is this just giving Trump more energy?
It's number two. Like it's just
that's why this is so weird to me. This is because it just seems like this is just a speech that helps Trump.
Yeah, he's basically going to complain him all the way into the White House
again.
I know. Did they learn their fucking lesson? This is why this is interesting to cover, just because it's such a political misstep.
Though I don't know. I was so shocked when I was talking to random Democrats about this. They were so pumped about this speech because they're like, and I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it if this speech energizes Democrats. Like maybe that's worth it. I don't know. I can't tell. I'm guessing not worth it.
I think this is going to energize Republicans twice as much.
That's my intuition as well. That's my intuition as well.
Who's more energized? The guy who sees someone they don't like get spit on, or the guy who gets spit on?
Well, but here's the thing. Part of Trump's charm was that he would shit on people.
Yeah.
And people would be happy about that. Okay. And
did you
Bill Maher had a good segment about this years ago where he said people like Trump because Trump is a winner. People don't like Americans don't like losers. And it feels like a lot of the Democrats feel like losers right now because they feel like Sleepy Joe is kind of like boring and just taking a bunch of abuse. And so, I don't know, I think a lot of Democrats will like to see their president shitting on the Republicans, even if I think it's overall bad for the country, which I do think it is bad for the country.
I don't know if it's going to make more of them show up at the next election in the midterms. I just don't. I can't imagine it happening. Did you hear the Donald Trump in the speech talked about Mark Zuckerberg and how Mark Zuckerberg kissed his ass?
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God.
He's talked about that before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I remember him saying that like the almost exact same thing.
Really? Oh, that's the first time I've ever heard it.
Yeah.
I was a little shocked by it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg kissed my ass. Like Jesus, Trump. Yeah. I guess he doesn't like Mark Zuckerberg much.
No.
Yeah. Wow. I just... that honestly seemed like a giant misstep because just to shock the audience, he's going to throw this huge insult at Mark Zuckerberg. I feel like Mark Zuckerberg probably has a lot of power in these elections. I don't know if it's a good idea to go on a personal vendetta with a guy who basically controls the news feed of, 150 million Americans.
Well, I guess it's kind of the situation I was talking about with Biden. Is it worth, when he comes out and says that it galvanizes his, Trump's base, who don't like Facebook because of the Hunter Biden story stuff. But is that worth it?
No.
Probably not.
I think it decided no.
Yeah.
Just got to be real about it.
No right to privacy. No right to contraception. No right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat to our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice, to the rule of law, to the very soul of this country. They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th, brutally attacking law enforcement, not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election as preparation for the 2022 and 2024 elections. They tried everything last time to nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time, they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people. That's why respected conservatives like Federal Circuit Court Judge Michael Ludwig has called Trump and the extreme MAGA Republicans, quote, a clear and present danger to our democracy. But while the threat to American democracy is real, I want to say as clearly as we can, we are not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders in this ongoing attack on democracy. There are far more Americans from every background and belief who reject the extreme MAGA ideology than those that accept it. And folks...
See, I just don't feel like he's characterizing the MAGA movement in any way, shape, or form accurately.
Well, they don't accept the election results.
Why don't?
Not for the reason that he's making it out like as we talked about, he's making it seem like they know that he lost and don't care. which is an important distinction, even if the consequences don't really change anything.
Right, but I think of MAGA as a set of policy prescriptions that people are in favor of, and I don't see.
I don't. What do you mean? What is the policy?
Stricter immigration.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that one I agree with.
Right.
What else?
I don't know. Maybe free trade.
I I think no. There's the opposite. They're very protectionist.
Well, okay, so they're protectionists, and then that's one of them. I don't see the election being stolen as the MAGA movement got President Trump elected before election security was even a thing. So to say that everyone who cares about the policy prescriptions of the MAGA movement are election deniers, I don't think it's true.
Well, no. Yeah,
and he's basically saying that. He's basically saying like anybody who supported MAGA is an election denier, which is just that's fucking lame.
But so first of all, I would define MAGA as not a set of policy prescriptions, but a general sense of right-wing populism.
Make America great again. Make
that feels
America
like
first.
Our institutions are corrupt, essentially, and our government is corrupt. And the board needs to be kicked over and pieces wiped and reset anew. That's how I would consider the MAGA movement.
Okay.
It's not like a...
That could be accurate.
Right.
The drain the swamp crowd?
Right. Drain the swamp. Exactly. Drain the swamp, MAGA.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not MAGA. I don't have a MAGA hat or anything.
Right.
But okay. I don't feel like this is a fair characterization.
Well, in my mind, and I obviously could be incorrect about this, but in my mind, Donald Trump complaining about the election endlessly is a losing strategy. But it's kind of like the Democrats then complaining about him complaining about it is like an ultra losing strategy.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just like, well, let him, if you think it's a losing strategy, let him do that. And you talk about something else. You talk about your positive vision for the future. You let Trump kind of styre himself in the mud, about the election stuff. Don't complain about him complaining about it. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they're setting up right here, this speech. If Trump goes on to win the nomination and win the election, this speech, the Democrats are set up to come out and say, oh, there was election malfeasance and he didn't really win and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, they literally can't say that.
Well, this is going to be bad if they try.
I don't know. That'd be so preposterous. They try to do that.
Somebody's got we got to stop this tit for tat. The election was stolen game.
Yes.
This has to be stopped. Yeah, next election. Trump will stop. He'll just say, we won't have any more elections. How about that? No, please tell me no. That's a dark fucking timeline I don't want to see. Oh, please.
That's so funny.
No, it's not funny.
Trump doesn't want to be president for life. That's not a thing.
Here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I feel confident that Trump only wanted to be a 2-term president. And he keeps saying, I won, I'll have to win. Because what's going to happen if he wins in 2024? Now he's going to say, listen, I'm technically a 3-term president because I won 3 times.
I'm the second president to win 3 elections. That's what he'll say.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, and he'll start, he'll start gloating to Obama and Clinton immediately over how
he only won twice. I won 3 times.
A 3-time winner. Yeah, but that's all he wants. Right. That's what's interesting about this story because it's like such giant stakes. Because going from being a 1-term president to not even winning the Republican nomination is just, oh my God, that's demoralizing.
Well, that'd be the most embarrassing thing that ever happened.
I would not put it past Trump to actually enact a coup at that point. Because
how would he? That doesn't make sense. He would have no ability to do it.
I don't know. Hire hire Eric Prince and his military. He's gonna
hire a private military to like when the RNC is voting for the candidate, like fucking Blackwatch is gonna come in. Like,
I don't think Trump could handle that. Like, it would just break him. It would break him.
Well, he would say it would break him, and he would say the Republican Party rigged. He would destroy the Republican Party, or at least their chances for the election, because he would say that the Republicans rigged it against him. He would just completely self-destruct the Republicans for that term. It's hard for me to, if he does run, it's hard for me to imagine him losing, unless the only way I can imagine him losing is if he continues on. His message is just this kind of whiny Trump, whiny.
Nobody
grievance.
sees it that way, Sitch. Yeah, I think you only see.
This is all it takes. No, you don't understand. This is all it takes. Okay. Trump say it's the primary, and he's running against DeSantis. Okay, and he tries to come up with a nickname for DeSantis, and all Trump does is complain about how they stole the election. All it takes is for DeSantis to say, to label Trump whiny Trump. And say all Trump does is whine and complain. They're so unfair to me. He doesn't care about the country. He doesn't care about the people. All he does is whine and complain. That's all it takes. All it just takes is someone like DeSantis, someone who the right cares about, to label him whiny Trump, and that nickname sticks like glue. Okay, that's the only way I can potentially see maybe Donald Trump losing the primary is against someone like DeSantis, who has like a really good nickname for him.
I can't imagine it happening. And I honestly...
No, I would say chances are highly against it. Highly against it. If Donald Trump runs, I would say he has like an 85% chance of winning the primary.
Yeah, I don't even know if DeSantis will get in and run against him, to be honest with you. Because DeSantis is like... I'll see in 2028. Like, DeSantis would be so set up if he supported Trump and Trump won. DeSantis would be like a shoo-in. And
right. That's very possible.
That's what's going to happen. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they're negotiating that already.
Well, supposedly they tried to negotiate something and it didn't fall through.
Rumor
has it. Anyway.
If Trump announces and DeSantis endorses him on the first day, it's over. It's fucking over.
Yeah, that would seem... I don't know who else in the Republican Party would...
Here's my prediction.
Would threaten him, yeah.
Here's my prediction. Fuck you, Scott Adams. I can make predictions too.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think Trump is going to... Well, I don't know, because I think Trump is going to announce and DeSantis is going to endorse him as soon as he announces. And Tim Scott is going to be his vice presidential pick. And it's going to be... It's gonna be really hard. Well, no, they'll still call him a racist, and they'll call Tim Scott an Uncle Tom and all that stuff. Which it sucks, but I don't think moderate that. I don't think that Uncle Tom stuff plays well with moderate voters. It might play well with the Democratic base.
No, it doesn't play well at all. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at that point Trump stands a real good chance of
if he
winning.
Gets Tim Scott, or a black guy. For vice president, that would
Tim Scott is a black guy.
Move. I know, that's why I said or another black guy.
Right.
That would be a very good move for him to do.
Yeah. Tim Scott's pretty charismatic.
He's okay.
I mean, Sitch, you racist.
There you go.
It's within our power. It's in our hands, yours and mine, to stop the assault on American democracy. I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those moments that determine the shape of everything that's to come after. And now, America must choose to move forward or to move backwards, to build a future or obsess about the past, to be a nation of hope and unity and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and of darkness.
This is so bad. I know.
I want everyone to listen. Listen to the tone of voice shift. It's comical. Okay, listen to this tone of voice shift when he's like talking about like hopefulness.
Past, to be a nation of hope and unity and optimism,
Oh, okay,
or
yeah.
a nation of fear,
Oh no.
division,
Oh.
and of darkness?
Oh.
Yeah, he must have just watched the Rings of Power
Yeah.
opening opening episodes or something.
He's like, guys, we must fight off against the Morgoth Republic.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to elect Sauron as president, and we say no.
It's just it's weird to me because this is a kind of speech, you give after September 11th, and it's just it's not I don't feel like we're at that point. It just comes off as weird
Well,
and creepy.
I wonder if the speech exists because, and this, I hate this. We're so far away from a civil war.
Yeah.
We're so far away from a civil war. Okay. When the actual civil war happened, there was a real physical, massive, tangible issue that was facing the country. And that was obviously slavery. And there was a big problem with slavery. You had half the country's economy was rooted in slavery. But then on top of that, half the country's political power was rooted in slavery. Because back
that's
then,
true.
right? Because back then it wasn't like Republicans versus Democrats in the elections or in the Senate and Congress. It was free states versus slave states. Those were the party organization, the party lines. And so that's why they had, the compromise where whenever they introduced a new state into the union that was free, they had to introduce a new state into the union that was a slave state, just because they felt like they needed to have this counterbalance.
The balance of power.
Right. And so if you have this situation where basically the slave states, feel like they're going to lose all their power, which they basically felt like was just around the corner, and that's going to totally crush their political power, and it's going to totally crush their economy. That's what gets you like the Civil War situation. We don't have, there's nothing like that at all right now. There's nothing like that at all. There's no real tangible issue that's like, oh, the Republicans or the Democrats are going to lose all their power. The blue or red states are going to lose all their economy. And there's nothing like that exists. And it annoys me because like the media is so based around, and a lot of political pundits on YouTube are so based around outrage. They're trying to create a civil fucking war by just being so outraged about everything, by just talking about it constantly, saying, "Oh, the Civil War is coming. The Civil War is coming." I've heard so many mainstream pundits talking about this. We've watched on this channel so many bread tubers talking about this. Like the Civil War is right around the corner, guys. Oh my God, it's right. No, we're so far away from us. We're it's like miles and miles and miles away from any kind of fucking Civil War. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
Bullshit. And I wonder if this speech that Biden's given, which I think is not a great speech, exists in response to all the Civil War nonsense talk. Like his administration's bought into this shit, the Civil War shit that we hear constantly on the news.
He's terminally online.
Well, I'm sure his staff is.
Biden.
I mean, listen, Biden is terminally something. I don't think it's online. Okay.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Like, I will be so fucking pissed. You don't understand this. I will die of anger. Okay, I will literally die of anger if the media LARPs us into a fucking civil war for no reason. That would be the dumbest. I will literally die of stupidity and anger if that's what happens.
Well, I'm wondering if that's the way it's all. I'm getting ready to go back and like research history. I'm wondering if this is how it happens. Like people just LARP themselves into this situation.
I hope not. It'd be the dumbest fucking thing on the planet.
Yeah, it would. Very unfortunate.
MAGA Republicans have made their choice. They embrace anger. They thrive on chaos. They live not in the light of truth, but in the shadow of lies.
See, this is totally the axis of evil speech, only aimed at Republicans. The Republicans are the terrorists. This is terrible.
This joke in my water is so ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's awful. Yeah.
This is a really shitty speech.
Yeah.
They're living in the shadow of lies.
What does any of that mean?
I don't know.
But together, together we can choose a different path. We can choose a better path.
See, this speech would literally only because this is what he does. This is the pattern of the speech. Biden says MAGA Republicans are demons.
Demon spawn.
But we can come together as a country and live in peace and harmony, and the four nations could all be one under the avatar Joe Biden. Okay. That speech only works if he says Donald Trump instead of saying MAGA Republicans.
Yeah.
So it's so weird to me that they very clearly made a decision. His team sat around for hours deciding, should we write MAGA Republicans here? And they did. And I don't understand why. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't see how he can be the one saying they're the ones sowing chaos when, I mean, he's the one giving the speech. He's the one with the bully pulpit.
Well, he's probably talking about, they had, the news has been hyping up how after the Mar-a-Lago raid that all these judges and people involved have been getting death threats. And you had Lindsey Graham say something like, if Trump is indicted or arrested, there's going to be riots in the streets. Like that's the tone, or that's like the environment that this speech is taking place in.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that this speech seems to be heightening that, not cooling that off.
Yeah, of course. There is going to be riots in the streets. Yeah.
If Trump is arrested, yeah,
that's going to happen, obviously.
There will be. I don't think a politician should say that. I don't think Lindsey Graham should fucking say that though.
Even
because if he says it, it sounds like a threat.
Even if they've got Trump on something big,
of course,
most people are going to believe that it's fake.
Right. There's going to be some contingent of people that doesn't matter. You could be selling, nuclear secrets to China, and they wouldn't believe it. Sure, of course.
Yeah, this is bad news.
Forward to the future. A future of possibility, a future to build and dream and hope. And we're on that path moving ahead. I know this nation. I know you, the American people. I know.
There's another big problem too, which is that I've noticed this is kind of a Biden speech problem. Like when he has like this angry, loud tone of voice. Even when he's trying to talk about like uniting, that's like this sort of like he's just yelling at me. I don't like. He's got a microphone there. He doesn't need. Why is he yelling? Just calm down, speak calmly and coolly. Okay.
Did you hear the part where he said the philosophy of MAGA is about anger?
Yeah, you don't.
Pretty ironic, huh?
If you angrily say the philosophy of MAGA is anger, it kind of comes off.
I know. You kind of come off like a hypocrite.
Right.
I know your courage. I know your hearts. And I know our history. This is a nation that honors our Constitution. We do not reject it. This is a nation that believes in the rule of law. We do not repudiate it. This is a nation that respects free and fair elections. We honor the will of the people. We do not deny it. And this is a nation that rejects violence as a political tool.
This is part just completely, floored me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because you have all these people on the left who are basically out there simping for the Black Lives Matter riots in 2020. So it's just like, why weren't you denouncing violence back then? Why weren't you giving the speech then?
Right.
Instead of, CNN standing in front of a chyron, mostly peaceful protests.
Well, I just think when I'm listening to this, the speech would work so much better if he was like, again, beyond just saying Trump instead of MAGA, if he was specific.
Yeah, of course.
Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to throw out the votes, your votes, the American people's votes. Donald Trump doesn't respect the rule of law. Donald Trump doesn't respect democracy. Donald Trump doesn't respect the Constitution. Donald Trump wanted, the Attorney General's office to lie and to tell states that they should throw out your votes, you American people. Like if he wants to drive a wedge, he's trying to drive a wedge between Donald Trump, the person, and the American voters. I don't see how you drive a wedge between like everyone that voted for Donald Trump, and the Republicans who didn't. That just doesn't work in my mind. I don't
It
see any
doesn't,
way that
yeah.
that makes any sense.
This is gross incompetence, politically and as a leader. Yeah.
Well, as whoever, I mean, the speechwriters, it's just gross incompetence.
Well, I mean, the buck stops with him. He's
Yeah, obviously,
reading
obviously.
it. Yeah.
Of course.
We do not encourage violence. We are still an America that believes in honesty and decency and respect for others. Patriotism, liberty, justice for all, hope, possibilities. We are still, at our core, a democracy. And yet, history tells us that blind loyalty to a single leader and a willingness to engage in political violence is fatal to democracy. For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it, each and every one of us. That's why tonight, I'm asking our nation to come together, unite behind the single purpose of defending our democracy regardless of your ideology.
See, it's stupid. He basically said that the MAGA ideology is incompatible with democracy. Mm-hmm. And now he's saying, let's all support democracy regardless of your ideology. It's like the speech itself is incoherent. What the hell?
Right.
What is the MAGA ideology?
It's semi-fascism.
Define your terms. Define your terms, bitch.
We're all called by duty and conscience to confront extremists who put their own pursuit of power above all else. Democrats, independents, mainstream Republicans. We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy.
See what he did there?
What?
You're totally right. He is trying to drive a wedge.
Oh yeah, between MAGA, finger quote MAGA Republicans and non-MAGA Republicans
and mainstream Republicans.
Right, but he can't do that just by his position of being the Democrat president. He cannot do that.
Yeah.
If he was a Republican that was liked, maybe he could do that. Okay.
Yeah.
But and MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy.
And MAGA destroying democracy. We got to hear that one more time.
We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy. We, the people, will not let anyone or anything tear us apart. Today, there are dangers around us we cannot allow to prevail. We hear, you've heard it, more and more talk about violence as an acceptable political tool in this country.
Who the fuck is talking about violence being an acceptable political tool? Who's
Biden.
Sitch? Who? Who's talking about that?
I don't know. He should be specific. I don't know what he's talking about.
Look at this is such bullshit. The only people I see talking about that are crazy far left fucking communists talking about, looting and being okay because of slavery and shit. I don't see people on the right talking about, violence.
Well, I'm assuming he's referring to he's referring to the Lindsey Graham comment about if Trump gets indicted, there's going to be all this violence. I'm assuming that's what he's talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, that'd
be the only thing I can make.
Happen.
Sure, but again, Lindsey Graham shouldn't say that because it makes it sound like he is calling for it.
Yeah, you're right.
Like politicians should never, even if a politician is not calling for violence, a politician should never say, ever, if you do X, there's going to be violence, because it automatically makes the politician sound like they're calling for it.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. They should teach that in politician school.
They should.
Don't talk about violence, you dummy.
Yes.
But that goes for Joe Biden too. He's the one sitting here talking about violence.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's not. It can never be an acceptable tool.
It's not. It's not, Sitch. It's not. Never an acceptable tool.
So I want to say this plain and simple.
Okay.
There is no...
It is true.
That's true, Adam. There should.
Biden is so full of shit.
He has a tone of voice that does not
sound sincere or authentic. Yes, I completely.
Well,
agree.
no, I don't. That's not what I was gonna say. It's not that sound. It just sounds angry. Like it doesn't. The tone that he's speaking doesn't match the tone you'd want the speech. This is the speech that you want the character at the end of the Star Wars movie to give about fighting the Empire, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
But that speech is full of hope and optimism.
Right.
Oh my God, we will defeat this evil empire and we will be a land of peace and freedom. You know, not like that's not the angry voice.
Yeah.
You want the inspirational woke female giving the speech voice.
No place for political violence in America. Period. None. Ever. We saw law enforcement brutally attacked on January the 6th. We've seen election officials, poll workers, many of them volunteers of both parties, subject to intimidation and death threats. And can you believe it? FBI agents just doing their job as directed, facing threats to their own lives from their own fellow citizens. On top of that, there are public figures today, yesterday, and the day before predicting and all but calling for mass violence and rioting in the streets.
See, I told you this is the
this
is why this is so weird.
You nailed it.
Like this speech is a reaction to all of that stuff that's happening, but this doesn't make any sense to me. The speech should be trying to
calm things down.
To calm things down.
Yeah.
Now, like obviously, if Trump was president, he wouldn't. I don't think Trump is capable of giving a speech to calm things down. But I don't split. You know, when Biden's president, people didn't elect Biden to be the stir things up. They elected Biden to be the calm things down guy.
Yeah, it's true.
So I don't understand the point of the speech. I just don't get it.
Those red lights look like bonfires are burning behind.
Turn on the red lights.
It needed like some cool blue lights back there. Calm things down light.
Yes, you're right. They need the cool blue.
They needed just the word chill on a banner. Chill, guys. Let's all get along.
Right. This should have been the speech of like, you know, America will get through this. America believes in the rule of law. You know, we will come forward united. You know, the people, you know, forces, even if you just don't want to name them, forces want to drive us apart, you know. Everyone just calm down. You got some nice blue lighting in the background.
Yeah.
Instead of having two military guys, you have like two guys in like Mickey Mouse mascot outfits or something waving.
I don't know about that.
Maybe not Mickey Mouse, but like, you know, you have like plush characters. You know, you have like giant teddy bears.
How about some nice bikini models and American clad bikinis? Yeah.
There you go. You have on one hand,
a couple of beautiful blondes back there, you know, smiling and saluting.
Here you go. You have a beautiful bikini model wearing a American flag bikini.
Yeah.
She's saluting. Okay, she's saluting with one hand. She has like a bald eagle trained on her other arm.
Yes. There we go. Now I'm with you. Call us, Biden. We'll work this out for you. We'll figure it out.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then the other side,
halfway through the speech, the bald eagle can fly over and land on the lectern.
Yes, like the little bird with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, exactly.
And Joe Biden can pet it.
It'll gouge his eyes out.
He can pet it and whisper cool, reassuring words of America into the bald eagle's ear.
Oh,
and then the other side of Biden is like, there's like a giant teddy bear dressed like George Washington.
Oh yeah.
With like a kitten sleeping in it. Like in its arm.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Should be a little kitten cam.
Yeah, there's a little kitten cam at the bottom zoomed in. Oh my, why are we not in charge of this? Listen, we'd be the best presidential optics people. Okay?
We know how to chill the nation
Yes.
out.
Joe Biden, you need to hire me and Adam.
Yeah.
We got you.
No more bonfire and dudes with swords.
No, there's no swords.
I mean,
They're
I
just-
cannot.
I don't know. They're just holding their arms in a weird way.
I imagine a sword up in front of their faces.
Right. It looks like, yeah, that's what it looks like. They have invisible
This is
swords.
inflammatory. It's dangerous.
And then he has to say inflammatory as he's standing in front of the bonfires.
The building's on fire behind him. Of course it's inflammatory.
Why are you doing this?
It's against the rule of law. And we, the people, must say, this is not who we are.
I just, what the fuck? I mean, people are going to vote the way they're going to vote in the next election. Well, he's not even real. There's not really a tangible ask here. It's like, this is the ultimate. Oh, okay. Like, oh, okay.
The ask is
What the fuck?
The ask is Donald Trump is bad. That's what the ask is.
But I mean, if Donald Trump is a nominee, Republicans are going to vote for him. They're going to
Yeah,
be like,
I know.
well, okay.
I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't be pro-insurrectionist and pro-American. They're incompatible. We can't allow violence to be normalized in this country. It's wrong. We each have to reject political violence with all the moral clarity and conviction this nation can muster.
Where the fuck were you during the George Floyd riots, you fucking piece of shit?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Now, we can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined, for that is a path to chaos. Look, I know politics can be fierce and mean and nasty in America. I get it. I believe in the give and take of politics.
I get it. I'm doing it right now.
I know. Yeah. No shit.
I know things can be nasty. I'm participating in the nastiness right now.
Yeah.
In disagreement and debate and dissent. We're a big, complicated country. But democracy endures only if we, the people, respect the guardrails of the republic. Only if we, the people, accept the results of free and fair elections. Only if we, the people, see politics not as total war, but mediation of our differences.
See, here's the problem. The three things he just said are all great. I agree with all those three things. That's just, it doesn't make sense in the tone and context of the speech. It doesn't come across well at all.
Of course not.
Democracy cannot survive when one side believes there are only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated.
Dude, that's both sides, though, you moron.
Wow, I don't agree with that.
Really?
The Democrats haven't, there's not been anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
At least in modern history, I don't know, like maybe before,
Russiagate
maybe 50,
wasn't?
100 years ago.
Russiagate wasn't that?
No, of course. Russiagate wasn't about Hillary. You know, there was only a handful of really crazy people saying that Russia like hacked the voting machines or something.
Okay.
You know, Hillary Clinton did not come out here and say, Donald Trump didn't win the election. I won the election. There's wide-scale voting fraud across the country.
Yeah, you're right.
Let me,
Yeah,
you know, Obama didn't try to like write letters to states telling them to throw out the votes. You know?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's not even close. I mean, Trump's still saying that stuff. So
Yeah.
in his mind, he believes it.
He said, you know, he had that True Social post about how, you know, because of what Mark Zuckerberg said on Joe Rogan's show, which is not even clear what the fuck exactly was what he meant or what was even said. Because of that he should be the president, like retroactively declared the president.
Yeah, that was a little crazy.
It's like, what the fuck is this? Not only is it crazy, but it just, I don't know, it just comes off so pathetic to me. Constant whining.
Look at you.
It's just so whiny. The wound collecting, it really comes off as woke to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so unfair.
cheated.
So unfair. I was cheated. It's so unfair.
Should have hired those attorneys.
He should have. He should pay his fucking attorneys. Then he could hire them. Maybe this is way. You know, people are wondering like, why did Trump's attorney sign the letter that said that they handed over all documents when they didn't? Why didn't they hand over all documents? Maybe this is a problem. His attorney was pissed at him. He's like, yo, you're not gonna fucking pay me? Well, let me squirrel away some boxes of top secret documents.
I think Trump was obviously fucking with him because he's like, steal the election from me, motherfuckers. I'm not gonna
Do you think it was
play
that
ball.
petty? It's really
Hell yeah. Well, I'm that petty. If I thought someone was fucking with me, I'd fuck with them back. Come on, Sitch.
Even if you get arrested?
You wouldn't do the same thing?
Well, first of all, who's they? You say they stole the election. The DOJ didn't steal the fucking election from Trump. The National Archives didn't steal the election from Trump.
Well, I mean, if someone's fucking with you, you gotta fuck with them back, okay?
But he's not even attacking who?
You're saying he's attacking the wrong person.
He'll just be lashing out at like random people.
Sometimes you gotta lash out, Sitch. Come on, you're human, right?
I don't know, am I? I think it's fucking stupid to me.
Sometimes.
Like, oh, they stole the election from me. Well, I'm gonna just sit on these fucking secret documents.
Steal the election. I could see me be putting them in my briefcase. Yeah, that's right, bitch. Steal the election from me, motherfucker.
Adam, it's like the day that he has to turn office over to Joe Biden. Adam is like, you steal the election, I steal the documents. And then they're like, Mr. Adam, what do we do with all these documents? Just take them all. I don't care what they are, just take them. Take all the computers. Take everything that's not nailed down.
I mean, they do this after every single. I mean, supposedly the Clinton administration took all the computers and shit.
No, they didn't. They did. What they did was they pried all the W's off all the keyboards.
Still, I mean, that's
really fucking stupid.
That's fucking with people.
I know. It's like this lame prank, like a juvenile prank. But
this is the same kind of shit. That's why I'm like, they're gonna indict Trump over some lame fucking prank.
Yeah, but see, that's how pathetic is that? If he's engaged in some, if like, first of all, I don't agree with. I don't think that Trump took those documents out of pettiness. Okay, to me, that's just
what
too
is the purpose of taking them?
I don't know. We don't know what the documents are.
Pettiness is the only interpretation here. It's the only reasonable thing.
Well, wait a minute. There's no. You lack imagination, Grasshopper. Okay.
He's planning on being president in 2024.
The documents could be A, material that makes Trump look bad. Okay.
Well, that's pettiness. That falls under my
that's not
definition.
Pettiness. No, that's protection. That's not pettiness. B, the documents could be materials that make Democrats or Joe Biden look bad.
Blackmail material. I like that.
Blackmail material, right. Or C, Trump could just be a fucking buffoon and they grabbed a bunch of boxes because they're stupid.
Yeah. They're like, oh, don't forget that box of Twinkies there. What, the one that says classified on it?
Right. Or maybe D, the pettiness. He's just like, fuck it. I'm just going to take the documents. I don't care what they are. I just want all the documents. Whatever document was in the room when he left, he just grabbed it.
You know when you're evicted, when you're wrongly evicted and you take out like the sink and the dishwasher and shit?
I've never taken a sink, no.
Yeah, okay. Well, you've never been wrongly evicted then.
That's true. I haven't, no.
That's what's happening here.
Or, well, there's a fifth possibility, which is just that.
Oh my God.
That Trump is just worried about, he's just trying to protect himself. He doesn't even know if the documents make him look bad. But he's like, well, better safe than sorry. So they just take everything they can.
It's so weird. I saw some story where they were saying Trump would take pieces of paper notes and try to flush them down the toilet and stuff. Did you see that? It was on CNN. So
I did see that, yes.
They're just such fucking crazy people.
That was part of the issue, too, with the National Archives, is that they found papers that were ripped up and then taped back together. Because apparently, so it's illegal for a president to destroy any documents that they produce.
Right. So he writes a note on a fucking notepad and it's got to go in the National Archive.
Right. But this is all because of Nixon.
What if he writes down pay off hooker from last night?
You got to put it in the archive.
What? That doesn't seem very fair to me, Sitch. Look,
wait a
he's
minute.
just trying.
First of all,
He's
wait.
just
You're the
trying to
president,
remember.
okay?
Do you
You're
want
the
that
servant of the
hooker to go
people.
unpaid?
Exactly. You can do both. Okay, you can do both. No, but so the National Archives found a bunch of like documents ripped up or something, and that's they're freaking out about that too. So, but what the fuck's wrong with him? His staff was telling him they're like, Mr. President, you can't rip up documents. He's like, oh, I can't, and then he rips up another fucking document, and there's some poor fucking White House intern who's like trying to tape fucking shit together again. Like it's just so lame.
It's Trump.
This shit.
Trump is the ultimate. You can't tell him no. It's like the Liberty Oppression Foundation. He's just like, what? Someone told me I can't do that. Now I want to do it more than ever.
Sitch always has to lie to justify TS. What am I lying about?
Don't. Oh no.
What am I lying about?
Sitch, how'd you get caught up in the chat? What happened?
Because I was curious of what the chat was saying about what they thought the documents were, or why he thought he took the documents. But why does the chat think he took the documents exactly? I'm curious about that. Is it just was that blackmail?
Listen,
delusional about what?
If you write a note,
you have wait. You have near infinite amount of space to type and explain something.
Look, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is in a meeting. Okay.
Right.
People are talking to him. He's
Right.
doodling. He's drawing Bob Barr with titties. What the fuck is he supposed to?
That's gotta go with that. Listen, I want that. I want Bill Barr with titties in the presidential archives. I want that framed. I want to see that.
What is he supposed to do? Look, he has to sneak off to the toilet and flush that shit down.
Listen, Gene. I'm gonna give you a chance here. You're gonna tell me what I'm delusional about, or I'm gonna ban you from this chat forever. Okay?
You want to frame?
I want to know what I'm delusional about. I want to see some validity to this claim here.
Where's Gene? I'm giving him a wrench right now. Where is he? Gene, speak
Dr.
up.
Dr. Diller says, Sitch, you lied about not receiving the invitation to my birthday party. You know full damn well I sent it. I'm not going to send you money as compensation. There you go.
Do we have super chats or something, or do you want to continue?
Of course, we have a bunch of super chats.
Okay.
Enigma 500, thanks so much for becoming discipline equals freedom. Thank you.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's what I've been trying to teach Sitch. Discipline equals freedom. I'm in the process of that right now.
Thank you, Adam Gadbaugh, for becoming a free will seeker. Thank you, Toxic Fandom, for becoming a free will seeker. Fun Monkey 781 for $20 says, longtime fan here. If anyone's looking for a chill anime podcast, and look no further than the Anime Boys. It's a laid-back podcast where me and a friend from college discuss anime. This week we discussed Mob Psycho 100. That's a great anime.
DM me a link and I'll put it in the chat.
The Anime Boys.
Or DM, I guess I might be the only. No. The LJP Mexican can put it in the chat too.
Gene, did you ever respond, Gene? Gene, you didn't respond. You just said ban me. Well, you're just giving up? You're just giving up like a bitch? You're going to throw out some accusations, Gene? You're not going to back them up? Come on, Gene. I'm giving you opportunity here. The eyes are... Listen, Gene... Okay, the class is paying attention to you. I've called you were talking, and now I pointed at you and I said, share what you were talking about with the class, Gene. Here's your chance, Gene. Explain it.
I can't even see Gene. I don't know who you're talking about.
Deku Lord for 20 Aussie says, Sitch, I think your YouTube channel may have been hacked. Yesterday, someone logged in and uploaded a video. I just thought you should know because I know you would never do that. Wow. There you go.
Sitch is turning over a new leaf. We might have another video out pretty soon here. So
that's true. Gene says, I'm writing. Okay, Gene. Okay.
Well, don't write us a dissertation here.
I want the dissertation.
Oh, okay. Well, write us a dissertation here, then.
Dissertation. I want a full, 10-paragraph dissertation.
Gene, you're a bad boy.
Dennis, thanks so much for the $20. Says, he can declassify anything anytime. We have precedent with Hillary, who didn't have the power, and also her emails got stolen, but there was no intention. That's why she didn't get raided and arrested. So, well, wait, Hillary doesn't have the power to declassify anything. What are you talking about?
He does. Trump does.
Sitch, explain how the archive has more authority than the president. What are you talking about? The archive doesn't. Okay, let's back up here for a second. Some people are confused. The president, you're confusing. There's two issues at play here. There's the declassification and there's the fact that the president doesn't own any document they produce. Those are two completely different laws. Okay. So the National Archive has nothing to do with the declassification or top secret documents whatsoever. The National Archive just wants every document produced by the Trump administration because by law, Donald Trump has to turn over every document produced by his administration. Period. It has nothing to do with it being top secret or not. That's just the law. So that's a separate issue. National Archives has nothing to do with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what happened was when Donald Trump's people started turning over documents to the National Archives realized or saw the little things that said, oh shit, some of these documents are labeled classified, which they're not supposed to have that. So then they say, oh shit, they turn it over to the DOJ and the FBI, and they say, look, there's these classified documents in here. Okay, so that's a separate issue. They handed it off to them at that point. Now, the question of whether Donald Trump has the ability, as Joe says, the ability to just declare anything sort of retroactively declassified. There's a problem with that idea. First of all, even if that's true, even if it's true that Donald Trump can just say, I declassified everything in my mind. I didn't tell anyone, but I just decided it was declassified. The problem with that is that Donald Trump has already fucked that argument over. Because when the DOJ contacted Trump's people in June or in May, they said, hey, you have a bunch of classified documents. You need to give them to us. And you know what Donald Trump's team said? Did they say those aren't classified documents? The former president declassified them. No, they didn't say that. They said, okay, give us 2 months and we'll give you all the documents. So they get the 2 months and they give them all these classified documents. The Trump team never claimed that these documents were declassified until after the raid. So if Trump really declassified them, why didn't he say that from the beginning? Why didn't he say that in February? Why didn't he say that in June when they started asking him about all this stuff? That's the problem with that argument. So that's why it comes across like it's like, oh, now that he's in trouble, he's like, oh, well, wait a minute. No, I totally declassified them. No. So that seems silly. And then there's another problem with that, which is that if he does claim he declassified the documents and a court rules that he declassified the documents, that means all those documents are available for FOIA requests. So that means anyone could request what those documents are. So depending on what they are, could be a big problem if there's something actually really bad in there. That anyone could go and see it. So. Adam is silent.
What? No, I'm working here.
Did Gene ever answer the question? I'm looking for
He did,
Gene.
yeah.
Gene,
You missed it.
I'm here. Where's Gene at?
You missed it.
What did he say?
He was saying I thought you were answering it because he said you have to
Oh, I was talking to just random other people in chat, but
yeah, Gene said,
I don't see the answer. Where did you see
Gene
the
said
answer?
he could declassify anything he wanted to, so. But even Barr said he can't just like wave his hands over a bunch of documents and say, I declassify all of you. I mean, there's a process that goes.
That's what's funny too, is that even Bill Barr was
It's not like a fucking magic spell, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Bill Barr was like, this idea he can just wave his magic wand and declassify stuff is preposterous. But
He has to declassify them,
Right.
and then it has to be recorded as
Right.
declassified and all this shit.
Stop it. There's no documents. This was a fishing expedition. Wait a minute. You understand that even Donald Trump is not claiming that the FBI planted those documents, right? You understand that. That's just like, you just literally made that up. Even Donald Trump is not claiming the FBI planted the documents. Sketch, thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says the MAGA train stops for no one. There you go. Sketch for $20 says, I've had my beliefs called monstrous because I didn't oppose the Don't Say Gay bill. I've been routinely told I deserve misfortune from my affiliation. Calling Biden's speech insulting is me pulling my punches. There you go. I understand that completely. Stop talking about there's no documents. What do you mean there's no documents? What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
You can't just. It's not a good show if you're just arguing with the chat.
Listen.
Listen.
We can play the. I'm banning this guy. But we can go back to the video.
Don't. Why are you banning him? Don't ban him.
This is crazy.
But
Everyone
everyone likes arguing with him.
I didn't ban Gene because I never saw Gene's response. I don't even know if Gene ever answered. But I'm still waiting, Gene. I'm still waiting.
Would you?
They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. It's fundamental. American democracy only works only if we choose to respect the rule of law and the institutions that were set up in this chamber behind me. Only if we respect our legitimate political differences. I will not stand by and watch. I will not, the will of the American people, be overturned by wild conspiracy theories and baseless evidence-free claims of fraud. I will not stand by and watch elections in this country stolen by people who simply refuse to accept that they lost. I will not stand by and watch the most fundamental freedom in this country, the freedom to vote, and have your vote counted and be taken from you and the American people. Look, as your president, I will defend our democracy with every fiber of my being, and I'm asking every American to join me.
That's a pretty. Someone said something very funny in chat. They said you can't love chat only when you're winning. Joe Biden. That's pretty good. Are you even listening to the speech? I feel like you're not listening, Adam. I feel like
I am listening.
You're just zoning. What are you giggling about?
I'm listening very carefully.
What are you giggling about?
I just made the show 20% better.
You gave me a MAGA hat. I see. That's fine. I like the MAGA hat. It gives me more validity.
All right.
Throughout our
Let's
history,
go, Brandon.
America's often made the greatest progress coming out of some of our darkest moments, like you're hearing that bullhorn. I believe we can and must do that again, and we are. MAGA Republicans look at America and see carnage and darkness and despair. They spread fear and lies. Lies told for profit and power. But I see a different America. An America with an unlimited future. An America that's about to take off. I hope you see it as well. Just look around. I believe we could lift America from the depths of COVID. So we passed the largest economic recovery package since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And today, America's economy is faster, stronger than any other advanced nation in the world. We have more to go. I believe we could build a better America. So we passed the biggest infrastructure investment since President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And we've now embarked on a decade of...
For a second, I thought he forgot what he said and was just repeating his line again.
No, infrastructure. Come on, they passed their infrastructure.
Okay, here's a tip for Joe Biden speechwriters. Okay, when you have a president who people think is like a doddering old man, don't ever repeat a line and then change it slightly for poetic purposes, because it sounds like he's just forgot what he said and is just looping the line again.
It's a good point.
Okay, there's your free advice.
Rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, highways, ports, water systems, high-speed internet, railroads. I believe we can make America safer. So we...
Wait a minute.
He said high-speed internet.
Ports, water system, biggest infrastructure investment since President Dwight D. Eisenhower. And we've now embarked on a decade of rebuilding the nation's roads, bridges, highways, ports, water systems, high-speed internet, railroads.
Okay. No, he said roads and railroads. Okay.
I believe we could make America safer. So we passed the most significant gun safety law since President Clinton. I believe we could go from being the highest cost of prescriptions in the world to making prescription drugs and healthcare more affordable. So we passed the most significant healthcare reform since President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act. And I believe we could create a clean energy future and save the planet. So we passed the most important climate initiative ever.
Ever. Oh, nice.
The cynics and the critics tell us nothing can get done.
Well, okay, like first of all, so basically Joe Biden is saying that everything he's passed is the most important thing that has ever happened in like US history. Mm-hmm. Like wasn't the gun law they passed like rather toothless? I thought, wasn't it rather like bullshitty?
I don't know. What do you mean? His
like
the bills he passed?
Well, the gun one. I thought the gun one was kind of like didn't do like barely anything.
Well, good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I'm just saying, but he's saying it's like the biggest thing that they passed since Clinton. I'm like, was it really?
Well, because Clinton didn't pass anything.
No, they passed the
Brady
they
bill?
passed the assault weapons ban.
Assault weapons ban, yeah.
Or something, yeah. You know, and here's the big problem I think with all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Biden ran on a public option.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even being discussed, like at all. Like everyone just forgot about that. That's one of the biggest campaign issues was the public option versus Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All plan. And like as soon as he became president, everyone's like, oh, we're never gonna talk about this ever again. We're just gonna pretend like we never said anything about public option.
Yeah.
But they're wrong.
He can't do anything.
There is not a...
He's run out of political capital. His approval rating is 38%. Nobody wants to work with him.
Mm.
Single thing America cannot do. Not a single thing beyond our capacity if we do it together.
Mm-hmm.
It's never easy. But we're proving that America, no matter how long the road, progress does come.
What a liberal.
Look, I know the last few years have been tough, but today, COVID no longer controls our lives. More Americans are working than ever. Businesses are growing. Our schools are open. Millions of Americans have been lifted out of poverty. Millions of veterans once exposed to toxic burn pits will now get what they deserve for their families and their compensation. American manufacturers come alive across the heartland, and the future will be made in America. No matter what the white supremacists and the extremists say, I made a bet.
Woo, woo, woo. Okay, so he just compared MAGA Americans to white supremacists.
Yes.
That's
well, not directly, but implicitly, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Not a good look.
Not a good look.
Well, a good look for the Democrats. Not a good look for unity, question mark?
Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that one. God, they can't help themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're all racist too.
You, the American people, and that bet is paying off, proving that from darkness, the darkness of Charlottesville, of COVID, of gun violence, of insurrection, we can see the light. Light is now visible. Light that will guide us forward.
See, that's why Tim Scott is the perfect vice president for Donald Trump, is because Tim Scott called Donald Trump out after Charlottesville.
Right.
And then, Trump invited him into the Oval Office to get things straight. So definitely Tim Scott is the perfect one to deal with the fine people hoax, as Scott Adams calls it, because he was there and said,
right.
I like, he can basically walk people, handholds people's way through it. Say, I know what he said specifically, and I still think it's a problem, but he wasn't supporting white supremacy by any means.
First of all,
yeah.
fantastic pause game.
Mm-hmm.
You have Joe Biden about to fall asleep.
He is.
Great. Fantastic pause. Secondly, this is what they should have done. Okay. They should have this red in the beginning of the speech when he's talking about how evil MAGA Republicans are. You have this red light.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They should actually superimpose like flames. That like fake flame shadow that people put in like the fake fireplaces. They should have that going on. Maybe there should be like a slide projector back there so they could have like a angry screeching Pepe like floating behind Joe Biden's head as he's talking about like the evil MAGA Republicans. Could you imagine like just a screaming Pepe just kind of like going in and out behind his head, like on the brick walls behind him, like a
That'd be amazing.
And then when he starts talking about all the things he did, suddenly like the lights turn to gold and the music swells and it's like da-na, and it's like a rainbow that appears behind Joe Biden, and like they start portraying like waves of amber grain, like seas of amber grain waving in the breeze behind Joe Biden with like a blue sky. Like, see, you got to really like play it up. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Then you could have the bikini models in the background too.
That would be awesome. That would be epic.
Hire us, Joe Biden.
Here, look.
We can fix your speeches. Okay.
I got your Trump Pepe right here. Oh, yeah.
It's going to take me like 15 seconds to see whatever monstrosity you've put on screen. Whatever terrible thing you've done.
We'll fix it up for him.
That's the Trump Pepe. That's not the screaming Pepe.
I know. I just went with the Trump Pepe.
Okay.
Yeah, it should go to like a bright white heavenly light, and heavenly angels should sing.
Right.
Right when it gets to the part about white supremacy.
Well, then it goes dun and it turns like red again.
Oh, when he says white supremacy.
Yes. And then when he starts talking about like a good thing again, like it changes back.
Right.
These are like it's like a whole it's like a Disney experience. When they go, the shows at Disney, they have all the lights that change.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. It's amazing, you mean?
Not only in words, but in actions. Actions for you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for America.
Okay.
Even in this moment, with all the challenges we face, I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Not because of me, but because...
It's so weird. That's a weird statement. That's such a weird statement.
I give you my word as a Hunter Biden.
I give you my word as a Biden.
Yeah.
What? Is this like the 1910s? Does the Biden name have a lot of validity to it? Like, I don't know. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Give you my word as a Biden. That's such a weird thing. Who wrote that into that speech?
Someone who obviously doesn't know about Hunter Biden.
I guess.
Because they must watch, MSNBC 24/7. They never. Well, Hunter Biden, what? He's such a lovely young man.
He always comes in and he has like a bag of, powdered sugar that he gives to the children. I think they're making cookies in the next room.
Oh, shit.
Because of who you are. We're going to end cancer as we know it. Mark my words. We're going to create millions of new jobs in a clean energy economy. We're going to think big. We're going to make the 21st century another American century. Because the world needs us to. That's where we need to focus our energy. Not in the past, not on divisive culture wars, not on the politics of grievance, but on a future we can build together. The MAGA Republicans believe that for them to succeed, everyone else has to fail. They believe America, not like I believe about America. I believe America is big enough for all of us to succeed. And that is the nation we're building, a nation where no one is left behind. I ran for...
Except for the MAGA Republic.
Yeah, I know. This is a very everyone can be president speech.
This is so weird.
No, kind of not really. I mean, only one person wins the election.
Right.
You dipshit.
It's so weird. I wonder if this speech was originally written to say Trump, and at the last minute they just crossed out all the Trumps and wrote MAGA Republicans.
They're like, we're giving Trump too much airtime here. We need to change this. I have an idea. Let's just call out 75 million Americans. That'll help us in the next election.
You say this as a joke. I literally think that's a high possibility.
I'm
exactly
not
what
joking.
happened.
I'm
that's
not
probably
joking.
exactly what happened.
Yeah. No, I think there's a high probability it was.
It's like 30 minutes before the speech. And then someone's like, "You can't. The speech is terrible. You're giving Trump too much energy." And like, "Well, we can't change the speech. What are you talking? Like, it's 30 minutes to go."
Quick,
and they're like,
pull up that find replace I've heard about.
Yeah, just like take out the Trump. Well, what am I going to put in there? MAGA Republicans. Well, I mean, shouldn't we say that we're talking about the politicians, not the voters? There's no time. You have to get the speech out there. There's no time.
Get it on the teleprompter. God damn it.
Yes. If he had put in some of them, I imagine are fine people, the speech would be interpreted so differently. Just that one line, because that's all anyone would talk about.
And I'm sure many of them were fine people. He's not funny enough to pull that off. He'd stumble.
They're sending the MAGA people. They're sending their rioters, their insurrectionists.
And I'm sure many of them are fine grandmas.
For president, because I believe we're in a battle for the soul of this nation. I still believe that to be true. I believe the soul is the breath, the life, and the essence of who we are. The soul is what makes us us. The soul of America is defined by the sacred proposition that all are created equal in the image of God, that all are entitled to be treated with decency, dignity, and respect, that all deserve justice and a shot at lives of prosperity and consequence.
Except
for the MAGA
Republicans.
Exactly. You can't say this after this speech.
I know. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And that democracy must be defended, for democracy makes all these things possible. Folks, and it's up to us. Democracy begins and will be preserved in we, the people's habits of the heart, in our character, optimism that is tested yet endures, courage that digs deep when we need it, empathy that fuels democracy.
Is there like someone shouting in the background?
Yeah, he's got a bunch
faintly?
of hecklers there.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can hear very faintly someone like, "Hey, fuck you, Brandon."
Let's go, Brandon.
The willingness to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Look, our democracy isn't perfect. It always has been. Notwithstanding those folks you hear on the other side there, they're entitled to be outrageous. This is a democracy. But history and common sense good manners is nothing they've ever suffered from.
Dude.
That's pretty lame.
Good manners are
Yes.
something they've never suffered from.
Yeah.
He just said they're rude.
Yeah. Stop being rude.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I mean, when you're calling them white supremacists, I feel like a big fuck you is in order. So
Yeah, sure.
I think Biden is being just as rude. He's the one with the bully pulpit.
But history and common sense tell us that opportunity, liberty, and justice for all are most likely to come to pass in a democracy. We have never fully realized the aspirations of our founding, but every generation has opened those doors a little bit wider to include more people who have been excluded before. My fellow Americans, America is an idea, the most powerful idea in the history of the world.
True. God bless me. Okay, listen.
I can't agree with Biden.
You can't agree with that because it came out of Joe Biden's lips, you fucking tribalist
I
shill.
can't. Yeah.
You gotta agree when he's true. And let me tell you something.
I just
it's
think
time.
he's lying.
Adam, it's time.
He looks shifty.
Adam, it's time. Okay. Canada has just been over there on the northern border, just
know.
baiting us, saying, woohoo, look at us. We're Canada. We're prancing around being all Canadian. We're not American. No, the time has come for America to finally reclaim the rest of North America.
The 51st state.
The 51st state, Canada.
I agree.
Well, wait a minute. Do they deserve to be a state, or should they be like, Puerto
A
Rico
province.
or this be like a province?
I mean, we don't want to give them voting rights or anything, but
Yeah, do we really want to give the Canadians voting rights? I'm not sure.
right. We'll call them MAGA Americans. Our MAGA Americans to the north.
Make North America great again. I mean, think about it. Why does it make sense? Like, don't we want? I think we want America to be all continuous. I don't like that there's this space of land that separates America from the continental U.S. from Alaska. That doesn't make any sense to me. It should be one straight shot. Everything's touching.
It beats in the hearts of the people of this country. It beats in all our hearts. It unites America. It is the American creed. The idea that America guarantees that everyone be treated with dignity. It gives hate no...
Except the MAGA Americans. They don't get dignity.
No safe harbor. It installs in everyone the belief that no matter where you start in life, there's nothing you can't achieve. That's who we are. That's what we stand for. That's what we believe. And that's precisely what we're doing. Opening doors, creating possibilities, focusing on the future. And we're only just beginning. Our task is to make our nation free and fair, just and strong, noble and whole. And this work is the work of democracy, the work of this generation. It is the work of our time, for all time. We can't afford to leave anyone on the sidelines.
Wait. What? This is the work of our generation, of our time, for all time. What does that even mean?
It's just platitudes, empty platitudes. We're in that portion of the speech.
Yeah, this is a lot of empty platitudes. That's exactly.
We want to do their part. So speak up, speak out, get engaged, vote, vote, vote.
Get it.
And if we do our duty in 2022 and beyond, then ages still to come will say, we, all of us here, we kept the faith. We preserved democracy. We heeded our words. We heeded not our worst instincts, but our better angels. We proved that for all its imperfections.
Did you see that? He like fucked up.
Yeah, he totally fucked up, obviously.
Then ages still to come will say, we, all of us here, we kept the faith. We preserved democracy. We heeded our words.
What's it say there? What's it say?
Oops. Squinting to read the telephone.
We heeded our...
Wait, no, we didn't heed. There we go.
We heeded not our worst instincts, but our better angels.
There you go.
We proved that for all its imperfections, America is still the beacon to the world, an ideal to be realized, a promise to be kept.
True.
There's nothing more important.
Yes.
Nothing more sacred.
Yes.
Nothing more American.
Yeah.
That's our soul.
Then making America great
That's who we truly are.
See, but this is the tone of voice he needed for like the rest of the speech when he was doing his like trying to be optimistic. So much of the speech was him trying to be optimistic with his MAGA bad yelling voice.
Right.
Didn't make any sense.
Now he's totally hitting that optimism.
Yeah.
He's really knocking it out of the park here.
Hopeful Disney optimism voice.
I got to admit, he's like winning me over.
You don't have to lie, Adam.
I think...
You don't have to lie.
I think I might vote for the corpse next time.
Really? Oh, that's
no,
impressive.
Of course. I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
Mm.
Joe Biden is a liar, and I don't vote for liars. That's why I voted for Kanye. Kanye is a truth teller.
Cyborg says you missed my $20 super chat. I don't think I got to your $20 super chat, Cyborg.
There's one that's is it the one that you screen capped? Cyborg?
Oh, did you send it before we started?
Cyborg for $20.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. President Brandon took a page out of Chancellor Sutler's book. You know, I thought about that too. The that's the guy from V for Vendetta.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. No, doesn't like some of the speech comes off as that guy, you know, when he's giving his angry speeches, you know, banging his fist on the desk. Strength through unity, unity through faith. No, we just need a 3 water scenario. Oh wait, COVID, then I guess we just need a St. Mary's incident. That's true. Strength through unity, unity through faith. Yeah, no, it does sound reminiscent of that V for Vendetta character. Gotta watch out for that, guys.
And that's who we must always be. I have no doubt, none, that this is who we will be, and that we'll come together as a nation that will secure our democracy, that for the next 200 years, we'll have what we had the past 200 years, the greatest nation on the face of the earth. We just need to remember who we are. We are the United States of America, the United States of America. And may God protect our nation, and may God protect all those who stand watch over our democracy. God bless you all. Democracy. Thank you.
So there's another part of the optics here we haven't really talked about yet. The military, the soldier people, military people, the officers.
Both of you mean the Republicans standing in the back, the MAGA Republicans back there, the guys who voted for Trump?
So what is the point of that? What's the message there? Because
to rub it in their faces. Look, you guys voted for Trump, and now you have to sit back here.
Seriously. Because like people were saying, part of you have the red light of Satan in the background. You know, you have him talking about the evils of the MAGA Republicans, and you got 2 military people on either side of him. It does come across like we have the might of the military.
I know it does.
We have the might of the military. Don't fuck with us. I mean, was that the intention? Like, it's hard for me to imagine that was the intention of it. Do you think that was the intention?
Somebody asked him to stand there.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why? What the fuck was the purpose of it? What did they think that was doing? Did they think that they're trying to say, like, rah, we're patriotic. We have the American flag. We have soldiers. I mean, are they just that incompetent?
I think they're incompetent. I think it's just nobody thought about it. They're just morons.
How did they not think about this? This is literally their job is to think about this stuff.
Who knows? We would have to find out why they were there. I mean, for all we know, they're part of the detail protecting Biden. I don't know.
They're not Secret Service guys.
Yeah, I don't know why they're there. I don't know where they're at.
No, they're in Pennsylvania. So they're in front of Independence Hall. But someone made a decision. They said, let's stick 2 people as props to just stand here motionless.
Well, I mean, are they even military soldiers, or are those just Halloween costumes?
Of course, those are actual soldiers.
Well, you don't know that.
There's no fucking way in hell. They just got 2 random people and they fucking what's it called? When you like dress up like a soldier and you're faking it.
Who were the soldiers standing behind?
Of course those are real soldiers.
I'm sure they've been on Fox News by now.
Right. Soldiers behind Biden. They're not gonna
I'm looking it up. You read a super chat. I can Google. I know how to Google.
I have faith.
No, it's not going to be. I don't even know how to spell behind. Behind Biden. Look, I can read. Don't fuck with me. CNN anchor hits Biden for having Marines.
Marines, okay.
Right.
So they're actually Marines.
Why Biden had Marines standing behind him during the speech.
Okay.
This is MSNBC, so it's got to be accurate.
Of course. They're going to, what is MSNBC?
Biden aimed to showcase his faith in the military apparatus and its ability to back the democratic order.
That sounds bad. That doesn't sound like a good thing.
President Joe Biden delivered a striking primetime speech in Philadelphia on Thursday night about the existential threat posed by MAGA Republicans.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But some political observers noticed something unusual. Two Marines flanking him in the background as he spoke. That's right. It triggered the libs to see actually men in uniform. CNN's Jeff Zeleny, for example, claimed that the Marines, combined with a nearby Marine band that played as Biden took the stage, marked a break with the White House tradition that claim was rebutted by many critics who pointed out that several previous presidents have used the presence of troops as part of their background during notable speeches. And of course, Donald Trump used the military symbolism of General Mark A. Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in now infamous photo op during which the then president floated the idea of flooding the streets with troops to put down anti-racist protests. You got to be fucking kidding me.
What were they even protesting? I was at that church. I don't even remember what that protest was.
This is MSNBC for you. Yeah, remember that time that Trump wanted to put down the anti-racist protesters? I seem to remember that very differently.
What were they protesting? I don't even remember what that was even about.
It was the George Floyd protest. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Not only that, Bob Barr, or is it? Fuck up, man. Robert Barr? Bill Barr? It's Bill Barr.
Bill Barr, yes.
Bill Barr, in his book, goes through that day because Bill Barr was there. And Trump didn't order them to clear the park. They had planned to clear the park anyway, and they did it without Trump's orders or any of that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That photo op was a really poor decision.
Well, no, it was like a last-minute thing that his daughter said, hey, you should take a picture when they clean the park, when they clear the park. He's like,
that was a very bad decision, Ivanka.
Of course, yeah.
They're like, here, hold the Bible like you've never held a book in your life and take a picture in front of this boarded up church.
But while it's true that the presence of military members was not unprecedented, it's also not the norm. And it was intentional. Stagecraft is a major part of political oratory.
Of course.
So it's worth contending with why the administration chose to have Marines so prominently displayed. Well, tell us, you fucking, what the fuck?
Well, no one knows. I mean, no one knows. They're just guessing.
The White House said in a statement on Friday that it was a gesture of respect for these service members.
Okay, I take it back. I was right. No, that doesn't mean anything.
But that doesn't really explain why they were at that specific event.
No.
The speech itself provides clues. Biden focused in his remarks on identifying Trump and his most hardcore supporters as a danger to the republic with their disregard for democratic rule. I hate that. That's so ridiculous. Their disregard for democratic rule and their propensity for political violence. Sitch.
It definitely 100% comes across as...
Sitch. What? Copium? What does it come across
as? No. 100% comes across as we have the military on our side, which... That's not a good look.
I know. They're escalating the violence.
Yeah. That's not... Well, not the violence, but they're escalating the rhetoric. Or, it's a threat. Right, it's like
the threat. You
get out of line, the military is gonna like stomp your neck in or something. Like it's not good. Nothing about the optics. I'm just shocked. I'm just shocked at how poor the optics of this whole speech was.
By placing Marines in the periphery, Biden aimed to showcase his faith in the military apparatus and its ability to back the democratic order to defend against future attacks on the electoral system. It was an answer to Trump's attempt to thwart a peaceful transfer of power and mobilize the military against democracy during his tenure.
When did he try to mobilize the military against
what happened there?
I don't know what the fuck that's. They're probably talking about the protest.
For a long time, we've told ourselves that American democracy is guaranteed, but it's not, Biden said. We have to defend it, protect it, stand up for it. He implied those Marines who stood with him in front of Independence Hall were the Declaration of Independence, where the Declaration of Independence was approved and where the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution are a key part of protecting democracy. Look at that. Biden's basically taking his iron fist, slapping it on the table, saying, listen, my Marines are going to protect me. I don't know. I think it's bad, but what do I know?
What do you know?
I know I'm going to win $500 in 2 years.
CT made an emote of you with a gun.
Me with a gun?
Yes.
MSNBC is a threat to democracy, I feel.
Let's see.
What the fuck, CT? Why would you do that?
You don't want an atom with a gun pointing at like the viewer?
I look like someone. Come on. No, not really.
No. I think people will like this.
People are going to show up in the chat and think we're all fucking insane. Look.
Well, I mean, are we not?
I mean, they're going to construe it as violence and all that stuff.
Where the fuck is my stream emote folder?
I have some. Look, I have laser vision already. It's way better than a gun.
I like the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see. I don't know if we have space for another emote, but we'll let the chat decide. How about that?
there's like 25 Sitch emojis.
I know, and there's like one ad.
No, there's plenty of Adams. Come on.
I'm just more memeable. What can I say?
Oh yeah, and I'm more humble. I think I'll stay with the humility. I think humility has served me well, Sitch.
Yeah. Has it though?
Yeah, it kind of has, to be honest
Has
with you.
it though?
What does that mean?
I don't know. You could interpret it however you want it to mean.
Look at this. Look at the egomaniac here.
What? What? What are you talking about?
Are we gonna watch another video or what? What's
we
going
might.
on?
Hold on. Let me just.
Oh, really? Oh, nice. We're off early today. Cool.
I wanted to see if I can get this emote up and running, but YouTube dashboard is running like so slow. I don't know why.
CT, why do you want that emote in there?
Why do you not want that emote? Chat. How do you feel about this, chat? Do you want Adam with a gun emote or not?
That's just crazy.
Let's see. Do we have a slot? We don't have a slot. Well, you got like there's no space for it.
I don't need that.
There's no space for it.
I don't need that kind of abuse in my life.
Okay.
Next thing you know, Keffels is going to show up in the chat and someone's going to like emote that at her. And the next thing you know.
Did you see, so Cloudflare?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Decided to drop protecting Kiwi Farms.
Yeah. And Kava she had the down low. I don't know how she knows everything that's going on. But
I mean, I guess she said she was following on Kiwi Farms, like the thread and everything.
Did you see what she had said for what happened?
No, what did she say? Well, she said that there were people who had new accounts that were making threats or something. Was that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and the mods took it down in like 30 minutes.
Right.
It wasn't even up very long, and they banned the person who did it.
Well, and I tweeted this out. I said, if Cloudflare or anything's going to drop Kiwi Farms, they're going to make these big decisions. I don't think they should. To me, it's totally bullshit. They're going to just say, oh, we dropped them because of threats. It's like, no. You have to show exactly what the behavior is, okay? So that A, that we can make a decision about whether we thought it was reasonable, and B, so you can tell other people what is not acceptable behavior to do.
That would be way too reasonable, Sitch. My God.
But they never do that. They just say, well, they did a bad thing. It's like, well, what did they do?
It's manifest observable behavior, okay? Remember when Patreon did that?
Went on a boat and she shot a flare. And,
look, we have very specific policies. It's manifest observable behavior, okay?
Oh wait, no, she didn't even shoot a flare, right? Then she had like a flare you just hold in your hand. That's what she was arguing.
It's basically behavior that you can see, okay?
Right.
That's the observable part, okay? And once it
Isn't that all behavior?
manifests,
Wait, isn't that literally the definition of behavior?
and
Something
what?
you can see.
Shut up! Shut up! Okay. And once it manifests itself,
Yes.
that's when you observe it.
Oh, okay. So behavior is something that by definition has to manifest and be observable to be considered a behavior.
I know it's so weird. You might as well just call it behavior, right?
Okay.
You might as well just skip the whole manifest observable part.
No, I thought she said it wasn't a flare gun. She said it was just a handheld flare. That's her whole argument with Destiny, right? Isn't it? She had like a fucking 2-hour-long argument with Destiny about it.
Yeah, I hear the rumor is that she shot somebody in the face with a flare gun and the boat got off.
I heard a rumor that Lauren Southern, she took out a heat-seeking flare gun and she shot the boat right in like the gas tank, like in the movie, and it went.
Can you imagine?
Like the whole boat exploded and like thousands and hundreds of thousands of poor brown immigrants caught on fire in the ocean and died.
Oh my God.
Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
They were filling up the boat. They're at the pier. They're taking the gas cap off.
Right.
And all of a sudden the flare comes. Shoop! Right into the gas tank.
I've played I've played video games. Okay, I know you can kill people. I've played lots of Team Fortress 2. I was pretty good nailing people with the Pyro's flare gun. That was that's the most. There's nothing more annoying in TF2 than getting hit across the map by the flare gun. Okay, so you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe we should ban all Pyros.
I don't know. I just think I feel like I saw that video and wasn't that big a deal.
No.
It seems like she just shot a flare gun in the air.
No, I thought she didn't shoot anything. I thought she just held it.
She didn't shoot it? I thought she shot it to alert the Coast Guard that there were people.
No, it was a handheld flare.
Oh, it was? So she just held a flare in her hand? Jesus.
I believe. Am I wrong, chat? I could have sworn that's what she
weak.
said happened. She said she just held the flare.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Lauren Southern was wrongly accused, I think. Lauren Southern with flare. Let's see what we find.
Guy for 3 months, thanks so much for being free will seeker, says Hillary as Secretary of State didn't have plenary power to declassify any document. Trump as the president did. How's the comparison hypocritical? No. I'm saying why he shouldn't have brought it up in the speech is that they were saying that because Hillary, didn't turn over the documents to the FBI, that she should be arrested. That's literally the exact same situation that happened with Donald Trump. So that's the hypocrisy. Regardless of whether he even had whether he declassified them or not, would be irrelevant. Ostracy, thanks so much for being discipline equals freedom for 6 months. Says, when I first saw this image, the first thought I had was of Sutler from V for Vendetta. Yes, a lot of people triggering that intuition. Texas SP12 for $20 says, what I hate about democracy is that we have states. We're not a democracy, we're a republic. Why have states if we're a democracy? I saw people on Twitter, I don't know who it was. I don't think it was Texas, it was someone else. I saw somehow we got tagged in this. I don't know why. People were arguing on Twitter about, like, is America a democracy? Is it a constitutional republic? I'm going to be 100% real with you guys. I have no fucking clue why anyone cares about this point. It doesn't matter.
You do know why.
I don't know why. I have no fucking clue why.
I know exactly why. They're like, Republicans are better because America's a republic. No, Democrats are better because this is a democracy.
Really? No,
that is exactly what it is.
That cannot be the fucking reason.
Why is it always aligned with whoever's arguing for what it is, with whether or not they're a Democrat or Republican?
Maybe.
You don't see any centrists.
That didn't even enter my mind.
You don't see any centrists giving a fuck about that shit, do you?
I guess. It's just, to me, it's like people have been calling America democracy forever.
It's a democratic republic, okay?
Right. For like a million years.
Technically what it is.
It's, even if the term is colloquial, even if the term technically doesn't make sense, that's the way it's colloquially what we've been calling it for like a fucking 100 years. So it doesn't matter. I don't know why anyone cares about it.
The election is a democratic process, though. So even if America is technically not a democracy, it's a democratic republic. Still, in the context of talking about the election, you're talking about democracy. Because, I mean, we don't elect our leaders by rolling dice. It's like...
Maybe we should.
I'm in favor of democracy. I want to have a say. No dice.
Yeah, some people were saying it has something to do with people like getting rid of the electoral college. I don't understand why the word would have anything to do with that argument one way or the other, but it's just whatever. I'm just gonna say this
is still a democracy.
If you're one of the people that's like arguing with people on Twitter about it, just stop. Don't waste your time. No one cares. It's a waste of energy. If people are getting heightened over whether it's a democracy, republic, or whatever, it's not worth the argument. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. You never want to get stuck in an arguing over useless words. Firmo, thanks so much for the $20. Says, Adam, you are my age, and you have never played Age of Empires? You have had less of a stoner life than me.
And I did play Ages and Empires. That's what I said. I literally said that.
You played Age of... No, you've never played Age of Empires.
Oh, wait. No, Axis and Allies.
Age of Empires is a computer game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not really into those games.
No.
God, DuckDuckGo is so fucking amazing for the... DuckDuckGo takes any like image and turns it into a PNG. Any image with a white background and turns it into a PNG.
Like a transparent one?
Yeah.
So really?
Fucking badass. Yeah.
Oh my god! Why is DuckDuck? That's the most base thing I've ever heard in my life. Holy shit!
Yeah. Why do you think
That's
I keep
amazing.
pulling up? How do you think I'm doing the cigar and all that shit?
I just thought you were doing the... Okay, so you guys probably don't know this. Unless you make YouTube videos or do a lot of image processing. Finding transparent PNGs. So like, just the MAGA hat, just the cigar, just the Pepe without the background is a fucking hassle. Because there's a million of these stupid, horrible, should be made illegal people that make these websites should be burned to death in a fire websites. Where when you Google search for the image, in the little Google image search, it looks like it's a transparent background. When you click it, it actually is a white background, or there's a bunch of like shit and like annoying like
it's fake.
underlay shit. Yeah, it's like a fake transparent PNG. They literally put like, you guys, when you see when you see the transparent stuff, there's like the like checkered box background that you see from like Photoshop. They literally make a fake checkered shop photo background behind the fucking picture, okay, to trick you. And what they want you to do is they want you to click on their stupid website, click through like a million ads, and then you have to click download image from their fucking website. It's the biggest hassle in the world. These people are evil and need to be purged from our society. And if you're telling me that DuckDuckGo has the technology to say fuck all that shit and they just make everything transparent, then oh my god, that is the best service that's ever existed in all of human history. Better than the polio vaccine, better than sending cars on electric microwaves to Mars, better than
I'm telling you, yeah, it's going to change your life.
Better than airplanes, better than farming is this one invention by DuckDuckJoe.
How do you think I am able to do such good producing on the show now?
Yeah, so good.
I just go over to DuckDuckGo and I select transparent, and the world is my oyster.
Right.
Look, I got your Screaming Peppy up.
I saw, thank you. Mike Hiller, thanks so much for being Freewheel Seeker for 2 months, says the strategy is Democrats pump lots of dollars into MAGA primary people. The next step is to say they're a great danger, letting Dem candidates get a win. Like, yeah, so there was some Democrat groups. I don't know if they're like, I don't think they were official DNC groups, but there are some groups affiliated with Democratic candidates that were actually giving money to MAGA candidates in order to think that they would have a better chance of defeating them in the election. They're giving MAGA candidates money in the primary because they thought it'd be easier to defeat them in the general election over like a more mainstream Republican. And those people are literally the dumbest fucking people on the face of this earth. Like that's I want to punch those people in the face. Not because I like disagree with the politics, just because the sheer stupidity offends me as a human being. Like, how could you be that fucking stupid? How could you, Adam? How could you be that fucking stupid?
Well, a lot of people have reverse Dunning-Kruger, so
Okay.
sometimes.
Okay.
Oh, I guess
It's
this is actual Dunning-Kruger. Never mind.
It's like this is literally what they thought with Trump. They're like, oh well, we're gonna hype Trump up, and then he's gonna be a clown. He's gonna lose the election, and then whoopsie.
I know they're falling into the same
It's
exact
like,
trap
why would you
again.
do it? Oh, you
It's like
fucking! How
2.0.
stupid can you be?
It's
Yes.
stupidity 2.0.
How could you be this stupid? It's shocking.
Don't be shocked. People are dumb. I'm telling you. They have no idea what's going on.
It's crazy to me. And it's also crazy to me that they would think that a MAGA Republican would have less of a chance of winning. I don't know why you think that. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of these ancillary elections going on that Trump is endorsing people, and when he endorses people or the people who are against him lose, every time that happens, he gets more power.
Yeah, but it's so stupid because like every time a candidate wins, they support. They're like Trump has all his power, and every time a candidate he endorses loses, they're like Trump's losing all his power. It's like I don't fucking.
Yeah.
What's the over under on Trump endorsed candidates? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Endorsements don't always mean everything. If Trump endorses a shitty candidate, nobody's going to.
I mean, didn't Dr. Oz lose? He was one of the big Trump endorsed candidates, right?
Did he lose? I don't know.
Yeah, he did lose. Trump was like
did.
making fun of him, I thought, because he lost. Because he had his video about the Donald Trump blasts.
What do you mean?
No, that's not it.
He just did a campaign speech for Dr. Oz. I don't think it's over.
Oh, okay. Well, what was that article I saw? I could have swore.
Trump said Dr. Oz will lose Pennsylvania Senate race without something. I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I'm just high then.
Look, it's Dr. Oz is in the Senate race. The election is not until November. What are you talking about?
I don't know. What the fuck? The
He
person
just did a campaign speech for Dr. Oz last night. That's what I was watching.
What the fuck was I hearing? What was I hearing?
This is that speech. Trump spoke for like an hour and a half, and Dr. Oz spoke for like 90 seconds.
Oh, okay. I know. Someone sent me some fake news. Because there's a story about Donald Trump, supposedly, anonymous source, claims Donald Trump said that Dr. Oz is going to, quote, fucking lose unless something dramatically changes. And then that gets twisted around into to some other story. Okay.
I don't know what the polls are, so
don't worry about it.
I have to look it up.
Is this a Sitch? I like that. Who did CT make an official? How many Adam and how many Sitch emojis are there?
Yeah, but I mean, I get AOC, so I'm ahead by one.
Why do you? Well, you get Wormy too.
Why
that
do
doesn't count.
No, she counted Wormy towards
Wormy
me,
shouldn't count for you.
And why?
Wormy is Wormy.
There's no elephant. I don't. That
You
elephant
get the
doesn't count.
That's
for
the
me.
Adam elephant.
Sure, whatever.
Arthemisia for $20 says 2 easy things to point out. One, DOD, the Democrats. Did. I'm sorry, you misspelled. Did the Democrats change the rules last second for COVID? Yes. 2, did the ballots come in past the deadline? Yes. Democrats used a pandemic to win. Yet Democrats would have stopped had it been Trump. Well, that's all. First of all, I don't know if that's even true, what you're claiming. But secondly, that doesn't even matter, because if what you're saying is true, and then they bring it to courts, and the state court says that it's fine, that's how the law works. You don't get to say, "Oh, Mike Pence gets to throw out the votes now." That's not how that works. And actually, and you said, did the Democrats change the rules for the last second for COVID? My understanding is that one of the major states that they had this contention, which wasn't it Pennsylvania or Michigan or one of them, the Democrats didn't change the rules. It was the Republicans that changed the rules. They changed the rules to make it easier for mail-in ballots before COVID, and then COVID came and then it fucked them because of all the lockdown shit and how that was perceived with the Republicans being anti-lockdown, Democrats being pro-lockdown. So that doesn't matter. If you follow the rules and you get a bad outcome, you don't get to just kick the table over. That's not how we live in our country of laws. Tidge, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Potato Uncle, our surrogate Uncle Potato. 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Potato.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome.
Investigator One Quim, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, no, guys. The darkest timeline is if the two presidential candidates we have to choose from is between Nick Fuentes and Vosh. That is the true darkest timeline. Could you imagine? Oh man, that is. Listen, if we have to choose between Vosh and Nick Fuentes, that's when the Civil War will occur. Okay, that's when the actual Civil War will happen. If those are our options. I could see Nick Fuentes actually trying to run for office. I don't see him ever fucking winning. I don't think Vosh cares enough. I think Vosh is way too lazy to run for anything.
Fetterman is ahead in the polls, beating Dr. Oz.
Yes.
What polls are you looking at?
No, I know. That was what everyone was talking about.
Fetterman 48, Oz 44.
Yeah. Thank you, Good Emperor, for being a free will seeker. Mystery Guest 01 for $20 says, hey now. Thank you, Mystery Guest. Tired of being based and not cringe for $20 says, hey, Sitch, loved your video. Kind of off topic, but could you watch so incivilized Star Wars videos to fix yours and Destiny's crappy Star Wars take? It might shine a new light on at least the original trilogy. What's my crappy Star Wars take? That the prequels are dog shit?
Yeah.
See, oh, God. I don't, is that what you're talking about?
So I started watching Kenobi, and they did a recap of the prequels, and I forgot how utter dog shit they were. I totally forgot about the no. Remember? It's insane how bad those movies are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God.
Okay, I'll check out. Here's the channel. We have the first video is time to start appreciating Jar Jar Binks. I'm assuming that's like a joke.
That can't be real.
George Lucas, king of wooden dialogue. I mean, that is true. That's not a good thing, but that is true. The perfect storytelling clarity of Star Wars. I mean, I don't know if. Well, maybe you're talking about the original. The Star Wars sequels, Disney's anti-trilogy. Yeah, that's a correct statement. I would say that. Yes. Yep.
Holy shit! It looks like the Dems are going to take the Senate in November.
That's what's so weird. Everyone was predicting a red wave, and now that's all kind of the prediction has kind of flipped.
That means they'll control everything.
No, they said the Republicans will still take the House, don't they?
They might round up Scott Adams once this is all said and done.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to lose this. They're going to lose the House,
aren't they? I thought Democrats are still projected to lose the House.
I'm looking at the Senate.
If the Republicans lose the House, it'll be fucking holy shit. That'd be the most insane shit.
It looks like the Republicans are going to take the House.
Right. Okay. That'd be interesting. Diogenes, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months. Says the next Canadian that says 1812 gets Canada annexed. True. Insensitive for $20 says, what happened to Kiwi Farms coverage from Friday? Did you guys get scared of the internet's most protected class? What?
What happened?
I don't know. What happened.
What did we do?
Did our video get deleted from the internet or something?
We had a video get deleted?
I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about.
I don't either. That's okay.
Debate review. Nick Rekieta versus Duncan. No, it's still there. What do you mean?
Yeah, we're good.
Week in jail. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says gun rights, gun control, Second Amendment stream. When? Do it. I don't know. I think it's an issue that either me or Adam feel very strongly about. So.
Well, I read a book on it, so I know a lot more about it.
Now we can do it. Yes.
Well, I was interested because people keep asking us. So
right.
I know a lot more about the history of the Second Amendment and stuff.
Cool. There's a book I want you to read.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you can report back to me about it. And then you can shut my dad up about it because he brings it up whenever we have a political conversation.
It's a book? What is a book?
Yeah. It's Max Boot's book. It's like why I left conservatism or something.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And he's like, it's him basically arguing that, like the Republicans have stopped being conservative. And I'm like, it doesn't make any sense to me. I could see like neocons, maybe libertarians don't like this sort of populist direction, but like if you're conservative, I don't understand how you wouldn't like this direction.
The Corrosion of Conservatism.
Yeah,
Why
there
I
it
Left the
is.
Right by Max Boot.
Right. Give me a book report on that.
Anybody named Max Boot, I'm a little suspect of.
He wears a very doofusy hat too, so.
Does he?
Yes.
I wonder if
Potato,
his-
thanks so much for the $20. Says this one's for the new Sitch vid. Also, why is Vosh speaking in front of the White House? There you go. Nice. Zach Crane, thanks so much for being a fruit seeker for just right now for joining. Thank you, Zach. Okay, so 7:30 Eastern time at.
What do you
You've
got
been
to go or
streaming for
something?
3 hours and 14 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Are you ready to spend the next 6 hours watching some totally crazy
Not me. I'm going
Big Joel
full.
video?
I'm going full Destiny here.
Oh, what does that mean? You're not going to pay attention. You're going to play a video game and not pay attention to the video?
My commentary. I'm just ripping content here now. I'm creating content.
You say that, but you're going to pause this video like 2 seconds in. Okay. I can sense it.
I don't listen. The last Jordan Peterson video I saw, I was very, very disappointed in. He had some guy on that is supposed to be a left winger, providing him cover after he's made all these insane videos and he's basically lost all of his left-leaning audience. And halfway through the video, Jordan Peterson starts bragging about how fucking racist he is.
What?
I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I'm dead serious. Have you seen the video?
No.
Yes. And the guy keeps telling him, I know, they perceive of you as something you're not. They perceive of you as a racist. And Jordan Peterson is basically like, well, I am kind of racist.
I don't believe you.
I'm dead serious. Bring it up. Bring it up.
What's the name of the fucking video?
Sure Big Joel will love it when he watches this video.
And you, before we talk about how insane Big Joel's video is, you call Jordan Peterson racist.
Well, I know exactly what he's basically saying, subconscious mind, we all have internal racism and
is this
whatever.
The Africa is not poor because of colonization video?
I don't know. Here,
is he talking to a black lady wearing a yellow t-shirt?
No, he's talking to
a white guy wearing a blue t-shirt who's blinking a lot.
No, he's talking to who's the Carver guy that he always hangs out with.
I don't know. You find this video. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'll find
what having privilege actually means. Is that the video?
No.
He's talking to Christopher Rufo in this video.
That one's actually kind of boring.
Oh. Well, find this video. I don't believe you. I don't believe this.
Do you have some super chats you can read while I look for it?
No, I'm done.
You're done?
Well, I'm done with $20 ones.
Okay.
Identity fixation.
You want to just start on this video? I'll find it.
We can't start on this video. And
you're like now. You're now that I realized that Jordan Peterson. I was like, Jordan, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing?
No.
Like, why don't you just give them? It's mean tweets on Apologia with
Paju and Hurwitz.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what part of the video?
Sure, because it's right when I kicked out here. It's at 48 minutes and 23 seconds.
Okay.
Because that's when I was like, I'm out of here.
Call Elliot Page.
A lot of people were saying this video was good, I thought.
Yeah, a lot of people sent it to me. And what he was doing, I thought, okay, well, this is good. He wants to see where he's screwed up and work on fixing it. And this poor guy here, he's like, Jordan, you just can't just start. Like, my whole job here is to convince progressives that you're not a bleeding racist. And if you're going to come out and just say, oh, well, I am actually a racist, they're going to take you at your word.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, 47's about good.
Look at ways in which we have biases and where that has to do with
Yeah, I
where we
would
come
say
from.
in Canada, that for me, that's probably be more acute on the Native American, Native Canadian, First
Wait,
Nation.
hold on. Sounds like they're talking about what you're already talking about.
Ways in
No, it's
way
good.
that it
Keep
gets
going.
What I do know is that I'm trying very
Okay.
hard not to be. And
So here's what I mean. Sorry, you're right.
Wait, it sounds like they're
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about being racist. Okay,
Yeah,
let me
okay,
go
back it up a little.
Yeah.
Bigger picture. And the bigger picture is this. This is a woman who, by conservative standards, by the standards that we all care about, meritocracy, toughness, she's a woman of God. She's been married 25 years. She's got kids. She was the head of the Harvard Law Review. She has more qualifications than are conceivable, that I can even remember. And she's...
Then they shouldn't have hung her out to dry to begin with.
That's
by
right.
trumpeting
You
her
know
as a
what? But
black
same
woman.
with Kavanaugh.
It's
then,
Jesus, and
right?
how demeaning for her too. With all that,
I
man,
completely
with all
agree. But
that.
you're contributing to the demeaning instead of saying, "Wow, here's this thing," and "Wow, she had a bad moment." You said, and I knew what happened. You were often I know exactly what happened because you sent me all your emails, and there was some idiotic equity proposal in physics grants that was happening in
the
Justin
frequently asked
Trudeau
questions for the
personally
DIE
wrote. Like it was some
statements.
awful thing in your morning. And you wrote a tweet about her that said, "Yay, DEI, well, I guess she looks the part." And what I said, and I knew where you were, and I know you're not racist.
I'm no more racist than the next Northern Albertan.
That's
let's
right.
say.
That's right.
Is that the problem you had? Whatever
No,
that
keep
means.
going. Keep
Oh,
going.
wait, so hold on. Before we continue, I completely think Jordan Peterson's tweet about that was 100% justified. And the reason it was 100%.
We talked about it earlier. I agree.
I know.
with
The reason it was justified is because they didn't say we're getting the best person for the job. They said we're getting the best black lady for the job. They created that. They created that situation themselves.
Look, I don't go around calling people minority hires. Like I think, obviously I'd like to think
called her. They're the ones that called
I
her
know.
a fucking minority.
That's
hire.
where I'm going with this. I'm
Okay,
like, I don't think it's right
Right.
calling people minority hires.
understand.
They literally called her a minority
Yes.
hire before they began this process.
Okay.
What am I supposed to think?
Right.
Yeah.
But I just want to interject a little bit because I think that there's a bigger picture that I think Jordan's coming from, at least for sure that I'm coming from, which is I'm definitely more on the right side. And one of the things I've noticed is that, for example, people get away with calling other people racist nonstop, all the time, in the media, on Twitter, on YouTube. You can call someone racist,
That's right.
and there's absolutely no consequence. There's no discussion. There's no conversation. And
See, Pajot's totally throwing him a lifeline here. Watch what he does.
so now I just want to point out that this conversation is quite particular because Jordan gives out a few tweets that are a little off color, that are maybe too partisan or whatever, and then everything explodes. And the left is like, well, he's the Nazi we thought, he's the Nazi we thought. All right, thank you, God. They're thankful that you made those tweets because everything is consolidating their image that you're a racist. But I think it's important to say that's also part of the discussion.
And part of the discussion is, I know you're not racist. I know that. And what I said to you was, if I didn't know you and I read that tweet, and I'm not a big call everybody racist person.
I don't know that I'm not racist. What I do know is...
Yeah, how do you like this, Sitch? Look, he doesn't know if he's not racist. Let's keep going.
Listen. I give Jordan credit for that. Team Truth, okay? Team Truth.
Oh, I'm sure Team Truth is going to love... I'm sure all of the progressives that want to cancel Jordan Peterson are also on Team Truth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to love this Team Truth.
Joel, why wouldn't you... This is the clip you wanted to clip, Joel. Okay? How is this not being clipped a million times?
Because he's gone, dude. Jordan Peterson's over. He's over. They're done with him. Like he's...
Nah.
Look, even the video that we're watching, the Big Joel video.
Yes.
Like Big Joel is just like, this is a cleanup video that I've had forever that I got to get out before Jordan Peterson's like not a thing anymore.
I completely disagree with you. 100%
Oh, really?
disagree with you. Yeah. 1000%.
Let's see where he goes
We'll
with
see
this.
where he goes. Okay. See where he goes. Hit it up.
Is that I'm trying very hard not to be. And so
here's what
Oh, at least he's trying not to be racist.
Okay, well, there you go.
That's a good thing, right?
That's good.
You know,
yeah.
he's got Nazi predispositions, but he's working on it.
I mean, sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not racist in the knee-jerk way that it gets applied.
I don't
and
think it's a
stated.
virtue.
Right, but I mean, you're not racist the way that people
Look at this poor guy. He's like, I can't.
Oh,
why
wait,
the
let him
fuck did I
play
agree
this.
with this?
I want to hear this.
Okay.
Here's what I mean. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not racist in the knee-jerk way that it gets applied.
I don't
and
think it's a
stated.
virtue.
Right, but I mean, you're not racist the way that people quickly dismiss you as racist. Yeah, everybody has to look at ways in which we have biases and where that has to do with
Yeah, I
where
would
we come
say
from.
in Canada, that for me, that's probably be more acute on the Native American, Native Canadian,
Yeah.
First Nations people, Caucasian front, because where I grew up, the fundamental racial divide was not black versus white.
Yes,
That's not the
yes.
Canadian divide. The Canadian divide is either French versus English or it's Native versus versus European. And so when I go to reservations, let's say, and when I interact with the natives who I've been coming to know more over the last years, I carry with me the freighted perceptual lens of my upbringing, and I'm always on the lookout to see how that might be affecting me.
Yes,
And so
you
Okay. This is literally the most liberal, progressive mindset of all time. I don't understand why you're giving him flack for this.
Because it will totally be misconstrued. Like
Yes.
even the exchange that he's having now from a progressive perspective, which I agree is skewed and not team truth at all, but it will be perceived as him saying, well, generally Jordan Peterson is racist against indigenous people because that's the kind of racism he's been exposed to. So when he goes to visit reservations or whatever, he's like, you know, I really don't like these people because that's
not what
racism.
he said. Okay, wait.
That's
wait,
what I'm saying. That's the way it's going to be perceived.
Okay, but wait a minute.
That's
You
the way
made
the
it-
big
okay.
Joels of the world are going to
Okay,
see.
I want you to be clear here. Okay, was your problem with this clip that you're saying Jordan Peterson is going to come off bad, or that Jordan Peterson is actually bad?
Jordan Peterson is going to come off bad.
Okay,
Jordan,
I thought
Jordan Peterson is basically, and this has been my whole problem with Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
He's just giving ammunition to everybody that hates his guts, which I don't think is good.
right. Okay, listen, you could be right about that. My interpretation of what you were saying before we started watching this clip wasn't that this was an optics problem. My understanding was you were saying he actually did a racism or something.
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, you got to make that clear, because that's why I didn't believe you, because I was like, what? But no. And this is a problem, too, with this whole thing, is that, like, isn't Jordan Peterson, like, an honorary member of this fucking tribe or something? Like, I thought I thought he's, like, really into this whole... I thought he was, like, really into, like, the shamanism of whatever this local tribe was or something.
It doesn't matter. I mean, he could have white savior complex and just be like a member so he could save them.
Okay. Okay.
Look,
That's exactly right.
If he's not even capable of defending himself, what the fuck? I just don't. It's like
Well,
ridiculous.
Well, I'm not going to listen. If you want to say that bad actors will take things he says out of context, fine. But I'm not ever going to, I don't want to say not ever, I'm sure there's some situation, but I'm not going to strike against Jordan Peterson, him saying something that's very truthful and honest. To me, that's admirable. I don't think that's something that should be criticized.
Okay.
You can't steal my okay from me, you motherfucker.
Okay. You know exactly what I'm saying. I
know what you're saying. That that bad
You would
actors
feel
are going
the
to take
same-
things.
Look, you
But
would
wait,
feel
you
the
can't
same
let-
way
wait.
if I
You
look.
can't
I
let-
say
you
in
can't
our
let bad wait. You can't let bad actors who are going to take things you say and twist them out of context. You can't let that mean that you can't say things that are true anymore or that are honest.
Look, You have to find a way to say things that are true and honest that can't be taken out of context. We
but you just haven't.
We do this all the fucking time on the show. I say something dumb and inarticulate, and you go, wait. I want to make this clear. These guys are doing the same thing with Jordan Peterson.
Right, but he's clarifying.
But he doesn't. Okay, sure. He's clarifying in a totally uncooperative way.
No, he's not. He literally said the thing that every fucking leftist says. Like, he's like, well, when I'm interacting with people that are not white, I have to check my own biases because I was raised in a racist culture.
Continue.
Like, he's literally saying everything they want to fucking hear.
For them, though, not for him. Look, when
I'm saying no.
When a MAGA Republican says, I was raised in a racist culture, and when a white self-hating progressive says I was raised in a racist culture, they mean completely different things.
They can mean to people interpreting what they're saying.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, the progressive doesn't look at Jordan Peterson and go, "Oh, he's a progressive." They go, "Oh, look, he was raised racist and taught racism by his parents."
Okay, anyone that looks at that from what he just said is either completely delusional or lying.
Or bad faith. Yeah.
Or bad faith. Yes.
Yeah. My whole point is that why are you giving ammunition to the fucking bad faith actors?
Okay, let's keep going.
Hold on? Do you disagree on that point? I mean, if you don't care about giving ammunition to bad faith actors, why do you stop me when I say dumb shit?
No, he is giving ammunition to bad faith actors, and I agree that's not something you should try to do.
Okay, good.
But if Jordan Peterson's being brutally fucking honest here, most people would just say, "I'm not racist. I don't have a racist bone in my body." Okay, I give him massive credit for him to say what he said. To say, well, listen, I fall prey to all of the biases of society that everyone else falls prey to, and I'm trying my best not to. Like, to me, that's such a fucking that's such a laudably honest thing for an individual to admit, especially in this environment. To me, this makes me respect him so much more. It doesn't make me detract from him.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait till he starts telling us about his impure thoughts about Jordan Peterson groupies and shit.
Okay.
Where's this going?
Let's continue.
That I'm not racist
That's
in
right,
some sense because...
Well, fair. I mean the foolish racist. I mean the triumphant racist. But what I'll say is you don't have that, and you don't understand it with race in America, and yet you blithely trotted in, and you did so in a way that was denigrating. That if I didn't know you, I would think was a racial slur. And I'm not somebody who's inclined to think that about people. Like, let's say that there's a liberal who's kind of interesting, who dresses, what is it, tweed punk, right? Like a tweed punk leprechaun, interesting ideas, flashes of brilliance. Like, you're sort of looking at him going,
Sometimes long periods of brilliance.
That's true, true. Flashes mostly, but occasionally a sustained burst. And you're interested, but you don't agree. And the next move that person does is come up to Canada and make a totally tone-deaf slight against the residential schools in a knowing way. I would say you coming into America with your lack of knowledge and expressed interest in race in America and choosing to make a comment by tweet about race in America
was ill-advised.
That is missing anything that sounds like dog whistles to reasonable people, including me if I didn't know you, to go, that's a slur. And she's deserving of your respect.
Fair enough. Jonathan, do you have anything to close that off with?
No, I think that the feeling I get right now, I don't know, Greg, I feel like we're really falling into a lot of detail and into a lot of weeds in terms of this particular thing. I think my perception is that there's a bigger issue. There's a bigger issue, which is the manner in which, for you, as someone who's definitely more on the left, and your relationship with Jordan, and how in his public kind of coming out, you have felt like until then, he was able to speak both sides and to speak reasonably to both sides. And although I think Jordan's probably more conservative than you are, but you felt like he's honest, he takes it seriously. And like the Channel 4 interview for me is like that image of him actually undermining the way people perceive him. And
laughing and being charming and being flexible.
and actually kind of
All
bringing...
of which is hard to do on Twitter.
That's right. And
That's right.
And there's something I think the major perception you have is that with these tweets and some of the messaging that has been happening recently, you feel like you don't have access to that Jordan anymore, or you can't defend Jordan to your side in the way that you used to be.
Sound familiar, Sitch?
No, I think Pajot is really verbalizing the argument very well.
Yeah, sounds very familiar.
Right,
yeah.
and I think, and I agree with this other guy whose name I don't know. Jordan Peterson has a lot of really bad tweets.
Yes.
And I think he was better when he was off. I think he should stay off Twitter.
Yeah.
I think Twitter makes him too angry. He does have a tendency to fire off. And Joel talked about in his video, he has a tendency to fire off these very short tweets devoid of a lot of context that you kind of look at and you're like, I don't know what he's trying to say here, or this looks really bad, or, you know, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a completely valid criticism. Jordan Peterson on Twitter, you know, we talked about, I thought his Daily Wire videos about Ukraine and Ellen Page were very poor. But I don't have a problem with the race stuff that he talked about. I don't have any problem with anything he said.
Let's just let him finish up his assessment and we'll move on.
That's right. That's beautiful.
I think it's just important to kind of keep it into that.
And that's exactly right. And the dream is a lot about that, because part of it for me is you're not supposed to be speaking in wooden language. You're not supposed to be speaking.
Well, let's go to the dream then. Here. So this is a strange thing to do in the middle of this conversation.
Let's not. Let's move on to our video.
Well, I just want to say, what are they talking? What's the dream?
The dream? No, come on. The last thing we want to hear about is someone's dream.
But it makes sense. Like, one of the things I did learn as a clinician, and certainly in my own marriage and in my own life, that often, if you are fortunate, during a time of query and crisis, let's say, indeterminacy, now and then you can get a dream. And if you're lucky, the dream...
Okay, you're right. I don't want to hear about that.
Yeah, what the fuck? Please don't stop torturing
I didn't understand
me,
he meant like a literal dream. I thought it meant like...
Yeah, no, we're going to talk... Look, come on.
Okay.
We're going to go into the metaphysical shit.
Okay, I have no problem with the race stuff. I think you're totally overblowing that. Like,
yeah, well, you have no problem with it, but I mean, listen, I don't like racism.
A few months ago,
I don't like racism either.
Racism is evil.
He didn't say he was racist. I think what he said was very honest. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, what's different than? See, he has an argument that as a celebrity, Elliot Page should be conscious of the fact that he, do my best here, has a lot of influence over people just in their own behavior, right?
Right.
Doesn't that apply to Jordan Peterson? I feel like it does.
Of course it does.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Anyway, this is Big Joel's video, How to Sort a Person, Jordan Peterson and IQ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So Jordan Peterson made the following...
What?
We should jump to the end and play the end first.
Oh.
It just completely undercuts the entire video, and I think it would be helpful to see Big Joel's headspace going into it.
You're talking about like the...
Yeah, where he basically asked his audience, does this video make any sense? You know, I kind of don't really... I feel like it was just a jumble mess piece of shit that I just wanted to put out.
Do you know where the time code is?
I don't, but
okay,
I
just found it. Okay. Here we go.
We're doing you guys a huge favor. We want you to consider this.
We're gonna Pulp Fiction it. Okay, we're gonna go to the end first. I'm gonna come back.
The body can lie.
Thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoy it. This one took me just forever to make. It took so much time to the point where I have no idea if it even makes sense anymore. Like, I'm genuinely not sure when I sit down and watch it if any of the words I'm saying make even a basic amount of sense. But I hope that they do.
Spoiler warning.
How's this make you feel about the video we're about to watch here? This completely says everything. Like, yes. Joel, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you condemning somebody when you don't even know if your video makes any fucking sense? What the fuck? Imagine if we made a video that was critical of Big Joel and said the same thing. You know, we've made all these wild accusations about Big Joel. I'm not sure if it makes any sense or anything, but you know,
Well, whatever.
Hopefully it did. You have fun. Sign up
Okay.
for my Patreon.
Right, right. Let me scroll the Patreon names so fast that it's like a blur, you know.
It's not fair. It's totally not fair.
No,
guys.
it's not.
A few months ago, Jordan Peterson made the following tweet about the cover of a Sports Illustrated magazine that featured a fat woman, Yumi.
Wow, I
Ooh.
can't believe he just called her fat.
Why'd he do that? I mean, I would say like curvaceous, maybe.
Thick.
Thick is a good one. Yeah.
Big
booty Latina, maybe.
She's not Latina. She's like
Oh,
she's
she
Asian.
isn't. Oh, okay.
Her name's Yumi Nu.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Adam
she
just
does-
sees a girl that's not white, and he's like, this is probably Latina.
I don't know. I mean, she does. She looks kind of Latina.
Okay, you
Does
racist.
she not?
No, she's Asian. Her name is Yumi Nu.
Well, look, her name is not tattooed on her forehead. Okay?
It says it right next to her.
It is. It is
on the
tattooed on.
picture.
It's tattooed.
It's right
I
under her
wasn't-
elbow. I know
I
you're not
wasn't-
looking at her elbow, Adam.
I
I know you're
wasn't
looking at
looking-
everything but the elbow.
I was actually, yeah.
Yeah, I know. There you go. Wait a minute.
Knew
Holy shit. So she's half Japanese, half Dutch. But get this. Her parents created Benihana.
Oh, really?
I love that place.
Yeah, it's good.
That's awesome. Wow. No wonder she's that. I mean,
No, yeah, exactly. Listen, if you can
Listen.
eat for free at Benihana, what do you think you'd look like?
if my parents made Benihana,
Benihana's
listen,
fucking
I'd be-
delicious.
if my parents made Benihana, I look like that too.
Oh man, what I would give for some Benihana right now.
I know,
That is
right?
So
God
good.
Damn.
on its cover. Sorry, not beautiful, and no amount of authoritarian tolerance is going to change that.
Yeah. How do you feel about this tweet?
Terrible tweet.
Not a great tweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a great tweet.
It's like
We talked about this when it came out. I said
we did. Yeah. Jordan should know better. I mean, guys like guys like a diverse type of women. So yeah, a lot of guys will find this attractive.
Right. Well, Jordan's point, which Joel doesn't understand, was that he's saying that there's sort of this authoritarian leftist regime that's trying to basically force people's opinions to match something,
Yeah,
especially
no.
something that doesn't necessarily conform with nature or evolution.
Yeah.
And that can go counter to that. And Jordan's sort of hearkening to the fact that, like, we've had ideas of beauty that, this woman is too overweight to match that standard idea. And you have some sort of like leftist regime that's trying to basically force people to change their opinions about it, essentially.
I agree with that.
Right. Which I think he could have said all that. Even if I disagree with that, I think he could have said all that much better than in this.
Well, and without
3-sentence
going
tweet.
after Yumi Nu.
Right. Right.
I mean, why she got to get caught in the crossfire here?
Right.
And on first pass, this tweet simply makes no sense at all. For one thing, it's obviously a complete nothing burger, a non-controversy he's getting absurdly upset about. The reality
Well, okay. So Joel is criticizing something. He doesn't even understand why Jordan Peterson said it. He doesn't attempt to understand why Jordan Peterson said it. And to say it's a nothing burger, I don't know if that's true. I mean, is this the first time that Sports Illustrated has had like a fat model on their swimsuit edition cover? I wouldn't say that's a nothing burger.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
don't
that's
know.
nothing burger at all.
is f***ing exist. There are a lot of them.
Did you know that, Adam? Did you know that fat women exist?
I seen a couple.
Okay. I don't know if you knew. I don't know if anyone knew that. I don't know what that has to do with this cover, but okay. Fat women exist. I mean, women with Down syndrome exist. I don't know if you want to put a woman with Down syndrome on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit.
Don't tempt them.
Yeah.
The whole idea behind it is there are certain beauty standards that we know why they exist. There's like scientific reasoning why we think that they're beautiful. And there are people on the left that are trying to force, you know, different beauty standards on people for their own political reasons. Most of it is just really to trigger the conservatives, I think.
Right. And it will no, and it's just to this insane idea that like everything is beautiful. Everyone and everything is beautiful. And it's like, that's a lie. And the problem is you know, you can tell people that and people can pretend like it's true, but everyone knows it's not true. And I don't think society or people can function like just living on a fucking lie that everyone knows is a lie.
There's a point where you cross the line.
Right.
Like, how about if they put a woman with like horrific burns all over her face and body?
Everyone is beautiful. You're like, listen.
Right.
Well, the thing with Yumi Nu too is that Yumi Nu, she has a very pretty face, and she would be very attractive if she wasn't overweight. Yeah, if she wasn't overweight, she'd be super hot. But
absurdly upset about. The reality is, fat women exist. There are a lot of them. Their being present on some magazine selling swimsuits is really just a completely normal thing.
No, not
so he
really.
doesn't know what the swimsuit edition even is. How does he not know that? How does a person exist in the year 2022 and not know what the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition is? He said it's to sell swimsuits.
Big Joel does poetry in his free time, just so you know.
I've never bought a single issue of Sports Illustrated. I'm aware of the concept of it, though, through cultural osmosis. I understand what it is.
Sure, the swimsuit edition, yeah.
Yeah, it's not to sell swimsuits. This isn't like a fashion magazine. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
They put out a Spank edition once a month or once a year.
Once a year, yeah. This isn't like the J.C. Penney catalog came out like something. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, and a lot of models made their career being in, like, that's where they got their start, is in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. They used to break like new models all the time.
Didn't I think Tyra Banks blew up from that or something?
Perhaps,
I don't know if she was famous before that, but no, did you see recently there was I think it was Abercrombie and Fitch or some other clothing thing. They put out a tweet or an Instagram post or something of like a really obese woman.
I think they took it down. I just saw a thing that they
did. Yeah, they put out a tweet of like an obese woman, and they said something like, you know, everyone is beautiful or big is beautiful. I don't know, something crazy. And then they took it down because everyone's like, this woman's not just fat, she's like obese. Like, this is just unhealthy. What are you doing?
How dare you say it's unhealthy?
Yes. I know, right?
What are you trying to do, Sitch?
I know. Such a bad man. I'm so sorry.
Joel's lighting is pretty cool. I feel like he's in...
I think it's awful.
I feel like this is like a outtake from Beyond the Black Rainbow, to be honest with you.
It's like very... I mean, it's weird because he's very fuzzy, and the film quality is very fuzzy.
It's like a soft focus.
Yeah, he looks. It makes him look like a Muppet and not a person.
I feel like he's having like a bad acid trip or something.
I feel like he's a Sesame Street Muppet.
Blink once if you're okay, Joel. Oh,
and
look, he's
even
okay.
If we accept that Sports Illustrated, for some reason, should only cater to horny men who want to see hot ladies, it is still a wildly stupid thing to get mad at. I don't know how to break this to you, but many, many men date fat women.
He's
This is such a weird criticism.
Big Joel is like, listen, Jordan, I understand that Sports Illustrated is supposed to cater to horny men, but it's okay because horny men like fat guys. It's like I'm getting kind of mixed messages here, Joel. Like, is it for the guys or is it not for the guys?
They marry them, they have kids with them, they have sex with them, and yes, they enjoy this fact. They fantasize about it and like the idea of doing it more.
I feel like this is big time self-report here. Joel, tell us. Come on, we got to know. Look up Joel's girlfriend. Can we find Joel's girlfriend?
Why then do we have to pretend this is not the case? Who does it serve?
Joel is like, he wants to cater to the BBW fetish crowd or something.
I guess.
So weird.
Maybe
Big,
more important
beautiful
to this
women.
tweet, though, is that it is just literal gibberish. Authoritarian tolerance? What are you talking about? What authority is trying to make you find this woman beautiful, Jordan? Who is forcing your hand? Does the mere presence of
Wait a
an
minute.
image...
How can someone who's like a leftist, okay?
I know,
they
this
talk
is their whole
like,
thing.
Yeah, their whole thing is like how society conditions people to accept certain things.
Yes.
Okay? How can he pretend right now? He has like this fake obtuseness that he doesn't understand what Jordan's talking about. Like, he can disagree with it, but don't pretend like it's just some crazy idea.
I don't know that it's fake obtuseness.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's real. I don't know.
Or it's like, yeah. The media shapes people's perception. I mean, that's the whole reason why they want the fat girl on Sports Illustrated, is because the thin girl makes girls feel bad about themselves, remember?
Right.
This is better. Now the girls will feel good about themselves.
Joel the feeder, someone in chat.
Oh, no.
you're not horny about qualify as authoritarianism? And if so, how exactly do you want me to deal with that? No, this tweet is just pseudo-intellectual word salad, right?
Oh, God, it's so bad. No, it's Joel. It completely makes sense. It's not, you can't say it's word salad. You can't say it's incoherent.
That's what they do with all Jordan Peterson things. They're like, oh, you're not saying anything. It's just crazy.
I mean, I don't know if it's is it intellectualism to say, listen, there are certain beauty standards that we've evolved to have that are based on fertility and health, which are useful in procreating? Like, I guess it's intellectual. I mean, I feel like in this day and age, it's so, I mean, this is the kind of thing they teach in grade school, I would imagine. Like, how intellectual is this? Like, every single visual cue of beauty can be traced back to health and fertility. I wonder why that is.
Well, I don't agree with that.
Really?
Yeah, because people develop certain tastes or fetishes based on their own personal experiences that has nothing to do with that.
Okay. Such as?
Like, someone has like a foot fetish or something. That's not based on fitness or fertility. Like,
A foot fetish?
you know, or someone like say okay, let's take the
how do you
classic.
know?
Let's take the classic.
Maybe somebody in their ancestral past had trouble getting away from a lion and was eaten.
They
And now
needed
they're
really
like
good feet.
obsessed
Yeah,
with only want to breed with people with good feet for
where,
running.
Listen, this is where evolutionary psychology gets off the rails. If you're gonna go to that route, okay, that's preposterous.
I'm just having fun here.
I know
Sitch.
you
Come
are.
on.
I know you are. But no, okay, here's a classic example. You have the CEO, right? The Take Charge CEO who wants to go to the dominatrix who like ties him to the bed and like spanks him or whatever. Okay. That has nothing to do with fitness at all.
Well, what does a dominatrix look like? Is she sending cues?
No,
of
she could be
beauty?
conventionally attractive, but the whole like
Well,
the
what does
sexual...
conventionally attractive mean? That's all I'm saying.
If you're gonna say that there's like a base, so I agree with you that there's like a baseline thing, quote unquote, conventional attractiveness, and that is probably based mostly on fitness and health, and symmetry and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Yes, right. But then each individual person, it branches off into more complicated things, right? Like if someone is into, there definitely are people that are into, you know, BBWs or fat fetishists or, you know, inflation art or any of that weird shit. Like that'd be anti-fitness, right? If you're like really into like obese women or something.
Sure, yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but I mean, my whole point is that's obviously what Jordan Peterson's talking about.
Yes,
it's not anti-intellectual. It's not something you can't understand. It's not something you can't talk about.
Right.
Logically, coherently.
Right.
I mean, we're having a discussion about it.
Right.
But Joel just dismisses it like, yeah, what he tweeted out makes no sense.
It's banana crazy. I don't understand it. I'm in the green void.
Yeah, but for some reason, he's the one who's the intellectual. Might I remind you of the clip that we listened to at the very beginning of this video, right?
But he says he's stupid in this video.
Yeah.
Well, then he backtracks and says he's not stupid, he's smart. So I don't know. Who knows?
I agree.
We don't know.
Come on, Joel. You're smarter than this.
Stop fence sitting whether you're smart or stupid. Okay, just pick one.
He's playing the game. He's got to make some content too.
Okay.
Right? Jordan wants to be petty. He wants to object to a completely inoffensive image.
This is what annoys me about Joel and a lot of pundits, especially like BreadTubers, do this. So someone says something, they don't understand it, they don't even try to understand it, and then they start like projecting a bunch of made-up motivations to it. Oh, this tweet made no sense, so therefore Jordan Peterson tweeted out because he wants to be petty. That's his goal. Jordan Peterson's like, he's like, what do I want to do today? I want to sell 12 rules for life, and I want to be petty on Twitter. Let me, oh, here's a fat woman. She's
Call
fatty.
a random woman.
Like, it's just, this is so preposterous. That this is Jordan Peterson's motivation. What are you laughing at? What's happening?
I tweeted out, why do progressives cite, or who do progressives cite as good male role models, and are there any male public figures progressives look up to? Just because obviously Jordan Peterson is a role model on the right, and I'm just curious, like, who is the Jordan Peterson on the left?
Right.
But Kurt Mesker responded, Elliot Page, how do you not know that? That's why I laughed.
There you go.
Kurt, you crazy bastard, you. You can't say, Kurt, you're going to get your account taken away for saying that. Oh, no, wait. He likes, oh, never mind. He's looking up to him. So we're good.
Olivia Wilde, I don't know, maybe we'll talk about this during the week. Olivia Wilde said that some movie character that Chris Pine plays, where he's some sort of evil male cult leader, is supposed to be based off of Jordan Peterson.
I know, yeah.
It's totally batshit crazy. And this is the problem. Olivia Wilde's dumbass probably never in her entire life seen anything Jordan Peterson's ever said. Just read a fucking article that was spilling lies about him, just like this Big Joel video, and just like the Cody Johnson video.
Yeah, it's all telephone. It's basic. It's Gardic phone, but with videos.
And not funny.
And yeah, not fun for Jordan Peterson either.
Right? Jordan wants to be petty. He wants to object to a completely inoffensive image, call a random woman he doesn't know ugly, and masquerade it as some kind of beautiful, virtuous act protecting our culture. And by the end of this video, you will understand that this gesture is at the core of Jordan Peterson's politics.
So Jordan Peterson's politics, Big Joel's claim is, we're going to understand at the end of this video, that Jordan Peterson's politics is that he wants to call women fat because he's petty on the internet and pretend it's virtuous. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean?
He doesn't know what it means either. So
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. How is that someone's politics?
Just don't think about it too much, okay?
I guess.
Word salad. Pseudo-intellectual.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah, right.
Let's talk about a lecture that Jordan Peterson gave about IQ in 2017.
All right.
Listen. You know me, Adam.
Yeah.
Chat. You know me, chat. Listen. You guys know I don't like to ad hom anyone. Okay. Especially I don't want to ad hom. I don't want to ad hom someone that we talked to. I don't want to ad hom someone that we had a conversation with. So we talked to Joel once. So maybe we'll talk to him again about this video, because this video is crazy. Okay. What is this aesthetic? What is the hobo aesthetic here? How is this appealing to... I know I'm a hypocrite. I don't have my camera on.
Yeah, you can't say this shit. You don't even have your camera on.
Right. But if I did have my camera on, I would not be going for the hobo aesthetic. I don't understand it. What is this appeal to?
Hold on. But since you don't have your camera on, you look like a hobo right now. Just admit it.
I don't look like a hobo right now. I look totally presentable right now, like a normal human being.
Sitch has like a little suit on. He's got his little tie on.
Wait a minute. You don't know this, okay? I sleep in a suit and tie. I bathe in a suit and tie. I'm a never nude. Okay, I'm always prepared.
A never nude.
I'm a never nude. Yeah, just like David Cross in Arrested Development. Okay, I'm always prepared in case I have to be at like a dinner function.
A never nude.
Okay. What if someone busts into my door and they say, "Sitch, I've got 2 tickets to the opera," and I'm like, "Bitch, I'm ready to go. I'm already in my suit and tie. Let's do this."
That's
pull out my
hilarious.
little like tiny opera glasses. On a
That's
chain.
cool. I didn't even know Never Nude was like a thing, but all right.
Oh, you never seen Arrested Development?
No.
David Cross's character, they find out he's a never nude. He always wears blue jean cutoffs. He never
Sweet.
takes them off. But no, but what I don't it's here's the thing. You would never see someone on the right with this aesthetic of like disheveled hobo-ness. That's sort of like the Cody. It's like this is like the Cody Johnson aesthetic, but like times 1,000. I don't know. It doesn't appeal to me, and I don't understand the appeal. I don't understand the appeal at all.
I don't either.
Adam is not interested in
What are you talking about? I'm totally interested.
Okay.
How can you say? Hold on. Don't be a little bitch. How can you say I'm not interested? Look, I have important business. Okay.
What's that? What is that important business?
I have to produce a show. Okay.
What are you doing? You're doing something nefarious.
I can't just. I have other stuff to do.
You've got fat Sitch in front of a Sports Illustrated picture. That's what you got. Get that out of here right now, you piece of shit.
What are you talking about?
Get that off the screen, motherfucker.
That's the new Sports Illustrated cover.
Get that out of there. Listen.
Don't feel bad.
Sports
about
Illustrated
it.
would be lovely to have that here. We got ice cream. Yeah, okay, get this garbage out of here. Get this shit out of here.
You're beautiful, Sitch. Just live with it.
Get this out of here. This is not a comedy show. This is a serious intellectual discussion.
Let's watch.
Sitch out of here.
Let's watch more of the video here.
They're giving Joel an ice cream cone instead of a. There you go. Okay.
Here we go. He's more presentable this way.
There you go.
He's less of a hobo.
Yes.
And, let's just start it off with an outline of the points he makes. Peterson begins the lecture with a general defense of IQ, or intelligence quotients. He says that IQ tests and their results are the best researched and most robust statistics in psychology, that it is very predictive of success on a wide range of metrics, and that denying its validity is ridiculous.
Okay, what are the odds that Big Joel is going to provide some counter evidence to any of those claims?
0, zip, zilch, nada.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
If you don't buy IQ research, you might as well throw away all the rest of psychology.
He then goes down a chart, connecting what your IQ is to what job might be right for you. If you're 130, you can become a lawyer. If you're 120, you can write ads, so on and so forth. Then, and this is the spicy part, he ends the list here. Below an 85 IQ, there are simply very, very few jobs a person can do.
Under 87, is there something? Well, no. Jobs for people with IQs of less than 85 are very, very rare.
He ends the
Hear
lecture.
that, Sitch, you're fucked.
Well, I was gonna say, I have a big problem with what Jordan just said. There's one massive job for people under 85 IQ.
Mm-hmm. Swimsuit model.
There's two very massive jobs for people. Swimsuit model and
what is it?
Streamer. Come on, obviously.
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Being a streamer, especially a political commentator streamer,
especially a swimsuit model streamer.
There you go. All the e-thoughts on Twitch. Okay.
I don't know why
sub 80 IQ people.
I don't know why I got busted for wearing the swimsuit. I wear the swimsuit every day. Oh, it's so sad. Come on.
By affirming his point, claiming it's an extremely nasty and relevant problem, and that we need to discuss it more, even as it might be politically incorrect or unpleasant.
I'm sure since Big Joel seems to have a big problem. Big Joel has a big problem. With Jordan Peterson daring to say that people under 85 IQ will have a lot of difficulty finding jobs, which Jordan Peterson is basing this off of not only his personal experience of literally trying to get people under 85 IQ jobs, but also by looking at research on the very topic. I'm sure Big Joel will provide evidence that no, actually, there's just a plethora of jobs for sub 80 IQ people. Right? He's gonna be like, listen, here's a bunch of, let me list off all the jobs people can do under 85 IQ.
All he does is talk shit. I'm telling you, he doesn't provide any evidence.
Oh, he doesn't do any of that?
No.
Oh, he just makes a bunch of assertions with no fucking evidence?
It's worse than that, Sitch.
Uh-huh.
He goes on to say the only reason Jordan Peterson is even bringing this up is because he wants to make nefarious racist statements about other people in IQ.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is like a secret dog whistle to his
Right.
entire class.
Right. So
Yeah.
when Jordan Peterson spent 30 hours trying to teach a fucking guy to fold the paper into threes to shove into an envelope, he was doing that because he hates low IQ people and is racist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically.
no.
He was
Yeah,
doing
okay.
research for his race and IQ thesis.
Right. You're so right. You're
Right.
so right.
That's a big problem, and it's something our society has not addressed at all.
This video, for better and for worse, is not about brain science. I'm certainly not an expert in psychometrics and have no interest in presenting myself as one. While I did do some research into this subject for the sake of this video, it's a topic I find pretty boring, and I'm sure other people could do a better job of it than I could.
Check out some more news' video on Jordan Peterson where he discusses this briefly. Link in the description. We covered that video.
We
didn't
did cover that.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, if you're going to be this fucking lazy, Joel, you don't get to say or even imply that Jordan Peterson's wrong and he's a bigot if you're literally not even going to provide a shred of counter evidence. Okay, you got to actually put some.
He
work
did.
into it.
He provided.
He said, "Go watch Cody Johnson's video," which we
Right.
watched, and there's no fucking. There's literally nothing. Cody Johnson's big evidence against IQ was IQs are racist, and here's a paper that says they're racist. Except when you read the paper doesn't say that IQs are racist, and Cody Johnson was fucking lying to you, you dumb fuck. So no, Cody Johnson's not a good source of information for any of this nonsense.
He's a horrible source of information.
Yeah, he's a fucking dog shit source for this. And also, it's just, I find IQ and intelligence research boring. To me, that's the low IQ take. I find research into human intelligence boring. Okay, sure, whatever.
Well, it depends. I mean,
Why make this video then?
yeah. I wonder if it's just research into his own IQ he finds boring.
There you go.
But in the end, that's kind of what interests me about this whole situation. You know, nothing about this particular Jordan...
Wait, what the fuck did he just say?
Presenting myself as one. While I did do some research into this subject for the sake of this video, it's a topic I find pretty boring, and I'm sure other people could do a better job of it than I could. But in the end, that's kind of what interests me about this whole situation.
It interests him that the topic is boring?
Well, and that Jordan Peterson's interested in it. It makes it seem like he's got some nefarious motives.
Okay.
Like he's basically saying this topic
fucking
should be
Christ.
boring
Oh my god.
to normal people who are not obsessed
Holy
with race
shit.
and IQ.
Joel,
Mhm.
I don't know what the fuck your education was. Okay. But just because your dumbass never took a fucking psych class. They talk about IQ like fucking all the time in psych classes.
Oh,
That's a
yeah.
big fucking deal in psychology. And he doesn't even play the clip. Jordan Peterson explains why like the basis of modern psychology is built on the back of IQ research. He explains it very briefly, and Joel cuts that out. So you don't even understand what the fuck he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So just because Joel hasn't experienced this, because he's never studied psychology whatsoever, he's like, well, if you find it interesting, I mean, well, that's suspicious. This is a boring topic. It's like, how is it? What do you mean? How the fuck? the one fucking quality that differentiates humans from the rest of the fucking animals on this planet
Is
the one
intelligence.
fucking
Yeah.
the one fucking quality that gives us mastery over the planet, the one fucking quality that could explain all these problems we have in our society, and that in the future, and I think in the near future, we will literally fucking gene edit to fix. And he's like, well, I find that boring, and I don't understand why anyone find it interesting. What?
Yeah.
It's insane to me.
It is.
You know, nothing about this particular Jordan Peterson lecture is unique. He has made all of these points multiple times. He always affirms the efficacy and reliability of IQ. He always talks about how the bottom 10 to 15% of the population is too stupid to be a productive asset to society. And he always...
I mean, you're kind of proving him right here.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can be streamers, right? Or video essayists.
Right, we should know. Wait a minute.
Wait, we're productive. What are you talking about? I feel like this is productivity, right?
Okay. Sure.
We're creating content for people to enjoy during the week.
There you go.
Look, these jokes don't write themselves.
the talk by saying something about the incredible importance of this issue, how it presents a difficult and huge problem which has been systematically ignored by a culture that just doesn't like the science.
And the fact that neither side of the political perspective will take a good, cold, hard look at this problem means that we're going to increasingly have a structural problem in our societies. It's a vicious problem, man. And so
it's hard to train people to become creative, adaptive, problem solvers.
It's impossible. In a complex society like ours, and one that's becoming increasingly complex, there isn't anything for 10% of the population to do.
Look, it's Joel.
This is so disgusting to me, how all these red tubers frame this, because they're just so, they suffer from PDS, okay? They have Peterson derangement syndrome. And Jordan Peterson is up here literally doing the most progressive thing ever. He's like, there's an oppressed minority in our society. 10% of our society is basically in a position that they can't fit into our society anywhere. So they should be on board with this. He's literally trying to speak up for some oppressed minority in our country. And they're just like, no, this means that Jordan Peterson's evil for even talking about this issue. Like, it's so bullshit. It's so bullshit.
Yeah, this is like Jordan Peterson being a huge lefty and Big Joel fucking calling him out for it.
Well, if you were saying that there were 10% of black people that were oppressed in society, well, then that would be very laudable. But you're saying there's 10% of low IQ people. You know, how dare you? How dare you say that? I don't know if there's a bunch of jobs for people with sub 85 IQs, but I'm just going to assume there is and never look into it or talk about it.
All right, well, what are we going to do? We're going to ignore that? We're going to run away from that?
Well, I don't have a solution to that, but I at least can point out the problem.
And it's this
of course
last
he goes for
point
the Molyneux
that I want to focus on today. See, Peterson's enduring, almost repetitive takes on IQ are not merely those of a scientist trying to assess statistical data, but those of a political actor who wants to direct society in more optimal ways. And
wait, this doesn't make any sense. They want to have it both ways. He's going to criticize Jordan Peterson and Cody and all these other people. They're like, how dare Jordan Peterson talk about this problem of the 10% IQ people, because he keeps saying he doesn't have a solution to the problem and he doesn't know what to do about it. Okay. Which, first of all, I don't know what is the fucking solution to that? I don't know what the solution to that is. But then now Joel's like, well, he's only saying this because he does want to enact some sort of political policy. What political fucking policy does Jordan Peterson want to enact about this issue? Exactly.
He wants to sterilize them all, man.
Oh, of course. Of course.
That's what Big Joel thinks. That's why he thinks he keeps bringing this up. He's like, Jordan Peterson is bringing it up because it's something that needs to be dealt with. I doubt Jordan Peterson is going to advocate that we sterilize him or anything. Like, that would be a bit weird. I haven't seen anything out of Jordan Peterson that has led me to.
You haven't seen the Jordan Peterson sterilize the retakes?
I mean, has he gone in that direction and I just haven't seen it?
No.
Something tells me Big Joel would have that clip if he did. I mean, if I looked at Big Joel's search history, I bet it's him looking for that clip. He's definitely like, Jordan Peterson, sterilize poor people. Those are like his search terms, right? It's like, God damn it, I can't find a good clip here.
The question on the table is, how? What exactly does he think we're going to get out of this conversation? What's the point here? The desired end goal of the argument? Why is Jordan Peterson so interested in this particular IQ conversation?
Listen, If there's a problem in society and you don't know what the answer is, then just shut the fuck up about it. Never talk about it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Right?
Yeah, I mean that's good advice, Sitch. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean,
gonna-
he's gonna attack Jordan Peterson for not laying out specific prescriptions to wealth inequality. But how dare Jordan Peterson? How dare a person point out things that they think are wrong in our society or being ignored in our society and not provide a step-by-step political solution for them, even though you just said 10 seconds earlier that that's Jordan Peterson's goal, is to do that very thing, and are now contradicting yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare? How dare?
Yeah, of course. What the hell?
Delivered around 10 years ago, Jordan Peterson talks about symbolism among ancient populations. In particular, he zooms in on...
Okay. This is amazing. This is the DNA, let's laugh at Jordan Peterson DNA.
Look,
right.
it's I'm telling you, we did such a service by playing that clip at the very beginning.
Yes. What does this have to do with anything that's being talked about?
Nothing.
Okay. This is just like, look, Jordan Peterson is stupid. He said the DNA is there. It's like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought we were talking about IQ. Are you saying Jordan Peterson has a low IQ because of this take? I don't. What's the point of this?
On a helix pattern you can see across cultures. And in what amounts to a kind of aside, Peterson says this.
I think that's I really do believe this, although it's very complicated to explain why. I really believe that's a representation of DNA. So.
Now, to Jordan Peterson's credit, I have no idea what he's talking about. He says that these early societies were representing DNA strands, but that the reason why he thinks that is complicated. And to my knowledge, he's never given that complicated reason. So.
Oh, yes, he has, Big Joel, you fucking. He has given that complicated reason. He
does. He has, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an answer you like, Big Joel.
Well,
drugs.
I don't know about that, yeah.
Fucking drugs, bitch.
Because he's done more drugs than anybody on the planet.
He's done the psilocybin, and let me tell you something.
Yeah.
The early people did the psilocybin, and they saw the true reality, okay?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
I love how he totally... To my knowledge, I have no idea. It's like, why the fuck are you even making this video? Who makes a video with no knowledge? He's basically just admitted that he's like, I have to make a Jordan Peterson takedown video or my fans are going to hate my guts. So I don't know anything about Jordan Peterson, but I'll just, wing it.
Yeah. Let me throw in the
clip. Maybe he doesn't mean what it seems like he means, or maybe his argument would rock my world. Who knows? Still, it's hard for me to imagine that Peterson could give plausible reasons to hold this belief. To suggest that people before microscopes had some awareness of the microscopic structures inside their bodies doesn't make any sense. How would that even work? Why would they know such a thing?
Drugs!
And besides, real, actual snakes curl around each other when mating, and it looks exactly like the art that Peterson shows. Isn't that a more plausible explanation of where people got this image? No, this sentence from Peterson just reads like mysticism to me. A belief in a kind of spiritual eye in the subconscious of man, aware of deep realities that the senses cannot access. And I don't buy it here because I don't think we have good reason to buy it. Still.
So it's interesting because there is a reason that Peterson might believe this. And it comes up later in this video for something Joel doesn't understand. And that's if Jordan Peterson is a big young guy and he believes that there are all these like archetypes and knowledge within the collective unconsciousness of humans, this would conform with that belief potentially. But you can disagree with that. You could think that's crazy, but that's the answer.
He explains this, if you guys want to look it up, when he has the conversation with Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins calls Jordan Peterson out and says, obviously that makes absolutely no sense. And Jordan Peterson says he's done a lot of drugs, and one time when he was doing drugs, he thought that people could see down to the microscopic level, like understand the microscopic level consciously, which he admits that it sounds far-fetched and feels bad having to tell Richard Dawkins that. So I think it's hilarious, but that's the answer. I'm glad Richard Dawkins got it out of him, but I mean, it is ridiculous. Right. And I mean, Big Joel, whatever. Okay. Jeez, this isn't like World War III here. Remember what he said about his tweet about the Sports Illustrated cover, how it's a big nothing burger? This is a big nothing burger.
Right.
Like,
right.
What the hey? What are we even out talking about this for?
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson's a dum-dum.
Because they finally found him saying something that most people agree is silly. That's the
yeah,
only
he agrees it's silly.
Right.
There's something tempting, almost satisfying about this belief, I think. For Peterson in this moment, society does not merely exist. It is not just a complicated, messy series of connections and beliefs and materials that make up the social world we live in. No, society has a source, and its source, quite literally, is the body.
What?
I know.
The fuck is he talking about?
Don't you love that he's just making up Peterson's argument? He's like, this is why he said this, because this is his secret argument.
What is he fucking talking? I don't even understand I don't even understand the straw man.
Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean? Jordan Peterson thinks that society is not a messy, complicated bunch of things happening in people connections. It's that they all come from original source of the body? What does that mean? You
don't know where this is going? It's biological determinism. That's exactly where he's headed.
Is that what he's trying to say?
Yes. Yeah, he's making an argument that Jordan Peterson's a biological determinist.
But wait, you could someone could be a biological, whether or not someone is a biological determinist has literally nothing to do with the DNA comment at all. Like nothing to do with that comment.
Yeah, but in Joel's twisted mind, it does.
Okay.
Like this is the piece of evidence that shows he's a biological determinist, and then the fact that he's a biological determinist and people can't escape their IQ because it's biologically determined.
Get the fat Sitch off the screen. You fucking piece of shit.
What's the matter?
I don't want the fat Sitch anymore.
You don't like it?
No.
Come on, this is my new Sports Illustrated.
Get the fat Sitch off the screen.
Okay, I'll take it down. I guess I bullied you long enough.
Yes. What a bully.
It was fun while it lasted, guys. All right,
the parts of us are on the outside, and they all.
You need another ice cream cone or what?
Or is it?
What's Joel here? Look, I got this. I got this kooky looking gnome I was gonna put in his hand here.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
But I just keep putting different things in Joel's hand. That's funny.
That's what I was doing. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Look at that. That's a good screenshot right there.
There you go. That is a good screenshot.
What the fuck, Joel? Look, he's talking nonsense. He might as well look ridiculous as he's doing it.
Always have been. Our guts order reality, and they do a perfect job.
Wait.
The parts within us that make up the social world we live in. No, society has a source, and its source, quite literally, is the body. The parts within us are on the outside, and they always have been. Our guts order reality, and they do a perfect job.
Whoever said they did a perfect job?
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. The only thing I could try to extrapolate from this is he's saying that
our gut intuition orders reality.
Jordan Peterson's entire position is that it doesn't do a good job, but that it does a good enough job. That was the true enough conversation with Sam Harris.
Joel doesn't understand that stuff. Come on.
He's just this is like insane.
He is making it up, yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna take a random clips of Jordan Peterson and extrapolate like the craziest fucking theories of what he's talking about, like from just out of my ass. Like this is the most insane straw man of Jordan Peterson's I've ever heard. This is even crazier than Nazi stuff. Because I have no clue what he's even pulling this from.
How many views does this video have?
This video has like over 300,000 views. This totally insane video of nonsense that I don't even understand what the fuck he's trying to say.
Okay, what is Jordan Peterson's IQ argument doing? If we blur our eyes, what is the main thing he seems to be talking about? Well, I think it's pretty simple. Peterson is here trying to give us one major reason why wealth is so stratified in our society. Poverty in the United States tends to hover from around 11 to 15%, and many more Americans than that live with low incomes. That's a pretty shocking number, right? One that requires explanation. So Peterson comes in and says, you know what? 10 to 15% of people just aren't smart enough to be productive.
Under 87? Is there something? Well, no.
And doesn't that add some clarity to this picture? Wouldn't those slow people be astronomically more likely to be very poor? And couldn't this problem connection up, by the way?
What are you doing?
Peterson says it explicitly.
Huh?
The relationship between poverty and intelligence is self-evident.
The
What's
video
wrong?
was skipping.
Oh.
Skipped around for me, but I think we're good now.
Over time. I'm not just making this connection up, by the way. Peterson says it explicitly.
The relationship between poverty and intelligence is self-evident if you're willing to think it through for any length of time.
There's something elegant to this theory, isn't there?
Okay.
Peterson here produces a psychological model and maps it onto the world in this very convenient seeming way. But in the end, when you actually look at his perspective on IQ, the conversations he wants so badly to have about it, and the way he justifies those conversations, problems start to emerge in his logic.
Okay. So, Joel, what are the chances that Joel is going to say, hey, Jordan Peterson is wrong? We've done studies about poverty and IQ and show that there isn't a correlation there.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances that Joel is going to produce any sort of evidence to that?
Any evidence of what?
What are you getting now? Corn cob, chicken, a dildo.
I'm having so much fun. No, I was going to put a poll up. I was going to say guess Big Joel's IQ. What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say 85.
Right. There you go. No, but like this is, he has no. I want to play this clip from the video that Joel pulled, that clip that we just watched. Okay, I want to pull a clip from this. We can see evil Jordan Peterson, who wants to do some nefarious things to all the stupid people that he hates. Okay, and as Joel pointed out, Jordan Peterson is saying that everyone who's poor is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Cognitive capability are likely to end up poor because there's serious.
Wait, let me go back.
We should also be clear about this because it is so politically suspect. Is that it's not like it's self-evident that people who have less cognitive capability are likely to end up poor because there are serious complex problems in life that beset them that they have a difficult time dealing with, and they can't learn as quickly. And so the relationship between poverty and intelligence is self-evident if you're willing to think it through for any length of time. It doesn't mean that everybody who's rich it doesn't mean that everyone who is rich is smart, and it doesn't mean that everyone who is poor is stupid.
Oh, isn't it so convenient that Joel like literally cut off the clip right before Jordan Peterson said the exact opposite of the thing he just claimed he said?
Wow.
Because that was the clip. He said he played the self-evident clip, and then he stops it right as Jordan Peterson says, I'm not saying everyone who's poor is stupid, everyone that's rich is smart. And Joel literally stops it right at that second.
Could he have found a clip where somebody else cut it off and
No.
it wasn't Big Joel?
No, because Joel puts the sources of the Jordan Peterson clips in his description.
Oh,
and it's
wow.
this. It's the full video. It's not just a clip of it.
Wow. Dishonest, Joel. That's very dishonest.
To be blunt, but what it does mean is that if you're intelligent, you're much more likely to become financially successful. And I think it was the Herrnstein and Murray, I think, did the calculations back in the bell curve that indicated that if you imagine that you could you were a fairy godmother and you have your newborn grandchild in front of you, and you can grant them 3 standard deviations above the mean in terms of wealth at birth, or you can grant them 3 standard deviations above the mean in terms of IQ at birth, and then you wanted to determine which would work better for them by the time they were 40, and the answer to that was quite clear, is that IQ trumps wealth.
Okay, so you have Jordan Peterson talks about some guys looked at the data and they said, hey, people who are smarter are more likely to end up in better situations down the road than people that are born richer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he has some actual evidence that he's drawing from, unlike Joel, who's just pulling this all out of his fucking ass.
But some guys, though.
Huh?
But some guys.
Right.
I mean, that was Charles Murray.
Oh, that's right. You know,
that's not just some guy.
Right?
Yeah,
that's right.
That's the bell curve.
He said the bell curve. I'm so sorry. Right?
He
said
did.
The bell curve.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Obviously.
How dare? Obviously,
nobody
that's racist,
believes
yes.
Charles Murray's race science. You got to understand.
Right. Okay.
Nobody on the left thinks of Charles Murray as a respected scientist.
Right. Of course.
In terms of its ability to predict a positive future. So,
yes. Yeah. And that's why I'm so interested in the concept of increasing IQ, or increasing the G factor, not just the IQ score, but really what under this reasoning ability. So, you know, some people have tried to teach college students critical thinking.
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing.
You're smart and you can think critically, so much the better.
Exactly, you know. And, you know, it may sound to your listeners, I just want to take a moment out here. It may sound to your listeners like, here are these 2 guys pontificating about what it's like to be smart, what it's like to be not so smart. I mean, the point of this, the point of neuroscience research on intelligence, and what I hope to achieve by writing the book, was to show that the genetic aspects are not deterministic.
Mm-hmm.
It's the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Genes are probable.
Oh, look
What?
at Jordan
Oh, my
Peterson,
goodness.
biological determinist, agreeing with a neuroscience whose research is on intelligence, who's saying genetics are probabilistic, not deterministic. Wow, Jordan.
Yeah,
Such
because
a
a lot of it
big
has to do with diet and environment, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It's almost like if Joel would have literally spent the 5 minutes to watch a little bit beyond the clip he clipped out. You didn't have to make the stupid fucking video full of lies that he made.
It's terrible. I mean, this is
like ridiculous.
This is like YouTube. This is basic.
This is insane. You just had to watch the video for like 5 more minutes.
Jordan Peterson is the target.
Yes.
Is the target that they just like to go
Right.
after. Yeah. It's very sad.
So the extent to which something like intelligence is genetic, in my view, is the extent to which we'll learn how to change it for the better.
Right. Well, that's definitely, yeah, because people do tend to think about biological factors as deterministic, and that's a mistake because they can be shifted.
Oh no!
Oh my God.
No!
Oh my goodness.
Wow!
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, what are you doing?
Yeah,
You goof?
He basically just said, yeah, biological determinism is a mistake. That's what I heard. You heard the same thing, right, Sitch?
That's what I heard fucking literally say.
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
Sorry, Joel.
You literally had to watch like less than like a minute after where you clipped.
What's
you didn't
sad
want
is
to
he
watch
might
the
have
context around the clip that you did before you came up with your grand theory of Jordan Peterson's secret beliefs. You didn't think to watch like the 60 seconds before and after the clip you clipped out?
He probably did, though.
And so was Jordan Peterson just lying here? Is he just lying to this one guy?
No, he probably listened to it and was like, oh, well, I'm not going to use that, Jordan Peterson. That completely ruins my entire argument. That's what Big Joel would say. And he's like, I'm just not going to put that in the video.
So he's just being intentionally
Dishonest,
yeah.
Okay. I mean, it seems that way.
And this is insane to me.
He had to hear this.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure he's listened to, he says he's listened to hours of Jordan Peterson videos, so.
He just listened to all the hours except for the hours that prove him wrong.
Well, that's normally how people do it, yeah.
Yeah.
So the animal study. So you pointed out that you can come up with an IQ-like estimate for, say, a rat. And have you seen anything that indicates, I don't care how it's done, through training or neurochemically or by promoting brain function in different ways, however you might do it, that's actually indicated to you that there is a way of biologically enhancing the general cognitive ability even of an animal? Has anything come out credible?
Just by breeding mice who run a maze faster than other mice.
Uh-oh. That's a...
Oh, this is the bad part?
He's like, so is there anything you could do to biologically increase intelligence? And the neuroscientist whose job it is to research this is like, well, just eugenics.
Just by breeding, yeah.
Just by selective breeding.
Why didn't Big Joel use this clip? This would be one in his favor, right?
No, it wouldn't, because it would totally destroy the point.
Oh.
He wouldn't want to admit to this. Say they actually haven't found a solution to this.
Right.
Together, you get mice that seem to be able to learn how to run a maze faster. But that's work from the 1980s.
Right.
I review this in the book. There are some interesting technologies that have been developed where you can turn parts of a rat brain on and off at will and see what happens. This has not yet been applied, as far as I know, to learning. But interestingly, there are human studies underway with things like transcranial magnetic stimulation and these electrical ways to low voltage ways to stimulate parts of the brain. And there are some interesting experiments now being done with humans to see if you can improve learning or reasoning ability.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I edit this journal called Intelligence, which is kind of a prime spot for intelligence researchers to publish on all aspects of intelligence. And we're just starting to put together a special issue on human experiments to increase reasoning ability using these techniques of stimulating the brain.
You've seen some positive things with regards to low-level electrical stimulation? Because that's also been used. It's more anecdotal, but there's a bit of research being used to treat depression, for example.
That's right, and I do cover in the book the studies that were published up until the time I wrote the book and cautioned people that they hadn't been replicated yet.
Right.
But we're on the way. I mean, this is an evolving area that's going to be very exciting. I mean, if students are listening to this podcast and they're thinking about neuroscience or psychology, this kind of experiment is really a new phase of intelligence research where you can do experiments on human beings that are completely ethical and relatively non-intrusive.
Sitch, are you vacuuming over there?
And this is really going to change everything, because it'll shift intelligence research from basically psychometric correlations past what neuroimaging has done, which really moved it away from just psychometrics, and then correlating psychometric scores with measurable aspects of the brain.
Okay, we can go back. I thought maybe it's a different clip I have lined up. There's a clip later. I think it's when he's talking to Steven Pinker, and Jordan Peterson's kind of talking about how they've done the Jumpstart program for kids to see if that would raise kids' IQs and things of that nature. So, but anyway, we can go back to Joel. So now that Jordan Peterson in the clip that Joel sourced has completely nuked Big Joel's argument, let's go from orbit. Let's go back to Big Joel's BS rambling. I just hit back, by the way.
Oh, I'll do the same.
Yeah. Yeah, you will.
A few months ago.
Yeah. Daniel made that fucking fat Sitch.
How do you know?
Because he just tweeted it.
Yeah, I know.
First of all, that's a it's a Zofrat Sitch, but he put it on the Sports Illustrated cover.
Why would you do such a thing? So mean.
What a jerk. We're at 8 minutes and 51 seconds.
Psychological model and maps it onto the world in this very convenient seeming way. But in the end, when you actually look at his perspective on IQ, the conversations he wants so badly to have about it, and the way he justifies those conversations, problems start to emerge in his logic. Let's just jump in with an example. What you're about to see is one of the only times Peterson uses his thoughts on IQ to make real, concrete policy suggestions.
There's no place in our cognitively complex society for 1 in 10 people. So what are we going to do about that? The answer is no one knows. You say, well, shovel money down the hierarchy. It's like the problem isn't lack of money. I mean, sometimes that's the problem, but the problem is rarely absolute poverty. It's rarely that. It is sometimes, but rarely. It's not that easy to move money down the hierarchy. So
how dare right-wing extremist Jordan Peterson say that sometimes the problem is poverty, but sometimes that's not the problem. How dare he say that? What a Nazi.
Sometimes it's lazy.
Oh my God.
Did you know that?
Sometimes it's lazy. Sometimes it's stupid. Sometimes it's crime. Sometimes it's a million different other things.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Not a million different things.
First of all, it's not that easy to manage money. So it's a vicious problem, man.
Okay, one point that Peterson's making there is that people, the bottom 10% of IQ scores he's so concerned with, aren't easy to give money to. And that's because they're so stupid that they can't figure out how to deal with the money that they're given.
Wait a minute. Big Joel just said, Jordan Peterson said, people are too stupid. Poor people are too stupid. If you give them money, you know what to do with it, right? That's what Jordan Peterson just said.
Mm-hmm. I heard that part.
Wait a minute, I must have missed that. When did Jordan Peterson say that?
His thoughts on IQ to make real, concrete policy suggestions.
There's no place in our cognitively complex society for 1 in 10 people. So what are we going to do about that? The answer is no one knows. You say, well, shovel money down the hierarchy. It's like the problem isn't lack of money. I mean, sometimes that's the problem, but the problem is rarely absolute poverty. It's rarely that. It is sometimes, but rarely. It's not that easy to move money down the hierarchy. So, first of all, it's not that easy to manage money. So, it's a vicious problem, man.
Okay.
He doesn't really say anything. I heard nothing. What'd you hear?
He said the same thing. He said there's 10% of the population. You know, they don't have the high enough IQ to do most jobs.
They can't do shit. Yeah, exactly.
Right. You can't just throw money at them. That doesn't solve the problem.
Because they don't know what to do with it.
Well, he didn't even say that. He just said it's difficult to manage money. He's not even talking about, maybe this is the problem. He's not talking about for the people. He's talking about for society to manage money. He's talked about this a million times in his Monopoly clips that even Joel brings up. He says, if you just take all the money at the top of the hierarchy and you put it to the bottom of the hierarchy, all that happens is it just gets sucked right back up to the top of the hierarchy. That's why he always talks about the Matthew principle and Pareto and all this stuff. Yeah. He says if you just take all the money away from the top and put it at the bottom, in like 10 years or less, it's just going to all go back right to the top again.
Yeah. Because the top has businesses and whatnot.
Right. This translates into Joel's mind that Jordan Peterson is saying that you can't give poor people money because they're too stupid. Something he literally didn't say.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
You do have trouble giving poor people money.
No, I understand that, but it has nothing. It's not because it's nothing to do with intelligence at all. And first of all, there's been a million studies on this.
Well, how do you think it gets sucked back up the hierarchy if it doesn't have to do with intelligence?
No. But I'm saying it's not like saying, oh, you just give money if you give money to poor people, they're too stupid and they squander it. It's nothing, because there have been studies that say that there are people in this. One of the studies that Cody brought up, it said that smart people and not as smart people, there's no proof that they'll invest their money better, right? The smart people might have a better job that pays them more, but a lot of that has to do with the culture and environment and how you were taught to manage money. It's not like whether you squander money or not has more to do with how your personality type and how you were kind of taught to manage money when you were younger. That's far more to do with money management than intelligence. Which Jordan Peterson talked about in other clips.
Well, I just think if someone's dumb, it's going to be hard to teach them to manage money.
Well, yeah, if they're like literally sub 85 IQ, obviously.
Yeah. If they don't know how to fold an envelope.
Right.
And put it
obviously.
in. Yeah.
But that's not who Big Joel is talking about.
Okay.
When he says poor people. There's lots of poor people that have normal intelligence.
Right.
Running around. Okay.
Lots of poor people that are good with money too.
And so like there's a reason they've done a million of those studies with the people that win the lottery.
Mm-hmm.
Most people that win the lottery, it's like all gone.
Well, because
after like a year or two.
They misperceive how much money they've actually won, I think is the problem.
Sure, but the point is you can't, like, this is the problem with sort of the leftist conception of the world. They literally think that if you just took all of Jeff Bezos and all of Elon Musk's money and you just gave it to poor people, that would somehow fix society. That would fix poverty. You just gave everyone like, 50 grand or however much it would be, and then poverty would just be solved. They literally think that. That would help some percentage of people, but for the majority of people, it wouldn't solve anything. Within a few years, the money would be gone, and everything would just be right back to square one.
Yeah, I mean,
but this is the problem: is that their thought about that, it's not based on facts. It's not based on logic. They haven't done a study. There's been no research that shows that works. It's that they just say, my moral intuitions is I hate rich people. I mean, which that's fine. I don't like rich people either. I don't like people that are fucking, going around on with their third yacht or whatever too. But that doesn't mean that it's going to fix an issue if you just take all their money and you give it to poor people. That's not going to fix the issue.
Yeah, I mean, it might fix it for some people though.
Yeah, there's going to be some small percentage of people that's going to fix it for. Okay.
This is the whole idea behind UBI. Like, some people use the UBI to start a business and be more productive. It takes money to make money, that kind of thing.
I understand that. I understand that. And there's even a part...
But I don't think if you give it to stupid people, they're going to start a business. I completely think that's ridiculous to even imagine.
Of course they're not. Of course they're not. Yeah. But the argument that Joel is trying to construct, which is a total fabrication, and nothing Jordan Peterson has ever said, is that Jordan Peterson is saying all poor people are stupid, and therefore you can't give any social welfare to poor people because...
No, he's not saying that.
That's the argument Joel is trying to construct here.
Right.
That he's lying about, essentially.
But he does stop short of just saying, I mean, we just have to pay their bills. I mean, which I think at some level you have to kind of go there. Like, what are you going to do?
Right.
I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of people who are incarcerated right now because they're just fucking stupid. Right?
Well, here, I'll be right back. You can play the video or read superchats. Do whatever you want.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
One point that Peterson's making there is that people, the bottom 10% of IQ scores he's so concerned with, aren't easy to give money to. And that's because they're so stupid that they can't figure out how to deal with the money that they're given. That seems pretty straightforward, right? IQ is relevant to us because it has this implication on wealth redistribution. So how do I respond?
See, a lot of the context of this is really Joel is just a communist. So Joel just wants a society where, there's a big redistribution of resources from people who have money to people who don't have money. And he sees Jordan Peterson's argument about stupid people not being good enough with money to just give them money, which I don't necessarily know that's what Jordan Peterson is saying, as some sort of counter argument against his, whatever he wants, like redistribution plan. I don't know if Joel is for UBI or if he's against UBI or whatever. I'm skeptical UBI will work, but I feel like, yeah, if you do give money to certain people, which, I mean, those people could easily go out and get a bank loan if they have a good idea. But I think it's uncontroversial to say if you divert money to people who are not intelligent, that money's not going to be used to lift their standard of living. I think, how is that controversial?
Respond to this point. Well, the issue here is that Peterson's claim.
What are you guys saying in the chat? We got Captain Howdy says, "Get real." I can't tell if "get real" is aimed at me or Big Joel. Drew the Dogman says UBI is communist. I mean, is UBI communist? Communism is the abolition of private property and the collective ownership of all businesses. So I guess if you want to say because we're giving people a certain amount of money to pay for, no, it's not, you can't call it communist because you're giving people money. The government is printing money, giving it to people, and they're using that money to pay for the cost of living, maybe start a business if they have money left over or whatever. How's that communism? Look, communism. 18
communism
is 500 richer.
What
UBI
happened?
isn't communism, Laughing Butters says. In my
UBI
opinion.
isn't communism, no.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson is against UBI.
Jordan Peterson is kind of punting on this.
Because he doesn't have an answer.
Right, but I mean, he has a not answer, like, let's not round them up and
right, but that's so obvious. Like, he just, like, Jordan Peterson doesn't think he has to say, oh, by the way, I'm not saying we should sterilize and kill, people. Like, that goes without saying, you'd think.
put them on an allowance, right?
There you go.
I mean, that's really the only option, correct?
Yes, that is really the only option.
So why? Yeah, it's not hard. Just say put them on an allowance. And if anyone in the chat wants to say that's communism, then you're a big meanie head. Why do you want your stupid brothers and sisters, your stupid Americans to be living under a bridge somewhere? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Just isn't helpful to anything. It doesn't provide any actual value. Look, money is complicated. The economy is complicated. And if you wanted to ask the question, what is the best way to redistribute wealth, we would have to look carefully at those things and come to the conclusions we think are best based on evidence and based on what we think is right. We know that poverty is not some stable, intractable law of society because different places have different policies.
Way to say nothing, Joel.
Yeah, this is like so stupid. First of all, this chart doesn't even tell you anything of value. So he just flashes it up here. Like, I don't even know. What are we supposed to take from this chart? But secondly, this is so stupid. Okay. Obviously, different levels of poverty is going to be based on governmental policy. Obviously. That's not what Jordan Peterson is talking about. The question is whether you can eliminate all poverty, Joel, whether you can make poverty zero, a feat that no society in human history has ever fucking accomplished. Okay? That's what the question is.
Exactly.
So just saying, well, some countries have more poverty and some countries have less. Really? Wow. Wow. That's shocking. What a shocking thing. I didn't know that. No one knew that. No one could derive such wisdom.
And as a result, different amounts of wealth disparity. We know that relieving people of poverty allows them to live better lives. In fact, an interesting study indicates that poverty does incredible damage to brain performance. We know that there are good ways to help poor people have more money because of course there are. And so we can make choices,
of course
do things.
Yeah, because of course there are.
Right. I'm not going to explain what to do about the people with sub 85 IQ that Jordan's talking about, but there's ways to help them. Of course there are.
I just hate this.
No point in this discussion does some ridiculous conjecture about the stupidity of poor people actually help anything. Peterson's appeal to IQ might look scientific, but it doesn't give us anything that the real world does not. This is Jordan Peterson selling his merchandise too hard, acting like it does things, provides things that it simply doesn't. And this kind of overselling of the value of IQ can be found in another interesting thing that Peterson sometimes says, and I'll play it now.
The conservatives will say, well, they should just work harder. It's like, sorry, that ain't going to fly. And the liberals will say, well, there's no difference between people anyhow, and you can just train people to do everything, and that's wrong. So they're both wrong.
So this statement doesn't make any normative claim, doesn't call for one political solution over another, but it does try to make IQ seem really useful. Both of these sides, the liberals and the conservatives, are bad because they don't take into account the importance of IQ. To the right, he says a lot of people are not capable of picking themselves up by their bootstraps because they're too dumb. And to the liberal, he says that just providing people with sufficient training won't make society equitable because people are too dumb. It seems like we have a home run here, right? People just too stupid. People too dumb. Great. So there's a problem with this argument, and it's kind of a subtle one. Simply put, I don't agree with either the conservative or the liberal in Peterson's little speech here, and IQ is neither necessary nor often helpful to see why they're both bad positions.
This is the massive problem that they always get into. Jordan Peterson has I've never heard him say this. He never says the reason that there are poor people in Canada or America is because they all have less than 85 IQ. He's never fucking made that claim anywhere. He's never made that claim. And I played the clip of him saying the opposite, of saying not all rich people are smart and not all poor people are dumb. He's never made this fucking claim. And yet every time he talks about this and says there's 1 in 10 people, which is an objective fact, okay, that are below this IQ, and that they can't, participate in the job market correctly. In their mind, they add all this context as Jordan Peterson's talking about poor people. He's saying we can't help poor people. He's saying we can't help poor people. He's never fucking made this connection. He's never made this fucking claim.
Right. They're the ones making the connection that poor people are the stupid people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of, like, when you're talking about, like, the, people in poverty, like, a lot of these people that have, less than 85 IQ, they're wards of the state. They're still living, they're like adults who live with family members or parents are taking care of them. Like, he's never made this claim that, like, oh, all the poor people running around all have sub 85 IQ. He's never fucking said this.
Yeah, this kind of goes against their argument, too, that the only difference between Jeff Bezos and a poor person is just Jeff Bezos had massive amounts of opportunity that the poor person didn't have.
Right.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I'd like to think intelligence played some role in why people are where they are. I think it does play a role.
I mean, even in Jordan Peterson's like chart that had, the jobs, he had his 90 to 87 IQ jobs or whatever the IQ range was. Like, all those jobs, people don't get paid a lot to do. Like, it's just disgusting to me that they take this somewhat innocuous statement Jordan Peterson says and they twist it around. They have to twist everything around that he says into being nefarious.
Yeah, because he's Red Skull to them.
Yeah.
Take the conservative mantra, if you just work hard enough, you can succeed. This claim is idiotic on its face. Even if picking yourself up by your bootstraps was a reasonable way to get out of poverty, it would still be a meaningless thing to say because we are not living in a society where everyone's bootstraps are pulled. Some people are poor. That is an objective reality. A conservative who makes this point isn't actually providing a way for poor people to succeed, giving real insight into anything.
So, of course, Big Joel doesn't have any actually useful criticism or critique here at all.
Yeah,
because he doesn't understand anything that's happening here.
No.
All evidence, all research shows that people that have the mindset and believe in the metaphorical truth, even if it's not factually true, believe in the concept of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps will not only do better in life, but be happier in life. Okay, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is, the critique is, can people be trained to learn that attitude, or is that somewhat of an innate view, like an innate personality trait that people seem to be born with? Because I'm leaning more towards that's kind of an innate, personality type.
Motivation?
Yes, conscientiousness, motivation, right? Something Jordan Peterson talks about all the time. He says, what are the two largest predictors of success? IQ and conscientiousness.
Right, motivation.
Right.
Yeah. Motivation is more important than talent, because you can always get talent or skill, because you can always get those things if you have motivation. If you don't have motivation, you're just fucked.
Yes.
Everyone I know who's lazy and poor is lazy and poor because they're not motivated to do anything.
They're not stupid.
Well, they're motivated to do the bare minimum.
Right.
But they're not going to do anything extra or go out of their way. Yeah.
I mean, I've known a lot of people who were very intelligent, who came from poor families, and they would be they were very hardworking, and they were in school, they were in college, they were going to be like the first person in their family that graduate from college, right? And I would talk to them, and I'd be like, why is it? And they had brothers and sisters who were not at all like them at all, who made very bad life decisions, or who were quote unquote lazy or whatever. And I'd say were you born this way, or did why did you what's motivating you? And all of them, they'd always say, I don't know, it's just the way I always was. None of them ever said well, I was sitting in a classroom in first grade and some teacher came in and they told me that I could be the best that I could be. And suddenly, I realized, it dawned on me that I could, shape reality according to my whims. And I was no, none of them ever said that. Every single person I've ever asked who's like a type A person, they've always told me that they were just that's always the way they've been. And that's the difficulty. Now, I'm not saying people who are not type A can learn to be type A.
Are you a type A person?
Not at all.
What's a type A person in your mind?
The conscientious, put your head down, drive, work.
If you have any
workaholic
mental toughness, if you can do things when other people are like, I want to quit, you're golden, man. You got to be able to do that. You got to toughen up, Sitch. We need to have a pep talk here.
No. So
you can be type A, Sitch.
Okay.
I believe in you.
So what my point is that I'm trying to get at is that I think people are born type A or type B. Okay. Obviously there's more than just type A, type B, but this is just the generalization for this one specific thing of
I
conscience.
disagree.
Okay. People are born type A, type B. Now, I do believe people that are born type B, like myself, can learn, through hard fucking work and perseverance.
Well, and a lot of guilt tripping from your friends.
And guilt tripping from your friends and loved ones to be hardworking, to be more type A people. Yeah. I believe that's totally possible. But the thing is, it's just more difficult. But that's just that's the dice you were rolled. And so to me, that's the actual criticism for the pull yourself up by your bootstraps, is that just saying that to someone doesn't help someone who doesn't have that mindset. You
got to build mental toughness, though. I mean,
yeah, no, you're right. You got to
takes work,
right? But this is part of the problem: is that
have to decide to do it.
But here's the issue: society does not accept that motivation and things like type A or motivation personality types are inherent. It will never be able to train people who are not that to be that, because no one understands. Our society doesn't understand what it is at all. Society doesn't even understand what motivation is.
I think you can. I think you can.
I'm saying you can as an individual. I'm saying our society doesn't right fucking now, because all our society says is, "Oh, you're lazy." I was like, "Well, that doesn't fucking help."
But that is society stepping in and shaming you into pulling yourself up.
Shame does not help the situation at all. If shame helped the situation, everyone would be type A by now.
Really? I mean,
Yeah.
there are shameless people though, and those are the people who can't be motivated.
Because
to
people
change.
give up. People give up.
Well, no, they're shameless.
It's
There are
not a
plenty
question
of
of shame.
shameless
It's too
people who are
difficult.
like,
If you shame too much, it's like, oh, this is just too much. It's too difficult.
yeah,
This is the
I don't know.
to me, this is the real problem. Beyond the the 1 in 10 people that are sub 85 IQ is that our society doesn't understand what motivation is, and it doesn't understand how to actually motivate people that are not intrinsically motivated. That's
Yeah.
no one fucking talks about it or understands it or researches it or anything of that nature.
I mean, I've always had projects and shit that I want to accomplish.
Yeah, but you're a type A person, Adam. You like literally
But
don't
you
understand
have-
anything I'm
you-
talking about.
You have projects that you want to accomplish too. So
I do, but I'm not a type A person.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm talking like a foreign language to you. You don't even conceive of what
no,
I'm talking about.
I understand. I know I have friends, I have loved ones who are lazy pieces of shit that I have zero respect for.
I'm
No.
not saying
I know
you're saying,
exactly
like,
what you're
everyone
talking
who's not type
about.
A is a lazy piece of shit. I'm not saying that.
Yeah,
You shouldn't say that either.
I shouldn't say that. Oh,
No.
okay. Well, how am I
shouldn't
supposed
say
to? How am I supposed to shame them into getting their acts together if I don't say that?
Okay. Because that's what I'm saying. You can't just shame someone into being motivated. I don't believe that works.
I don't think it's good to have the attitude that it's been biologically determined that I'm just not type A. I think
but that's the fucking truth. It has been biologically determined. The question
I
is,
disagree.
well, you're wrong. Okay, because the question is, what are you going to do about it? And there is something you can do about it, and there are ways to motivate yourself, and that's a very complicated, difficult task to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, it is tough. I got to admit. Yeah.
Right.
Mental toughness is hard, but you got to build it.
Right. Well, regardless, anyway, to me, that's the problem with the pull yourself up with your bootstraps argument. Just saying it to someone isn't going to fucking help. If you actually want people to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you are going to have to construct systems or society around actually teaching people to do that in proper ways. You can't just, it's kind of counterintuitive. You have to teach people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. That's the real flaw with the argument. I don't know what the fuck Joel's talking about.
I mean, there's a lot of people that they're not cognitive of the opportunities in front of them, which is part of the problem.
That has nothing to do with it.
Well, to some extent it does. If you're thinking something's going to be much more difficult than it actually is, then the bootstraps thing is more harder.
Well, okay, yeah, sure. I know, I agree with that. I agree with that, yeah. Right, and I think this is just getting worse with modern technology, because now with video games and social media, and you have like a million distractions, a million things that make you feel like you're accomplishing things when you're not accomplishing shit.
Doing anything, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're just doing nothing.
Yeah, that's sad.
And these are the real things that we should be grappling with, and we're just not.
I'm grappling with it. We're grappling with it here on the show.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I want to help people.
But no, we can't grapple with it because Jordan Peterson's a fucking evil Nazi.
Joel, we'll help you, okay? You don't have to be a lazy piece of shit your entire life, okay? We'll help you get your life together. This communism thing, I think Joel needs a project, a big project. That's what he needs.
Well, he could shave and, I don't know,
Let's
take a shower.
not go crazy here. That's like
is that too
baby
much?
steps, okay?
Okay.
I said big project. I didn't say
see.
gigantic, life-changing project, okay?
Yeah. To not go for the hobo aesthetic. Is that a big project? I don't know. I'm just saying.
A lot of girls, I mean, who knows? He might live in Seattle. A lot of girls go for that in Seattle.
No, you know what? You're probably right. What am I saying? What do I know?
Yeah, they do. A lot of girls are like, this guy's a fixer-upper, man. It looks like he lives
You're
under a
right.
bridge.
I mean, this video has almost 400,000 views, so I guess, it works.
I'm sure Joel has plenty of lady offers.
I guess the dirty hippie aesthetic still works, right? Or other dirty hippies.
Oh my God, I know.
No, they're just absconding political responsibility in the most banal way possible, saying that it's not their job to help you. And people having different ideas.
Whoa. It's our job to help him now? Joel, it's your job to help him.
Right.
We put it on you. I dub you the helper of the poor.
IQs doesn't rebut that point at all, right? It's actually fairly common to believe both that some people are born better, more gifted, more deserving than others, and that everyone is ultimately responsible only for their own lot in life. That's kind of a central conservative position, in fact. At any rate, Peterson's liberal perspective is also pretty bad. The claim that we can train anyone to do anything is, to be fair, a whole lot better than the conservatives pick yourself up by your bootstraps. At least it implies you actively want to make society better for people, but
it's better because you're doing something, even if the thing you're doing doesn't actually work. Okay, I guess. I don't know.
It once again leaves a lot to be desired, and for reasons that have nothing to do with IQ. For one, it bases politics on a yet unverified conclusion. Why does this liberal believe that simply educating people into professional positions will make society sufficiently equitable?
Is that the dumbest fucking statement you've ever heard? Holy
Could
shit.
be, yeah. This
What
is the whole
the
idea.
fuck?
You can't look the guy. You can't educate someone who doesn't know how to fucking throw a hand grenade into a white collar position.
But no, yeah,
It's
of course.
fucking
But that's not
stupid.
even what I'm ragging on.
On a yet unverified conclusion, why does this liberal believe that simply educating people into professional positions will make society sufficiently equitable?
So he's saying that
I get it. What he's
yeah,
saying.
he's saying that even if people have the potential, you could train every person to do some kind of professional job.
Society
Why
would
would you
still
think
be
that would make
unequal.
society equitable?
Right.
Holy shit! It's just like such Marxist drivel.
Well, there are other factors. There's obviously luck and.
But that's not even what he's
environment.
talking about. He's like, oh, well, because we live in this capitalist society where the bourgeoisie are going to suck up all the resources, even if the people aren't poor, society still won't be equitable. Like that's his problem with the statement. His problem with the statement isn't that, well, no, you literally can't train everyone to do any job. His problem is, well, even if you could train everyone to do any job, it still wouldn't be equitable. That's
Yeah.
his fucking problem with the liberal statement. It's just,
Who cares about the
Holy
10%
shit.
that are so dumb?
Fuck.
Because 80% of the people who are smart aren't getting a fair shake anyway.
yeah,
So
oh my God. It's just
move over.
so stupid.
Move over, Marx.
Why would it? The job market doesn't possess infinite high-paying jobs, right? Lots of jobs need doing that pay poorly.
You're just it's driving you crazy.
Because it's like,
Oh,
there's not infinite high-paying jobs. Yes, because the liberal is not saying that that there should be a flat fucking hierarchy, Joel, where everyone gets paid the same thing. They're saying, yes, people should get paid more. They're just saying people shouldn't be living in fucking abject poverty. If everyone had a job that they could make money on, so they're not living in poverty. That's what they're saying. What the fuck are you talking about? They're not saying, oh, well, everyone has to make the same amount of money. Obviously, there's still going to be fucking high-paying jobs. Even if every person in America could learn a valuable job or trade that would raise them up to being, at the very minimum, middle class, that wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be enough for the commies because it's still rich people.
Remember the clip at the beginning? Does this video make any sense to you guys? I watch it and I feel like it's stupid.
I know.
It is stupid.
It is stupid. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why you felt that way, because it is fucking stupid.
But it's like a 40-minute video.
Yeah, of gibberish.
Yeah, of garbage. Like it doesn't even have a coherent argument.
And don't require much training, and it's
Be right back.
entirely unclear how the future will change this. Besides, if you don't resolve poverty, then people will still obviously be advantaged or disadvantaged by their class position.
If you... Oh, this video hurts my soul. God damn. Even if everyone could have a decent job, there would still be classes. Ah! You know, this is hilarious because this is why this is extra hilarious. We just watched, and he cited that dog shit Cody Johnson video. Okay. And Cody Johnson spent like a fucking hour in his video going on and on about, why does Jordan Peterson keep bringing up that hierarchies are part of nature, that you can't flatten the hierarchies? Why does Jordan Peterson keep bringing this up? And there's literally a part in that video that we were watching with Cody where Cody says, if Jordan Peterson's only point is that hierarchies are built into all systems and in nature, if that Jordan Peterson's only point, that's a stupid point because everyone knows that. Okay. That's what Cody fucking said. Flash forward to Joel, who cited Cody's video, who literally doesn't believe or understand that, who's now like, no, we need to flatten all the hierarchies. Everything has to be flat. Everything must be equal. Okay. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy.
No matter how good their teachers are. Don't get me wrong, I am very pro-education. I think that learning things helps people. I just don't see it as the be-all and end-all, the only change that we should depend on. And this leads me to the bigger problem I have with the liberal here, which is that their position is just kind of fart-smelling. Instead of saying that we should help make the world a better place for the people living in it, they just hypothesize about some future state where all these issues work themselves out because of the state of education.
What the fuck is he talking about? This is insane.
Yeah, he's drifted way off topic here.
No, this is like, I fucking hate leftists. Oh my god, they're fucking so fucking stupid. This video enrages me. Okay, even the liberal conception, which you can disagree with, which I already said I disagree with the idea that you could train everyone into success. Even that conception, the liberals are not saying, like, oh my god, so unpack this. It kills my soul. All these fucking dumb shit leftist bread tubers who all just hate the status quo. You have so many people who are living comfortably right now who hate the status quo. It's hilarious. They're able to make money off of YouTube, and yet they think they're living in fucking Auschwitz right now. And so they're like, all these dirty liberals who don't want to have a full fucking revolution of our society. When a liberal says that, hey, we should have better education and training so people can get jobs, what that really means is they don't want to do anything. They just want to sit on the status quo and hope a magic future fixes poverty. What the fuck are you talking about? They're literally talking about spending tax money on increasing infrastructure and education. What the fuck are you talking about? How is that waiting for a magic future to fix anything?
Hell
this
yeah.
Is insane to me, Adam.
Of course it is. Big Joel's an idiot.
Jesus Christ.
It's a cowardly position, and one that feels like it intentionally dismisses the needs of real people who have real issues.
Yeah, you hate real people, Sitch.
Yes. Wanting to spend money on improving education is a cowardly position that ignores the plight of real fucking people.
What is he suggesting?
That's a good fucking question. What is he suggesting, Adam? I don't know.
I don't get it.
He's suggesting revolution, I guess. I don't know what the fuck is being suggested.
You think a revolution is going to be good for poor people? Somehow, I doubt that.
Listen, we all know that all the poor people and all the people with sub 85 IQ are going to do very well in the revolution.
I mean, I don't feel like Joel. You think Joel owns a home? Probably not. He's probably renting. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, this is being shot at a Holiday Inn, so I don't know.
See, Jordan Peterson is trying to make IQ science look really important by acting like it produces a new, better politics for us. A politics that avoids the pitfalls of liberal...
They act like Jordan Peterson all he does is run around talking about IQ. He doesn't... There's like 4 or 5 speeches out of the thousands of speeches he gets where he brings this up, and yet they're like, oh, Jordan Peterson just can't stop talking about IQ.
That's because all the left talks about is Jordan Peterson talking about IQ those 4 or 5 times. Like, they think he's obsessed with it because they are obsessed with it. He's written 2 books. He's written 3 books. It's not in any of his books. Like he's written nothing about IQ because it's just something that comes up in conversation. He talks about it.
They're pulling clips from like 2016. Like, what the fuck? This is insane.
And conservatism. But the truth is, it doesn't do anything like that. Peterson's just saying two bad ideas.
Okay, Joel, I know you're really not smart here, so let me break it down for you. Okay, because you keep showing you keep literally showing a clip of Jordan B. Peterson, a professor at college in a psych class, talking about fucking IQ, and you're questioning why a professor in a fucking psych class would be teaching students about IQ, one of the fundamental things when it comes to psychology.
Yeah, IQ.
Gee. Why the fuck is this happening?
IQ is one of the few things that they have, you know, repeatable studies on. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Replicatable.
Replicatable, incredibly replicatable, incredibly highly correlated with success and other metrics. Yeah.
It's one of the most evidence-based fields of study in psychology that they have.
Right.
So I don't see, it seems like it's the bedrock of psychology. So.
And you have Jordan Peterson. I don't know what kind of class he's teaching. I don't know if he's teaching an intro class. I don't know what specific class Jordan Peterson's teaching. The idea that a psychology teacher is teaching kids about IQ is a big fucking duh. Like,
yeah. Oh, hell yeah.
Why is he talking about IQ? Well, because he's a fucking psych professor.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No, they're paying him to do it.
Oh my God.
And then attaching IQ to the possibility of better ones in a way that doesn't make any sense. It's a parlor trick.
It's a parlor
plain and
trick.
simple. For all he talks about it, Jordan Peterson has a very hard time explaining what IQ is actually supposed to do, how it's going to help us. Let's talk about a lecture that Jordan Peterson gave around a year ago.
Oh, okay. Wait. Let me see. What's this one?
Free speech.
Okay, before we get into the free speech lecture, I've another clip I want to cut to.
Is this? I mean, I've seen that IQ clip that he talks about in the classroom. I've seen that clip
it a million
bunch
times
of
too. Yeah.
It's actually quite useful because he's basically saying, you know, if your IQ is below this point and you go into one of these vocations, you're probably going to struggle. Mm-hmm. Which most people, I don't know.
Well, it's actually it's completely backwards. Like literally, the point of him saying this is the left would be so happy about, because I've heard him say this in other things. Part of it when he's doing is to breed empathy, to say, listen, don't just. And he's literally said this. It wasn't one of the clips that Joel did. It was one of the clips that Cody did. I think it was when Jordan Peterson was talking to the programmers or something in San Francisco. And he's like, don't look at people that are working, you know, quote unquote, lower class jobs than you and hate them or think that they suck because they can't do your job. Like you, and he literally says this to the programmers. Cody even played this clip. He's like, you fuckers who are sitting in this room right now, who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars in Silicon Valley, you're just fucking lucky.
You won the genetic lottery.
Yeah. You won a fucking genetic lottery. Okay. And so part of what we decided as a society and the benefit of society is that the people who got lucky will help the people who didn't fucking get lucky.
Yeah.
And in a clip I'm going to play later, there's like literally Steven Pinker saying this and Jordan Peterson going, yeah. Like he agrees with all this fucking shit.
You know what book argues for that? Argues
the bell curve?
Warns about the cognitive elite that are going to...
The racist bell curve book, yes.
Take all of the resources from society and create an underclass of less cognitively advanced people that are going to be subjugated by them. Yeah, it's called the bell curve. That's a whole warning of the bell curve. That we can't build a society like that.
Right.
Like there used to be a time when there was a lot of jobs for dumb people to do, and that was a sustainable society. And now we're moving in a direction where we're basically automating all the jobs that dumb people do. which means there ain't no jobs for the dumb people. Which, I mean, they still got to eat, right? And they're still going to continue to be born. There's this thing called regression to the mean. Just because, you're competent doesn't mean you're not going to have a dumb kid.
In the lecture, and I don't know if you want to play a clip of it, in the lecture that Joel keeps coming to, because I've the whole lecture, it's like an hour and 43 minutes. Jordan Peterson literally says what you just said. He says, we've automated all of these jobs away. And guess what? The automation's coming for white collar jobs too.
Yep.
And he says the thing that you always say.
Yeah, the attorneys are next.
Yes. He says attorneys are next. He says attorneys will get automated away by AI.
Yeah. That means there's going to be a whole lot more Nick Recadas on YouTube because it's like,
right.
I hope you attorneys, Mr. Ubercross, I hope you're entertaining.
So anyway, this is from the clip, one of the clips that Big Joel keeps playing. We'll see if Jordan Peterson says anything that completely debunks and shits all over the claims that Joel is getting at.
In order to find that data.
No.
Wait, let me go
Not
back.
the right definition.
A unique perspective.
Yeah, there's no evidence. Look,
well, somebody
a huge part of it is technology. It's like, God, they're everywhere. And no wonder. Well, so that's cognitive. That's cognitive ability. Like, look,
well, somebody
huge part of it is
someone that's birthed in a different part of the world that has a different upbringing that could potentially bring something unique, a unique perspective.
Yeah, there's no evidence for that whatsoever. There's no evidence for that. That is not how you get. That's not the right definition of diversity.
But could it also be potentially that we are not measuring and focusing on that in order to find that data?
No. No, it's not. It's not. Because, look, measuring success is not an easy thing.
You think it should be meritocracy no matter what, period?
No, there's always a fly in the ointment.
Fly in the ointment.
Well,
okay.
there is. So
first of all, I don't know whoever filmed this. Clearly didn't go to film school and keeps violating the 360 rule or the 180 rule. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. Right.
Unless Joel flipped it or something for copyright.
No. This is in the video. I don't know why this is like this.
Oh, yeah. We're not in Joel's video anymore.
Right. So there you go. We have Jordan Peterson literally saying, no, it's not all just about meritocracy. Okay. But don't worry. They're going to continue on this. Is meritocracy all that matters?
the other thing, there's a good book that I would recommend reading called The Great Leveler by Walter Scheidel. It's a new book, relatively new book. And he details out the ineradicability of inequality. So part of the problem...
There you go, Adam. There's your book, The Great
2017, yeah, I got it. It's in my wish list. Violence and the History of Inequality from the Stone Age to the 21st Century. Done.
Process that we just described, where success breeds success and failure breeds failure, is that the people who are succeeding get a disproportionate share of the resource pie, let's say. So, you know, everyone knows that about money, right? Because the 12 richest people in the world, the 85 richest people in the world have as much money as the bottom 2 billion, which seems, well, let's say unfair. Now, it's certainly unequal. Now, whether it's unfair is slightly
Jordan,
different.
the statistic is the eight richest have equal to the bottom 3.5 billion.
Yeah, well, it's probably worse than it was when I looked at this about 3 years ago. So, but it doesn't matter because you get the point. But
it's crazy.
But the thing is that this is not something that only applies to money. It applies to everything that's creatively produced. So the same rule applies to number of records sold by recording artists. The same rule applies to number of books sold by novelists. The same rule applies to number of goals scored by NHL hockey players. The same rule applies to the population of cities and the mass of stars and the size of trees in the jungle. It's like the inequality problem is way more troublesome, again, than mere capitalism. It's a terrible problem. And Scheidel's work, which is really, really interesting, he's traced back.
Jordan Peterson says, inequality is a terrible problem. Jordan Peterson, Mr. I don't want to do anything about inequality. Fuck poor people. Just said it's a terrible problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Inequality 10, 15,000 years using, you can do it, for example, let's say you find a Neolithic burial site and there's 200 people in it. So these people would be buried with their possessions. And obviously some of them decay, but some of them don't. And like some of them are buried with gold. Well, hardly any of them. And the tiny proportion of people who are buried with gold are buried with a lot of gold. So you can even derive a Gini coefficient estimate, which is an estimate of inequality from burial sites. And it looks like as soon as you get a surplus, you get inequality. And that's a rough thing, because you might think, well, even in hunter-gatherer societies where there's no surplus, there's still inequality, because there's inequality of friendship, there's inequality of health, and there's inequality of sexual access. And those things they are not trivial. But when you're thinking about it purely economically, you start to get inequality as soon as you get a surplus. You think, oh, that's interesting. So there's a natural rule, which is surplus generates inequality. All right, so how do you solve that? And Scheidel's book says, well, that's easy. You just get rid of the surplus. Right, and that's not good. So he found, and so one of the things he did was statistical analysis, because one of the things you might ask is, well, let's say you have your measures of inequality, and then you can track them around the world, and you can track whether or not the inequality is generated by a right-wing government or a left-wing government. And then you might hope, well, the left-wing governments would ameliorate inequality. There's no evidence for that at all. It doesn't look like inequality is it doesn't look like the amelioration of inequality is within the purview of political organization. Yeah. And you should not hear that with any degree of happiness whatsoever, because the social science on inequality is also clear. As inequality levels increase, societies destabilize.
Oh my God. Mr. Order versus chaos. Mr. I want the status quo for everything. It's literally just said, as inequality increases, society destabilizes. Holy shit, Joel. It's almost like you and every other bread tube who just constantly talk shit about Jordan Peterson have literally no fucking clue what you're talking about. And you could have literally just spent the 10 minutes. This is around the time stamp that he clipped the video from. And he didn't take the 10 minutes to just watch this and say, oh, well, this completely shits on my entire argument for this video. I saved myself, however many months it took me to edit this video together.
He's going to put out the video anyway because he's been working on it for so long. He's got sunk cost fallacy going here.
I guess. This is just,
oh, God. I know.
And the best indicator of that, I already mentioned that was work that was done by Martin Daly and Margot Wilson at McMaster University in Canada. They're really interested in what drove male homicide, because most homicide is male on male. It's mostly young males. It's mostly within race. And it's mostly status competition, right? So, and the status competitions get intense where inequality increases. So where everyone's poor, so if you rank order American states and Canadian provinces by inequality, the poorer provinces where everyone's poor, there's no male aggression. And the rich provinces and states where everyone's rich, there's no male homicide. But the states and provinces where inequality is high, the male homicide rate starts to climb up. And it's probably the most aggressive males who get most aggressive most rapidly when inequality increases. So there's a psychological component, but inequality drives male homicide. 0.9 is the correlation, which means that you
That's
actually
huge.
Don't need any other explanation
90%.
for male homicide.
Yes, 0.9.
90%.
Ludicrous. Okay. But no, we have Jordan Peterson. Big Joel's like, Jordan Peterson just doesn't want to do anything about inequality, and he just bases all of his shit on nothing. Jordan Peterson was like, oh, here's a study that says this. Here's a book that says this. Here's a thing that says this. Like, he's citing like everything he's fucking talking about and talking about how it's bad. And they can't hear it. They fucking can't hear it.
Well, he's speaking directly to the people who feel they're suffering from the inequality.
Of course.
Big Joel is literally trying to drive the destabilization that Peterson is talking about.
I mean, I literally think that Jordan Peterson is possibly the most strawman person that's alive right now. I cannot think of anyone else who has more lies and strawman and misinformation peddled about them than Jordan Peterson. That's currently alive. I don't think there's a single person.
No, it's true. They don't listen to him. They don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Maybe you throw in alcohol just as an extraneous variable. You don't need any other explanation for the male homicide rate than inequality. It's staggering work. It's absolutely staggering work. And so the thing is that a meritocracy will drive inequality. And then you have a...
Oh, no! What? Jordan Peterson, the evil right-wing conservative who says to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, just said that meritocracy drives inequality? Holy shit. It's almost like your entire narrative, Joel, is just crumbling to fucking pieces.
Yeah.
From the clips that if you would have just spent like the 10 minutes to watch the sections around the parts you clipped.
I mean, he's going after Jordan Peterson in a dishonest way. I don't think... I mean, it seems pretty obvious.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how he makes his videos. Like how did he not watch this stuff and listen to this part of the video? Did he? I mean, I don't know how he found the clips that he found.
I mean, I feel like it's just, cherry picking bad shit to make Jordan Peterson look bad.
Yeah, but that's why is it intentional? I can't.
Yes.
I don't think it's intentional.
It's intentional.
I don't think it is.
How can it not be? It's so
I think
obvious.
he's just delusional.
Oh, really?
I wouldn't be surprised if Joel had these clips from some other source. There's a million of these, like Jordan Peterson says crazy shit, on Reddit
compilations.
posts.
Oh,
and then like someone just links to the time code of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be even remotely surprised if Joel just watches that like segment of the clip and says, "Oh, that's good enough." He doesn't watch before, he doesn't watch after, he doesn't care if the context is correct or not, and then he just goes ahead.
Yeah, because he thinks he knows. Yeah,
right.
I just would feel horrible misrepresenting someone.
Yes, me too.
Unless it's Ben Burgess, and then I feel great about it. I'm sorry. If it's Ben Burgess or if it's Jangles, I mean, I don't have a lot of empathy for that. Actually, Ben Burgess was pretty cool when he came on the 200 show. So
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
So just Jangles.
Jangles, did you invite Jangles?
Yeah, Jangles was going to come on, and then at the last minute said he couldn't.
Wow, how dare he?
Yeah,
how dare he?
Whatever.
Problem because people stack up at zero, and they can't get out of zero. Because that's what happens as inequality increases, people. Think about...
Jordan Peterson saying all the poor people are stupid. That's why he constantly talks about how you stack up at zero in games about trading. In the fucking Monopoly example, I know you fucking saw, Joel, because you were referencing Cody's video where he plays the clip a million fucking times.
Mm-hmm.
When you're playing Monopoly, the game. I mean, that's a perfect example of how inequality emerges. Everybody's equal to begin with. Everybody basically plays a random game, because Monopoly is basically a random game. I mean, there's some skill in it, but not much. So it's a random game. So what happens when everyone starts equal and you play a random game? One person ends up with everything. Everyone else stacks up at zero. Now, Scheidel's book basically shows the only way out of that is various forms of war, including revolution, and epidemics. That's it. That's the only thing he's been able to track. And what happens is, well, you level everyone, and then inequality decreases. It's like, well, okay. Like, that doesn't seem like a really great solution. So,
Jordan, this seems to be even more and more pressing with the proliferation of artificial intelligence, robotics.
Okay, that was the only part of it. It's just crazy to me. He literally says meritocracy creates inequality, and these leftists, they just don't hear it. They just hallucinate. Their brain just shuts off, and they go, "Oh, Jordan Peterson said that we should kill all poor people." Jordan Peterson said all poor people are stupid and we shouldn't help them.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson is pretty fucking empathetic.
Yes.
Like, he cries in every other video. I don't even condone that. Like, I don't understand how people can think that he doesn't care.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I pressed back.
Am I going to have to do that?
I mean, if you want people to see the video, you're going to have to do that.
Okay, I'm going to do it right now.
It'd be nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
A few months ago.
I appreciate it.
I did it for you.
Thank you. As long as you're doing it for me.
You're my pal.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah. But I'm the smart one. Remember that.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Why does Big Joe look like Krusty Doomer Wojak?"
Mm-hmm. What's going on in the chat? I feel like...
I don't know what's going on.
There's just a lot of...
Someone was just spamming something.
Conflict going on that is unusual in our chat, so...
I just see that there's one person just spamming something and they got timed out.
That's okay.
Don't spam garbage in the chat, guys.
Here, I'm gonna spam my favorite.
No, we're not even halfway in this video. This video fucking rages me, which obviously everyone's able to figure out who's listening.
Yeah, I put the trigger thing up a couple times. It's great.
For all he talks about it, Jordan Peterson has a very hard time explaining what IQ is actually supposed to do.
What a fucking idiot. I mean, he has a hard time explaining that. I mean, I've seen a whole 40-minute lecture of him explaining it. He's not having a hard time. He's doing it like in a college course. That's kind of the opposite of
this is an hour and 40-minute video. It's not all about IQ. A lot of it's about personality, but it's a big section about IQ too. So.
Yeah. I'm sure he's like giving tests on it. What's so hard to understand?
How it's going to help us. Let's talk about a lecture that Jordan Peterson gave around a year ago.
Free speech as a precondition for mental and social health.
Look at Joel. He's so triggered by Jordan Peterson. I'm so triggered by Joel. Joel's so triggered by Jordan Peterson. It's a triggered circle of life. Can you imagine someone actually being happy to listen to Jordan Peterson talk? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
It's about the goodness and importance of free speech, and in one section...
Something that Joel doesn't give a fuck about, because
he's
I assume he doesn't give a fuck about.
And about 10 minutes in, to demonstrate his point, he starts talking about personal relationships.
Listening. That's a hard thing. Why? Because sometimes you hear things you don't want to hear.
Ooh, Joel, he's talking to you.
And you can't make light of that.
As he says, a person fighting with their significant other might, on some level, not want to listen to them. To listen to them, to internalize their words and understand them completely can be scary, challenging. It can lead you to the conclusion that you are wrong, that you are not as good a person as you thought you were. Peterson goes on to say,
those are all very important, good points for people to understand.
For Big Joel to understand while he's doing a Jordan Peterson video.
Well, that's part of why I think they can't listen to Jordan Peterson. That's part of why people don't listen in arguments, is that there's a mental process. And Jordan Peterson, I don't know if he says it in that speech or if it's when he's talking to Steven Pinker, it might be, where he talks about like how, was it him or was it Sam Harris? I think it was him, because I just saw this. He was talking about how part of the way to sort of fight against sort of this mental conditioning is to, when you're having a conversation with someone, you repeat back to them their point every time they make it. If you're having like a disagreement with someone. And how that like takes a lot of the emotion out of the conversation. And part of the reason why I think people don't actually listen or hear people in arguments is because there's like a process where if you listen and the words actually enter your consciousness, like they actually change the way you're thinking by hearing the words. And so it's like a self-defense mechanism to prevent you from changing your mind, is that you literally don't perceive what they're saying.
Yeah. It's cognitive dissonance.
Right.
That the best predictor of marriage failure is one partner rolling their eyes, ignoring and dismissing the words of their partner.
The best predictor of divorce, if you're a couples counselor, is eye rolling. And that's disgust. And once the relationship is degenerated because of lack of communication, perhaps, malevolence, perhaps, ignorance, and there's nothing left but disgust, there's nothing left of the relationship.
It's obvious to see how Peterson implicitly connects this to society writ large. We have an obligation to respect the words of the other, not roll our eyes, because otherwise, like this couple, society will fall apart. Free speech doesn't just describe a good law then, but also an ethical responsibility to hear people out under the assumption that they might have something worthwhile to say. That's how I read this section anyway, and I think it's a charitable reading, especially because Jordan Peterson has said almost exactly this at other points.
Because if you listen to someone who disagrees with you, and you really listen, they're going to tell you things that will reveal your errors and make you change. And so that was another barrier to listening, is you don't want the person to reveal themselves and their complexity to some degree because they shake you to the depths of your core certainties.
Now, to be clear, I am pro the concept of being challenged. What's more, I think free speech in a legal sense is a good thing.
Did you catch that?
The concept of being challenged as opposed to being challenged?
Well, that, but he says, I think free speech in a legal concept is a good thing.
Right.
He threw that in
Still,
there.
Core certainties.
Now, to be clear, I am pro the concept of being challenged. What's more, I think free speech in a legal sense is a good thing.
In a legal sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting that he threw that in there. In a legal sense. What about a cultural sense, Joel?
No, you should be able to cancel someone for
for
misgendering.
Yeah. So where do you think Joel's going to go with it? How is he going to find... So Jordan Peterson saying something very true about listening to people, the dangers of why, we don't want to listen to people, why it's important to listen to what others are saying.
Mm-hmm.
How is Joel going to twist this around into making Jordan Peterson the bad guy somehow?
The importance of listening to people.
Yes.
I'm not sure. You want to give me a hint?
No.
Okay.
Chat, how is he going to spin this around? Okay. How is listening to people going to make Jordan Peterson,
evil?
The bad guy. Yeah. Evil.
Listen, how can listening to people be bad?
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
Oh, because he's going to listen to Nazi racists?
Oh, okay.
Am I getting warmer? Am I getting close? He's
Okay,
listening to the
you're
wrong
sort of
people?
in the right. You're in the sort of the right.
He's only going to listen to right-wing fundamentalists. He's only listening to the Bible.
Well, you're sort of in the ballpark.
Okay.
You're kind of hitting it. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. Let's see. We'll continue.
He's only going to listen to the status quo.
Still,
Did I get it?
I have a few problems with Jordan's choice of rhetoric here. First, and this might be obvious, there's a big difference between a romantic couple and society as a whole. Namely, that sometimes romantic relationships end. Not only that, it can be a good thing when they end.
Oh, okay.
This is literally the dumbest, most shallow and pedantic point.
So sometimes
ever.
you shouldn't listen to people because they're dicks.
Yes. Well, first of all, how dare Jordan Peterson compare society to relationship? Because sometimes relationships should end. Okay. First of all,
but society shouldn't end. I mean, that's the whole point of the analogy.
Right. That's his point. Is he's saying societies shouldn't end, but sometimes relationships need to end. Okay. Which this is the dumbest fucking shallowest point, because as Jordan Peterson has said, I think in that clip, and he said in other clips when he talks about the eye rolling thing, that's something he said in multiple places. He always says he's saying that's an indication that they're going to break up. Okay. And the context is that these are people going to marriage counseling to not break up.
Right.
Fuckingly.
They're in big trouble.
Right. And this has nothing to do. He's like, I find fault. Listen, your analogy is a bad analogy because it doesn't 100% match the thing you're comparing it to. Really? An analogy doesn't have a complete 100% match the thing you compare it to? It's almost like then it wouldn't be a fucking analogy, then wouldn't. Then it would just be you saying about the fucking thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course the analogy doesn't match 100%.
Yeah.
Sure, I agree that dismissing your partner, feeling disgusted by them, rolling your eyes is not a good omen for your relationship, but sometimes relationships shouldn't have good omens. In this way, this couple in Jordan Peterson's lecture works to harm his overall argument, because they are a clear case where not all challenges are good, not all speech worthy of internalizing, not from a romantic partner, and perhaps by proxy, not from a political pundit. Second, and perhaps more importantly, I'm interested in where Peterson locates the problem in this struggling relationship. He seems to center the issue on dismissal, the moment where communication breaks down, but that's odd, isn't it?
How is he so stupid? I mean, Joel doesn't sound stupid. Like, he doesn't seem like he's like low IQ stupid. He hates Jordan Peterson so much that he cannot perceive anything that he's saying. Okay. All Jordan Peterson said was, if you talk to people that do relationship counseling, the number one predictor of breaking up is eye rolling. What is eye rolling? Eye rolling is disgust. He's not saying that the person...
He's got that wrong, actually. It's actually contempt.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Anyway.
Right. But he's not saying that the person who did the eye rolling is doing something immoral or wrong in that situation. He's just saying that's the predictor, is that when you have two people that are arguing, if one person has contempt for someone in their partner, or disgust for someone in their partner, you can't get past that. And Jordan Peterson talked about this a million times, where he says, when you're arguing with a loved one, people get too much in the argument, and they end up sometimes, if they can't control themselves, they're going too far in trying to destroy the person they're arguing with, right? Yep. But and they lost sight of the thing. The thing is that you don't want to live with someone that's A, destroyed you, or B, that's destroyed. The relationship can't function that way.
Yeah.
And I know everyone has either been in relationships like this or seen relationships like this, where they see the people argue, and it's just like baffling to me that people are arguing in this way, because they have they're not even consciously thinking about their arguments and what the argument's trying to accomplish. They're just pure elephant, just pure emotion.
But Big Joel is like, but sometimes society needs to end. That's where he's going. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, well, I guess, because he's like, well, sometimes people have bad ideas and you shouldn't listen to them. It's like, oh, well, that's great. Jordan Peterson never said you should listen to Jordan Peterson never said you should follow every single thing that every person ever fucking said. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a thing that anyone's ever said.
Well, he's only going after Jordan Peterson on this stuff because Jordan Peterson is Jordan Peterson.
Right. No, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
If this was some woke person saying all the same stuff, Joel would be saying, oh, this is so good. He's talking about why, you have to listen to the underprivileged people and their plight, okay? If only the conservatives would listen to these people. But no, Jordan Peterson is saying it, so, he must mean listening to Nazis or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, another is coming by. Can I hear it for the buses? If a healthy civic structure or relationship demands mutual respect, demands that we internalize and confront the other, and to some extent I agree it does, then the social obligation is not just on the person listening, but also on the person speaking. You have a moral obligation to express ideas that are worthy of consideration, not to say things...
Motherfucker. Big Joel is just, he's just a little bitch. I can't believe you can listen to any of this stuff and just be like, this is so stupid. Like, why are you even saying this? This is like an entire field of study. This is coming off as really dumb, man. Like, Big Joel is just really dumb.
I'm glad that by your suggestion, we went to the end and played that for.
Yeah, this is just coming off. He's so fucking stupid in this video.
Right.
Well, you go to Google Scholar and you just look up IQ research, and there's thousands of papers, thousands of people doing research on it. This isn't just like a Jordan Peterson. Right. This is like a horoscope that he's talking about.
Mm.
This is a field of fucking well-researched field of study.
I want you to listen to what he just said.
Yes, it is insane.
Insane. Okay.
On the person listening, but also on the person speaking. You have a moral obligation to express ideas that are worthy of consideration, not to say things that are idiotic, needlessly offensive, or ridiculous.
Okay, so first of all, Joel, you've, by your own definition, failed your moral link by saying nothing but stupid shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
totally.
Secondly, that, you know, this is the perfect. This isn't reverse Dunning-Kruger. This is the perfect example of Dunning-Kruger. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
He's like, you have a moral obligation to not say stupid shit.
Right. As he's failing that moral obligation.
Right. Really, Joel? Really? You have a moral obligation not to say stupid shit? That's, wow. You were just criticizing Jordan Peterson for saying something that you thought was fucking useless. And you just said the dumbest, most fucking useless shit. You, and you're saying that there's a moral consideration not to say stupid shit, literally said the dumbest fucking shit on the planet. You really fucking think that Jordan Peterson or some evil Republican that you don't like, when they give some policy prescription or they say something about how they think society should be run, you think in their mind that they think, oh, this is some stupid shit, but I'm going to say it anyway?
Yeah.
Of course not. They believe it. They say, I think this is the way it should be, Joel. Just like you were sitting here saying the dumb shit that you think should be taken seriously.
Well, no,
people are not walking around thinking like, oh, I have a bunch of dumb fucking ideas I want to tell the world. That's not how anyone operates.
Well, Joel, I mean, by his own admission, he says he's listening to this video. He's not even sure it makes sense. So by his own admission, he is just saying a bunch of shit he doesn't fucking even understand.
This is like so baffling to me. There should be a moral consideration for people to say things that are smart. Oh, wow. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah.
We solved the problem, everyone. Everyone just has to take a second to say, am I saying something that's smart? Wow, that's like we're all going to just say smart things after then. Then we're all going to agree. We're all going to be geniuses, and society's going to be better because we're all going to temper ourselves.
He hasn't solved the problem though. He's actually made it worse because he's literally saying the people who say stupid shit are like morally inferior. Who do you think says stupid shit? The low IQ people. So he's basically condemned the low IQ people. Not only is low IQ, but now immoral.
This is insane to me. Yeah, Big Joel is morally deficient by his own definition. This is insane.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this video is just fuck's sakes.
And if you do say something that merits no respect, I'd think that you be to blame when you don't get any respect. To me, that's a relationship. That's society. In the end, what I find interesting...
There you go. See, look. The left and leftists specifically, the commies, shouldn't have to listen to people that disagree with them because those people are saying things that they know are stupid and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Me and you, Adam, we're just morally deficient because we're intentionally saying, intentionally divisive, controversial, contentious things.
There was a time when they said, blasphemy was divisive, and if you didn't get down, if you didn't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, they were going to put you in the guillotine.
Yeah,
so.
right. I could just imagine like a segregationist, like, all this talk here about mixing races is just divisive talk. People really should think and temper their own. Why are they saying these words that get everyone upset?
They did say that.
I know they
did.
Holy shit.
Well, now Joel is the head of the church, so he's in a much different space. Now it's like, don't say stuff that annoys me. I'm the one that has the political power here. I'm the one with the big YouTube channel and the big following.
Right.
Thing here is that I could use this example of the fighting couple to make any point I wanted about society as a whole. We must always listen when someone expresses an argument to us. We should sometimes ignore people when they do that. A relationship must continue on the basis of mutual respect.
Okay, Jordan's point. This isn't complicated. Jordan's point is that if you have two people in a relationship, or like in society, you have two parties in society, and one of them holds the other one in disgust, or one of them holds the other one in complete contempt, it's going to be very difficult to move forward together in unison. as one.
Which is a problem we're running into now in society.
Yes. Right.
The
we
MAGA Republicans.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We have right now in our society, we have our political parties, and the people that participate in these political parties have utter contempt for each other. And this is part of why everything's just gridlocked, and it feels like our government can get nothing done.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Respect, sometimes mutual respect isn't earned. You should never roll your eyes. You should sometimes roll your eyes.
Remember when Jordan Peterson said you should never roll your eyes? Remember when he said those words that he didn't say that you're just making up right now?
Mm-hmm. I don't remember.
It is all obviously contingent on the nature of the relationship, the words being said. As such, this example communicates nothing about the way society ought to be organized, how to deal with speech we don't like. It doesn't actually do anything, but we talk about it anyway. Listening to my video a few moments ago, I imagine a few of you might think I'm playing what amounts to word games.
Oh, really? Yes, I do. I do imagine you're playing word games.
Someone brings up an example and they say, okay, this example applies to this thing in this one specific way. Mm-hmm. And you go, okay, that's true. And then someone says, yeah, but your example, if I look at all these other dimensions that you didn't talk about, makes your example break down. So therefore you're wrong.
Yeah, you are definitely playing word games.
Yeah.
Sure, you might say, Jordan Peterson has trouble demonstrating the helpfulness of IQ as a political tool. But the facts remain, don't they? Peterson believes a very large segment of the population is going to have trouble in life, have a hard time getting a job, making ends meet, etc. And if he's right about that, and he wants to address that issue, then isn't that a good thing? I think poverty is a huge problem that needs solving. He thinks poverty is a huge problem that needs solving. We're all in agreement here, even though we approach it from vastly different angles. In some ways, I think that is an appropriate rebuttal. After all, if Jordan Peterson was a champion for the poor who just so happened to be really invested in psychometrics, I probably wouldn't be making this video. I just wouldn't have enough interesting stuff to say, right? So here we come to—
Well, it turns out that's actually the reality of the situation. And so since he doesn't have anything interesting to say, he just has to misinterpret everything Jordan Peterson says.
Yeah.
So he does have something to say.
Make a bunch of shit up.
Right.
What is probably a more fundamental issue with Jordan Peterson's claims about IQ, and that is that within his moral universe, the problems he's raising cannot meaningfully be solved. Let's go back to something we already talked about.
Within his moral universe? That makes absolutely no sense.
I don't know. Who knows what that means?
Within his moral universe, these problems can't be solved?
Because Jordan Peterson says, I don't know how to solve this. That means I like how him saying, I don't know how to solve this translates in their minds to, there's no way to solve this.
Yeah.
Like Jordan Peterson.
Ridiculous.
Right. Jordan Peterson is so egotistical.
It's impossible to solve this. Yeah.
Yes. That Jordan Peterson is so egotistical that he's saying, well, if I can't figure it out, then that means no one can figure it out.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Right.
Or he is saying that because Jordan Peterson is making the bootstraps argument that means it's unsolvable because bootstraps will never solve it. But Jordan Peterson's not saying that. Jordan Peterson was actually against the bootstraps argument. He was saying that's one of the places where conservatives get it wrong.
Jordan Peterson's belief that funneling money down the economic hierarchy is hard because poor people aren't good with finances. We have that clip from before, but he says this point a fair amount, actually. In one particularly lame moment, he says this.
You know, it's not like money is necessarily a good for everyone. It's hard to manage money. Well, I had clients who were, drug addicts, and the worst possible thing that could happen to them was that they got some money. One guy I remember in particular, every time he got his disability check, he was gone for 5 days. You usually found him in a ditch, because he'd just go to the bar, spend every cent he had on alcohol and cocaine, and wake up in a ditch, 3/4 dead, eventually completely dead. And, then he was ashamed and horrified and repentant, and he'd straighten himself out again, and then that was all well and good until, as long as he was broke, until the next check showed up, and then bang, the same thing. So, you know, it's not like money is necessarily a good.
I met a drug addict one time, so I don't know, maybe poor people don't deserve money.
What a dick.
Jordan Peterson, clinical psychologist. Job it was to literally help people get their lives on track. Oh, he met a poor person once.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Joel is just such a dick.
I know.
Yeah, he's a giant dick.
Intense demon vibes. Profound demon aura.
Oh, Jordan Peterson is evil. He's a demon orb because of his experiences being a clinical psychologist.
Well,
and the problems that people have with drug abuse.
Well, and he's saying, and I mean, this seems completely plausible because we do have all of these programs for people to take advantage of. That we are getting to the point where you kind of have to say, well, if anybody's poor, they're kind of poor by choice because they are making bad decisions. Like Joel, in his mind.
Well, wait, you want to be careful with that statement. I think there's a difference between someone being poor and someone who's like in abject poverty. These are very different things.
Well, in Joel's mind, there is a lot of poor people who are just being subjugated by the system.
Right, but I think you can say that there are, like, for people that are homeless, people that are living in, like,
they're mentally ill.
Right, that are living in complete abject poverty, then yes, there are things that they can do. And if someone's in that situation, it generally means something else is happening.
Yeah, they're drug addicts or whatever, yeah.
Right.
But in Joel's mind, all of those people who are drug addicts are not, in fact, drug addicts, and they're being subjugated by the system. Like, the only thing preventing them from turning their lives around is just getting money.
Right.
And I mean, they're kind of talking past one another. Jordan Peterson is talking about that slice of society that is just mentally deficient and or addicted to drugs. I just, this whole idea of the poor that are, you know, in dire, like living on the streets and there because society chewed them up and spit them out is, I mean, I don't know how much of that is reality.
Yeah.
It seems like every time I talk to a poor person or, you know, interact with a poor person, they're like mentally ill.
Someone who's like yeah, homeless. Yes.
Yeah. Right. I mean, does Joel consider himself like poor or something? I don't know.
I have no clue.
Looks like he lives in a pretty nice neighborhood to me.
I have no clue.
There's something I find interesting about this point, which is that it seems to utterly ignore the state of political discourse in America, like the things people actually talk about. Here's a list of extremely common policy recommendations.
Because Jordan Peterson doesn't talk about the issues I want to talk about, then that means that he's bad.
Okay.
That are offered by progressives. Socialized healthcare, a huge increase in public housing, socialized and well-funded education, free school lunches, and other ways to assure that people are adequately fed, public transportation. I could go on here, of course, and I could go more in depth into each of these suggestions, but instead, let's just observe something about each of the items on that list. None of them give people resources that are easily squandered. You can't and won't give away your free house. You can't use public transportation to buy drugs. Socialized healthcare cannot.
Did you know that you can't use public transportation to buy drugs?
Well, this is Joel.
First of all, that's completely not true. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Joel, you're a fucking moron,
right?
Because this is exactly what I'm talking about. And Sitch, I mean, you kind of. I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're saying now.
Well, like in our at least in Southern California, okay, if somebody has fallen on hard times, like they can get in an apartment. They'll set them up with an apartment on the public dime, right? The only thing that's going to get them kicked out of that apartment is if they do drugs or you know, illegal activity in there. They're going to kick them out. So the only people who are getting kicked out of those situations are people who are doing drugs and engaging in illegal activity.
Right.
So, but he's saying, like, if you give poor people housing, they can't, they know how to use it. They're fine with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless they're doing drugs in the fucking housing that you just gave them, then they're back out on the street. You fucking moron. Right?
Right.
So what are we talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
Like Joel has had this huge epiphany about like, oh, I know how we solve poverty. We just give people free housing that they can't give away. Yeah, dude, we're doing that. We're literally doing that. But you can't keep the people in the housing. If they want to do drugs, they'd rather be on the streets doing drugs with their friends. And then you have the poverty. You haven't solved the poverty problem at all. This is just so asinine. Progressives are the dumbest people on the planet. Look, Sitch is gone. He's
meaningfully be frittered away. That's
You were on a roll.
weird, isn't it?
Why is this so hard for them to understand? I'm starting to think Joel literally has an IQ of 85.
Because everyone makes everyone has this idiotic belief that everyone else is just them in a different body.
Look,
and that's what they think happens. Like, oh, okay.
Joel would take the apartment and not do drugs and be fine. Okay.
Right.
Like he's not gonna like they might even set him up with a job. They'd be like, look, there's a fucking temp agency here. Be there at 8 a.m. Like you're gonna be working in a warehouse tomorrow. They'll put your ass to work, dude. There's all kinds of social programs, especially in California. If you're homeless and on the street, it's because you want to do drugs and hang out. You don't want to be a part of society.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe Joel is fine with that, but don't make it sound like society's doing you wrong because they don't want to pay for you to be out. There was a video online about in San Francisco. I don't know if it was San Francisco or Southern California. I think it was San Francisco, where these people were actually homeless on the streets, but still getting like $800 a month from the city. And they would just get their checks and they would just go be homeless and do drugs all the time. It's like, what the fuck? Do you think that's good for society? You think we should be giving them the $800?
Probably
according to Joel, they're going to be CEO of Amazon after 6 months of getting the $800 check.
Right.
It's just Joel's a fucking moron. It is infuriating.
Here we have a list of policies that would unambiguously help poor people. According to Jordan Peterson.
No, they won't help poor people if those poor people want to be poor drug addicts on the street. They won't unambiguously help them, you fucking idiot.
Peterson, that means we'd also be helping the relevant people with low IQs. It's a solution that doesn't conflict with his poor people don't know how to spend money claim, and it seems like a win-win all around.
Okay, so Joel is complaining that Jordan Peterson doesn't talk about, the issues that he wants him to talk about. Mm-hmm. Because Jordan Peterson has since Jordan Peterson started to speak publicly, he's had very specific issues that he's been pretty consistent talking about. Mm-hmm. And so Joel finds that highly suspicious. Okay, so I typed in, I was like, I've never heard Jordan Peterson talk about healthcare. I don't know how he feels about healthcare. So I Googled this. This is literally like one of the first things that comes up from a Google search. Okay. The video is called The Canadian versus the American Healthcare System.
All right.
Wait, is it working for you? It's not working for me.
Not working for me either. Here.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna hit refresh.
Are we allowed to do that?
Okay, is it working? It's working for me now.
Oh, it kicks me out. It seems.
I can hear it. I heard it coming through your speaker.
Oh man.
Ready?
Yeah, let's go.
It seems indisputable, I would say, that the Canadian healthcare system is preferable to the American healthcare system.
Oh my God! What a conservative! Oh no! Jordan Peterson's gone full communist now. He likes the Canadian healthcare situation better than the American one. Oh no!
I'm sure Ben Shapiro brought this clip up at the job interview.
Oh, this took me 10 seconds of Googling to find Joel. Oh my God. Ah.
Except at the very highest end. And there's a couple of reasons for that would even perhaps appeal to conservatives. One is the amount of administrative overhead that's spent by Canadian health institutions is far less in Canada than it is in the US. Partly because hospitals don't have to collect money. So they don't spend 30% of their intake on the financial end of the equation, which is approximately the case in the US. And everyone has access to healthcare in Canada. And because of that, our rate of individual entrepreneurship is higher in Canada than it is in the US. And that's because people don't have to worry about losing their healthcare if they switch jobs. They can switch jobs more easily, and they can also take risks if they have a family. They can take entrepreneurial risks without putting all the health of their entire family at stake.
Jordan Peterson hates poor people. He doesn't want to help social services. He doesn't want any social welfare. Jordan Peterson's evil conservative. Oh no.
You know, I'm sure Ben Shapiro is very angry about this clip. Jordan Peterson wants Ben Shapiro's wife to work at gunpoint, giving free health care to everyone. Right. What a dick. Yeah, I figured this would be the case.
Broken down really simply into right-wing versus left-wing issues, right? They're too complicated. But the overall point is that Canada has done a very good job of having that conversation. Even our socialists are basically fiscally conservative, right? Although they're not socially conservative. But there are signs of the kind of polarization in Canada that's really plaguing the United States, and of course that's not good for the U.S. It's not good for Europe, where it's also happening, but it's also not good for our country. And I don't want.
So this actually perfectly explains why Jordan Peterson's not talking about the issues that Joel cares about. Okay, because Jordan Peterson is Canadian, and he just said even our socialists are fiscally conservative, but they're just crazy when it comes to social issues. And so from Jordan Peterson's perspective, that's why he focuses so much on the social issues, Joel, because in his country, that's the thing that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they don't have a healthcare issue.
Yes. So why would he be talking about something that he thinks his country's doing fine?
Yeah, why would he be talking about American healthcare? I mean, he literally is talking about American healthcare in this.
Yeah, because someone directly asked him a question and he answered.
Right.
Yes.
Want that to happen. So that's partly why I've been objecting to the more ill-advised and radical moves that the so-called liberals have been managing over the last few years.
So there you go.
You know, Steven Crowder is Canadian also, and he's like, the Canadian healthcare system fucking sucks. I would not want to.
Yeah, but he has to say that.
Why?
I mean, maybe he actually believes it, but I don't know. He has to say that.
I mean, maybe he got diddled or something by a.
Who knows? I don't know.
A rogue nurse.
He has really weird health problems or something, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he had like open heart surgery or something.
Yeah, or something crazy. Yeah. But anyway, let's go back.
Are we hitting the back button?
Yeah, let's go back to Joel. Jordan Peterson, he doesn't ever talk about these things that I could have Googled and he talks about.
Did the back button work for you? It didn't work.
It worked for me. It didn't work for you?
No.
I can re-put.
I keep.
It seems.
Where are you now? Where are you now at? Don't keep refreshing.
It seems.
Okay.
Indisputable.
Let me fix this.
Yeah. Gotta go back. It didn't go back for me because I hit refresh.
A few months ago, Jordan.
Where were we? I hope we.
We're at 24, 25. Something.
Okay.
Policy recommendations that are offered by progressives. Socialized health, public transfers on that public transfer, unambiguous people don't know how to spend money claim, and it seems like a win-win all around. And yet, he evaluates.
This is why nobody votes for progressives. Because they're all fucking idiots.
None.
Look, every single election they lose, they're like, why don't progressives win more? Because you're fucking morons. Like, we have all these programs. All these programs exist.
Of these.
I mean, what would they suggest? Do you want us to just incarcerate people who have drug problems?
No, we need to end cash bail, Adam.
I mean, they've done that in New York, and I'm glad I don't live in New York. It's good for the country to see. Oh, here's the stupid thing New York did. Like, let's not do that here.
Yep.
I'm glad. I'm glad Anna Kasparian's losing her mind over that because she's in L.A. So fucking, they'll get their shit together. Don't let that happen in Los Angeles, guys. We've been having all these smash and grabs with jewelry stores.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw one this morning. I think it was in Huntington Beach, and the jewelry store owner fucking opened fire and started shooting at the motherfucker.
Nice.
Yeah,
Based.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the smash and grab guys started shooting back. They were exchanging gunfire. Yeah.
Unbased.
But nobody got hurt. But I was like, that's right, bitch. I'm sure he sees all these smash and grabs going on. He's like, damn right, I'm gonna have a fucking gun lined up.
Ideas.
That's pretty surprising. Usually, unless it's like a gang situation, usually when the shop owner starts shooting, people just run away. They don't like start shooting back.
I don't know. Yeah.
Time to talk about the IQ discrepancy problem. He says it's super important, but that there's no good solution.
I don't have a solution to that, but I at least can point out the problem.
What's going on there? I'm a
This is another thing that bugs the shit out of me. You're literally editing a performance with shit from all over the internet.
Right.
This is no different than me. I could edit a performance of Joel, doing whatever I want him to do.
Right.
It's so fucking easy.
Just edit this clip that he's about to say right here.
What's he say?
Dumb little baby, and I never have any idea what's happening. So
yeah, this would be a good one. Let's do it.
But that there's no good solution.
I don't have a solution to that, but I at least can point out the problem.
What's going on there? I'm a dumb little baby, and I never have any idea what's happening. So, I'm a bit confused. I'm just a dumb little guy. No, I'm just kidding. I was just pranking you before about not knowing what's going on. I'm extremely smart, actually. The reason Jordan is having an issue here is that he's a conservative, obviously. I initially had like 3 pages of text here expanding that point before I realized it was a fucking waste of your time. Now it's a bonus video. Enjoy my sewage, patrons.
Oh my God. Sitch. This says everything. We're watching like a man descending into insanity here.
Well, first of all, I like how he's like, the problem here is that Jordan Peterson is a conservative. Bam, bam, bam. Like he says that like as if it's like being a Nazi.
Yeah. No, to him it is being a Nazi.
Right. And then secondly, I don't think Jordan Peterson is a fucking conservative. I don't think he's conservative at all.
Not according to Ben Shapiro on that healthcare policy.
Yeah, I don't think he's conservative. And then Joel's like, well, I have all these arguments about why I think this, but I'm not going to tell you unless you buy it from me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my word.
Okay.
Peterson is broadly uninterested in discussing the possibility of solving systemic issues systematically, and he will almost...
Oh my God.
Let's have an F in the chat for the English language.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson is uninterested in solving systemic issues systematically.
I mean, everything he's talking about is about solving systemic issues.
But that's like saying ATM machine. Obviously, a solution to a systemic issue is going to have to be a systemic solution. Yeah. Fuck. Why would he solve systemic issues systematically? Okay, Joe.
Yeah, good job.
Always defer to some concept of personal development, fixing your own house, and rising to the best of your abilities in our meritocracy.
Because other people aren't the problem. You're the problem.
Really? Jordan Peterson, the psychologist, okay, the guy who's not running for office, who's not even laying out public policy proposals, really. Mm-hmm. He's just telling people on an individual level what he thinks they should do to be happier. And this surprises you that he fixates his message on an individual level?
If you're the down and out person that I talked about, right? The one who gets the house and the temporary job hookup and that kind of stuff. But you instead decide you want to go out and do drugs and pass out in a ditch. Is it society that's the problem, or is it you that is the problem? What? How do you answer that question?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the person, right? I mean, it has to be.
Right.
Society's basically willing to provide you everything you need to get ahead. I guess Joel would say, well, you know, it's a low-wage job. You know, it's a shitty apartment. I mean, what do you want?
Listen, I don't know if you know this, Adam, when you go on the bus, okay, there's special lasers that will incinerate any contraband you have on you on public transportation. Right? So when you walk on the bus, it incinerates all the drugs on your body. So you can't have drugs on public transportation.
I mean, I've carried weed on the bus a bunch of times, so I don't know what you're talking about.
This is new. I don't know if you know about this, okay?
I mean, I rode public transportation when I was a kid, and we always had weed on us.
Oh my God, listen to this guy. This fucking drug addict here.
Well, I'm just saying.
Jeez.
Okay, where's your hypothetical going?
He doesn't think most poor people are going to rise in that meritocracy, mostly because he thinks a lot of them are extremely fucking stupid. And he does think that's an issue in theory, but like, what's he gonna do about it? In one interview conducted by Dr. Oz 2 years ago, he says that from his perspective, the best way to resolve wealth inequality is for rich people to, like, be cool and show that they're cool, because a lot of them really are cool.
But again, I would say, from my perspective, the best way to address that is to put your own house in order. That means morally, means financially, to use your money wisely, not to use it to chase impulsive and reprehensible pleasures. It's also something that does your reputation no good and destabilizes society.
Why?
Because it makes the rich look
I just
like
want to do some crack.
And
come on, man.
Some are.
Chill
some
out.
people are parasitical, but many aren't.
A suggestion so vapid, so empty, so impossible to act on in any way that it almost feels like a parody of itself. My point being, Jordan Peterson basically likes things the way they are and isn't interested in talking about much else. I remember one special interview where people ask him the following question about IQ and poor people.
As you say, the systems that they try to apply in order to address that don't work and don't make any sense and create terrible outcomes. So where is the golden middle?
And Peterson responds like this.
Look, the reason that I'm an advocate of free speech is that the golden middle moves. And so how do we find it? Well, we talk about it. Where is it? It moves all the time.
Jordan, we all know about democracy and free speech. We know that society at large talks about issues. The boys here are asking...
Joel doesn't know this. Joel doesn't fucking understand this. He only wants free speech in a legal sense. So here, I'm going to play some clips. I'm going to play some clips for you guys about how much Jordan Peterson doesn't care about any of the issues that Joel thinks he doesn't care about. Okay? Here's Jordan Peterson talking to Mr. Liberal himself. Okay?
Oh, we covered this one, I remember.
No, this is a different video.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
We watched the Jordan Peterson Height Pinker conversation. This is just him and Pinker.
Oh, okay.
The video is called Progress Despite Everything.
Stunt. I mean, this is the original hockey stick.
Yes, that's the hockey stick graph that
very little economic until the Industrial Revolution, and then it shoots up exponentially.
Right. And so, I look at that and I think, well, look, I mean, what's the issue here? We still have inequality, but you can't put it at the feet of capitalism because it seems to be a much more fundamental mechanism.
Well, at least poverty, certainly, yes.
Yes, and even inequality. I mean, there seems to be this proclivity towards the unequal distribution of phenomena, not just monetary phenomena, but I mean, if you look in virtually every domain of human endeavor that's associated with creativity, you get a Pareto distribution of productivity. I mean, a small number of basketball players shoot the vast majority of the hoops, and a small number of recording artists record the majority of the hits.
Yeah.
And a small number of planets have most of the mass. And like there is this, I mean, I'm not trying to make a case that inequality isn't a problem. I'm trying to make a case that it's a way deeper problem than the Marxists presume. And then,
oh my God, what a conservative. Did you hear that? He said inequality is a bigger problem than the Marxists understand. Oh my God, what a Nazi.
He did sound like a conservative there.
Whoa. How dare Jordan Peterson care about inequality? Whoa.
you have the other problem that, well, the poor keep getting richer. I mean, half the world is middle class now, and obesity is a bigger problem than starvation. And so when I'm talking, I'm really having a hard time trying to understand what the Marxists have left as a doctrine. It's like, well, the problem you guys were identifying seems to not exist anymore.
Yeah, so part of it is that their foil is a kind of Ayn Randian objectivism in which you have pure, untrammeled, unconstrained market capitalism with no regulation and no social safety net. And one of the discoveries that I made, which was almost as surprising as the hockey stick graph of prosperity, is the fact that in the 20th century, every developed country, every rich country, went on a spree of social spending. And so that from a baseline of about 1.5% of GDP redistributed to children and the poor and the elderly and the sick, now the median OECD country redistributes about 22% of its prosperity. And all rich countries are in a band from about 20% of GDP to about 30% of GDP.
Wow.
The United States is at the low end. Actually, Canada, to my surprise, our home and native land is actually a bit lower than the United States. I still haven't figured out, even though Canada would appear to have a more generous welfare state than the United States. And in fact, the United States would be even higher if you added all of the socialism that is done through employers, like retirement and health insurance, which in other countries is done through the government. But even if we just looked at government redistribution, there just does not exist a wealthy country without an extensive social safety net.
Oh my God. It's almost like the entire conception of the worldview that the Marxists put forward is literally a lie that doesn't exist ever anywhere.
Yep.
Okay. Wonderful. You didn't show everyone your horrible bigotry?
What horrible bigotry?
Adam was wearing shadow face, and I was very offended by it.
Were you really?
I was so offended. Okay. By Adam appearing to be shadow face and step on a proud person of shadow. Okay, now that's the most horrifying thing I've literally ever seen in my entire fucking life.
Oh shit.
The painting stole it, thankfully. How are you not showing anyone this disgusting, horrible thing that I have to bear witness to?
Oh look, it's going again.
Oh, if I have to see this, everyone has to see this.
I put it on.
Oh my God. This is worse than the corn.
How do I spin it? There we go.
Why?
I don't know. Who makes these things?
It would be worse if it actually took your eyes and mouth and did it with them instead of like a fake one. Then that'd be really terrible.
What?
God.
Pretty crazy, huh?
Terrible. Okay, anyway, let's there's another part of this conversation I want to jump to. Oh, I think. Well, let me see what.
So here's the theory. You tell me what you think about this. So I've been trying to, let's say, steel man the positions of the left. I don't mean the radical left. I mean the moderate left, because I believe that the dialogue between the moderate left and the moderate right is what keeps our ship stabilized, essentially, and for this reason. So imagine people have to group together cooperatively and competitively to solve difficult problems, because we have difficult problems.
This is a serious conversation about the serious difficult problems that we're facing.
We have very difficult problems.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's hear it.
That's entropy, let's say, and the assault of the natural world. So we have to group together. When we do that, we create hierarchies, and we do that in large part, we hope, by elevating those who are the most competent at solving the problems to the higher positions in the hierarchies. Now, that can be contaminated by power and tyranny and crookedness and poor selection and all of that, poor measurement. But fundamentally, if your hierarchy is functional, the more competent people rise to the top. Now, that produces the advantage of solving the problem, but it produces the disadvantage of making a lot of people stack up at the bottom of that hierarchy, because that's what tends to happen because of the Pareto distribution and the built-in proclivity for inequality. So the answer to that seems to be, well, we produce the hierarchies, we accept the inequality, but then we attend with some degree of clarity of vision and care to those who are dispossessed by the necessity of the hierarchies. And your claim seems to be, from what you just said, is that that's essentially what we've been doing in civilized democracies for the last 100 years, and that seems to be roughly working.
Well, it is, yes, that's right. Now, whether or not the hierarchies are optimal in the sense that we're better off with a hierarchy, because of just what will happen in a
jump ahead.
Distributed market economy, you may have winner-take-all situations where the most entertaining story, the most efficient. We do see this, of course, in the surveys that you and I are both.
Well, you see a tension there because, of course,
you see a tension. I think that's right.
And of course, it is reasonable tension.
It's also modulated by some degree of ethnic solidarity. And it's been noted that some of the generous welfare states of Europe have, at least historically, occurred in countries that are ethnically more homogeneous, certainly racially more homogeneous than the United States.
Big Joel's not going to be happy about that.
And this is not, there is some elasticity into what we cognitively categorize as our group. And one of the great achievements of any kind of nation building is to instill a feeling, well, we're all Canadians, or we're all Swiss, or we're all Iraqi, something that has actually not happened in Iraq, which is a big problem. Unless you have that fictional family, that fictional clan of a nation, then people tend not to cooperate, including in ways of providing social welfare for the worst off. And in the United States,
that's a ridiculously interesting point, I would say, because one of the things that you really see in Canada, for example, and our Prime Minister is a real devotee of this idea, is that there really is no Canadian culture. There's no central Canadian ethos. And what we have is a plurality of multicultural microcosms, and that's actually all for the best. Now,
well, yes, the Canadian mosaic as opposed to the melting pot is a very old idea.
Right.
Although the Prime Minister's father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, famously tried to forge.
You think about this in a certain element of leftist doctrine, because assuming that multiculturalism can be reasonably viewed as part of the leftist doctrine, if it is the case that people are more likely to be generous to those that they see in some sense as their in-group, then what it suggests is that you need to take the mosaic of your culture, the African Canadians and the European Canadians and the Asian Canadians, the same in the US, and have them maintain their culture and their traditions, but also to embed them inside a broader game that constitutes the national identity, that unites them all despite their differences. And it seems like, given what you just described, that unless you can forge that trans-ethnic or trans-racial identity, that you motivate people to be less generous in their social policies.
So this is exactly why CRT in this leftist shit doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Because all it's doing is it's dividing people. It's literally the exact opposite of what the psychology and social psychology tells us we should be doing. The only way to get people to care, and it's funny because they always point this out. They're like, oh, white people don't want to give welfare to black people, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, well, the way to solve that problem is not to berate people for their white privilege or to say white people are all racist and evil. The way is that you say, hey, Skin color doesn't matter. We're all American. And that has to be the culture that is kind of thrust upon society. Is a joint American identity that people can unify around, which is the exact opposite of what the left wants to, of what the leftists specifically want to do. They want to destroy that American identity.
Yeah.
And that when we just came off of the Joe Biden speech, that's one of the big flaws with that speech, is that he's throwing that identity in the trash can.
He is.
Right.
He's saying MAGA Republicans don't live
Right.
up to that identity, and we need to disown them. What a piece of shit.
So well, that is true, and I consider this to be one of the key ideas of coming out of the Enlightenment, opposed by the counter-Enlightenment of the 19th century, by the Romantics and the nationalists, that a state, a group of people under the jurisdiction of a government, are held together basically by a social contract, by an agreement that we're all in this together. There are many public goods that we share, public costs that we can suffer. A government that allows us to get along by serving in our interests is a way of improving our welfare, which is a very different conception of a nation than the blood and soil nationalism of the 19th century, continuing well into the 20th. That what makes us a nation is that we're all white. We all come from the same ancestry, and that the successful nations are often ones that manage to forge this somewhat artificial identity.
Okay, so that's also fascinating, because then we got two arguments here for that.
Well, we can skip, but there's a part later, I think he says in a couple minutes, we can go back to the Joel video, is that he says very interesting. He said part of the reason why in Iraq that they had such a problem unifying was because they said, Pinker says, if you look at countries that have very high rates of inter-cousin marriages, it's very difficult for those societies to unify as a nation. Because societies that have high rates of inter-cousin, marriages, like they only trust people that are within their direct family. They don't have any trust for people outside their family. So how are they going to unify together as a nation state?
Right. That's what's sad, is we're drifting away from having trust for the MAGA Republicans and the leftist socialists.
I mean, the MAGA Republicans have no trust for the left. So it's kind of a joint problem.
That's what I'm saying. Both parties don't trust the other one.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't have cohesive elections. Oh, this is those trigonometry guys.
Yeah, there's a part of this.
I've heard of them.
There's a part of this that Joel doesn't play that I thought was interesting.
I'd love it if it was the case. I'll give you an example of this. So the Americans, in their war on poverty, ran a program called Head Start.
Here it is. Okay, I'm glad I found it. So here's Joel saying, why didn't Jordan Peterson answer the question and talk about the issues? Well, he does. He just talks about it later than in the clip that you played, Joel.
Head Start was a program that everyone wanted to succeed, conservatives and liberals alike. And so the idea was get disadvantaged kids early and enrich their education, say between the ages of 3 and 5, preschool. So the Americans poured immense monetary resources into this project, and it has been studied in terms of outcomes for decades. And its goal was to increase cognitive performance. That was its goal. And it did, but the differences went away. So the hope was if you got the kids early and taught them, they'd develop an advantage, and then that advantage would compound across time. And it would ameliorate the worst effects of poverty. And who wouldn't want that, right? Like, I don't care who you are, everyone wants that.
Joel doesn't
the kids
want
did
that.
leap ahead.
Well, Joel's strawman version of Jordan Peterson doesn't want that.
Yeah, of course.
Academically, but all the other kids caught up by grade 3 or 4. And then after that, and who wouldn't want that, right? Like, I don't care who you are, everyone wants that. The kids did leap ahead academically, but all the other kids caught up by grade 3 or 4. And then after that, there was no differences at all between the Head Start kids and the non-Head Start kids, except the Head Start kids were less likely to get pregnant and drop out of school, and they were more likely to graduate.
Well,
But
that's
that
a
looks
pretty
like
big
it was a
thing.
socialization effect. Probably some of those kids were shielded against the worst of their family environment by being in daycare, but there was zero effect on cognitive ability. Very unfortunate, right? Because that was a large-scale social experiment. Everyone had the highest hopes for it. No effect on cognitive ability.
What you're talking about, Jordan, is actually the great...
Okay, so let's go back to Joel.
Mm-hmm. Joel.
I have to hit back twice. Do you think you can manage that, Adam?
Oh, maybe. Let's see. It worked.
Okay, good.
I'm back in the video now.
Of free speech is that the golden middle moves. And so how do we find it? Well, we talk about it. Where is it? It moves all the time.
Jordan, we all know about democracy and free speech. We know that society at large talks about issues. The boys here are asking what policies you like, what your opinion is. But of course, he doesn't have an answer. He has nothing to say on the subject because he doesn't want to have anything to say. It's not complicated. Around 3 months ago...
There you go. It's not complicated. I mean, we'll play the part where Jordan Peterson talks about a study in a program and the effects of it and how it's complicated. It didn't produce the results people wanted. But it's not complicated. He doesn't want to solve anything. He doesn't care. He's evil.
Well,
Dr. Lee...
I mean, he's realistic about our trials and failures.
Right. It's not complicated. What are you talking about? Joel said it's not complicated. No, it's not complicated. Did you not hear Joel? He said it's not complicated.
Well, he's saying it's not complicated. Jordan Peterson doesn't want to solve the problem, but that's not true.
Yeah,
it is complicated, and Jordan Peterson does want to solve the problem.
No. Jordan Peterson, even though he directly said that he wants to solve the problem, doesn't want to solve the problem.
Why is he looking at all these studies that have failed then if he doesn't care about the problem?
Because he wants to only pick at the losers, Adam, so he can say, see, we shouldn't spend money on poor people because fuck them.
Nah, I think he's trying to solve the problem.
You're
finding failures on the way of trying to find successes.
No, you're naive.
Why isn't Joel pointing out the successes? He knows how to Google search. Come on. Joel, who's in now the 7th new room for your video. I wish I had a bunch of rooms in my house for video shooting. I wish I had 18 different environments I could go to shoot my video.
Lisa Feldman Barrett released an article on Scientific American called "Expressions Do Not Reveal Emotions." A month and a half later, Jordan Peterson released the following tweet about it. Darwin was wrong, but some random columnist for Scientific American is right? Probability 0. More woke idiocy and thinly veiled Marxist criticism of essentialism masquerading as enlightened science.
Okay.
That's a banger tweet right there.
Well... let's talk about this.
Oh, you don't like that tweet?
I don't like this tweet. No.
Oh, I love it.
I have this paper. I thought I had the paper.
You really got the paper? Holy shit.
Yeah, the article. Okay. So, here's the problem. I think the paper is fucking stupid.
Uh-huh.
I think the paper is insanely stupid. Okay. But I don't think Jordan Peterson should be so incredibly divisive in a tweet about it. Like, he can just disagree with it without being like so much like, oh my God, this random columnist, oh, woke idiocy, Marxist criticism. Like, I don't know if this person's a Marxist. I have no clue. I don't think the person is. I didn't see any evidence this person is Marxist.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So they just came out with some science that he disagreed with, and he's calling it Marxist.
Yeah.
That's not good. I thought it really was a Marxist.
And the person, as Joel will say, is one of the top most cited people in the world.
Who is it?
Some lady, Lisa Feldman Barrett, some neuroscientist.
Oh, okay.
That studies emotion. Studies emotion. But this paper is really dumb. And so basically what the paper is it's... So Darwin, and I didn't even know this, Darwin apparently published a book in 1872 called The Expression of Emotions in Man and Animals. And he claims that there are universal expressions in humans and other animals that evolved via natural selection. Okay. Do you think that's true or not?
I think it's true.
So it's obviously fucking true.
Yeah.
First of all, it's obviously true for other animals, right? How do non-human animals create, especially animals that don't have the intelligence to, maybe you could say like dolphins and whales and whatever, but how can how do squirrels, how squirrels signify that they're angry at each other?
Yeah.
They shake their little tails, their tails stand up and they go, "Meh," and they make that little chittering sound.
Yeah.
You think the squirrel learned that emotion, learn how to communicate that emotion?
Nah, it's instinctive.
Right. Or when you see, I don't know if you see the little male lizards, the ones that here in Florida, they do this thing where like when they see another male lizard, they'll do push-ups.
Oh, I know. It's great.
They do push-ups and then they have that little like,
look at these
Like,
push-ups.
look at me. I could do 20 of these push-ups. And then they do that thing where they have that little like thing that comes out of their neck that goes like wow. That like that little like fin that like gets real big.
Yeah. Look, I'm giant. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Yeah. Right. So obviously for non-human animals, there's all sorts of emotional displays that are not learned behaviors. Okay. And it seems preposterous that they could be. But then with humans, and this is why I think this is why I think this article is so stupid. So basically what this research did was they went to oh my God, where is it? The place, it's like that very weird, it's like a very small community, like an island where it's like that one place where there's the black people with the red hair.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but I can imagine it. Go ahead.
Where is that?
They go to some place that is away from civilization.
I don't know why it doesn't say it in the article.
And those people don't make the disgust face? I find it hard to imagine.
No, so what they did was they gave them like a chart and they wanted people to rate, try to guess the emotions or something. And they got some of the emotions they got were pretty different than what, other people in other societies would get. And the most surprising one was for some reason the shocked O face.
Mm-hmm.
They considered that to mean like the person was angry instead of shocked. Okay. And so this is why the article I think is really, really stupid. First of all, the article is titled "Facial Expressions Do Not Reveal Emotions," which is the dumbest fucking title anyway. But obviously, there are some facial expressions, some emotional displays that maybe are learned. Okay, I don't know if like the pouting face is a learned, is an evolved behavior, right? Like,
what about that side to side one that girls make?
Yes, I don't think the side to side one.
Didn't.
The "oh no you didn't" face, the eye roll, I don't think is a biologically evolved tendency.
Oh no,
right?
you didn't, bitch.
Yes, I'm sure there's very specialized facial expressions which are taught or are learned. Okay, but there's so fucking obviously facial expressions which are inherently biological. Every culture, all humans, all smile, okay? And none of them smile they all smile to signify that they're happy.
Yes.
And they all, and they all have the similar angry face, right? They all have a similar sad face. They're the basic human emotions and the basic ways that these human emotions are displayed via face are all the same across all cultures.
Yep. Disgust face.
The disgust, yes, right. So obviously that this is biological, and it's totally insane to say that they're not, because there's some highly specialized facial things that maybe isn't cross-cultural, and they found one example, okay? They found one exception that I would say is the exception that proves the rule.
I think it's more likely like some sort of miscommunication.
Right, or some miscommunication, sure.
Yeah. Fear and anger are very close to one another anyway.
And then their second reason for this is even dumber. They're like, well, it's not universal because sometimes when someone smiles, like they're smiling because they're nervous or they're smiling when they're angry. And you're like, oh my God, you're such a fucking dumb shit.
Yeah, what if, yeah, no.
Why? It's like, yeah, some people smile when, what is the point of smiling when people are nervous? It's them trying to not be nervous because, and this is a well-researched thing, if you make a facial reaction, like if you're not happy and you force yourself to smile, it sends a signal to your brain to be happy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is very well researched. And it's the same thing for any emotion. If you force your face to make an emotion, you'll start to feel the emotion because those systems are so tied to each other.
This article is in Scientific American?
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Yeah, Scientific American's pretty much crap now.
And this lady who's supposed to be this well-researched person wrote this article, and this article is like totally dog shit. It's insane to me how terrible this argument is. And how terrible this.
Michael Shermer used to write for Scientific American and ended up getting like let go.
Right. And this research is obviously going to be and this is going to be proven true. And part of the context here of the article is they were bitching because we have AI machine learning that's trying to like map onto people's expressions and it's having difficulty. And I'm like, if you honestly think that we will not have machine learning AI that can take a picture of your face and automatically figure out the emotion you're sensing or feeling at that moment, you're an idiot. Because obviously that's going to be what's going on. Obviously that's what's going to happen. Because it's such a dumb argument. It's like, oh, because smiles mean different things. It's like, well, it's not just the mouth, when you smile, right? It's the eyes. What's going on with your eyes when you smile? Sometimes people smile, like, what's the difference between someone smiling happy and someone smiling evilly? Well, it's how are their eyes fixed on you? Are there, what's the direction that their eyes are shaping? What is this? How big is this smile? How exactly is their smile being, fixed on their face?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about, and as you as an artist, and I think especially with a comic, obviously, especially like with anime, you look at Japanese anime, which they do so much of exaggerated facial expressions. How could Americans like or interpret
so
Japanese anime if all the facial expressions are not intrinsic and are just learned?
So true.
Why would Americans and Japanese people have the same fucking facial expressions in which to draw from?
Yeah.
For their animation. It doesn't make any sense unless it's intrinsic.
Yeah, facial expressions are some of the most fun parts of comics.
Right.
And this is why Western comics are too much slaves to anatomy. They're
slaves to being on model.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Manga's way more fun.
So a bunch of things we could say about this. For one, the patronizing tone that Jordan Peterson uses here.
I feel like I'm getting patronized. I feel like I'm experiencing a patronizing tone in this video, but it's not Jordan Peterson. Do you feel like Joel's being patronizing?
He's being very patronizing, yes.
Lisa Barrett is not some random columnist. She is one of the most prestigious and cited academics working in the field of effective science.
Look her up. I want to see some recent tweets here. I'm willing to bet she's totally woke.
Let's see.
She just looks woke. Look, she's woke on the face of it. I bet she has a tweet right now talking about Biden's incredible speech and how brave he is to point out that the Trump Americans are destroying democracy.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. No, so far it's just about her research stuff.
Oh, really?
And she's only talking about her own field, nothing about politics.
Oh, good. Good for her. I take it back.
She did say, in response to Jordan Peterson's tweet, she said, "This tweet speaks for itself."
Mm-hmm.
So okay. She doesn't tweet very often.
Good for her.
What could possibly justify this kind of arrogance on Peterson's part here? Second, yes, the article disagrees with Charles Darwin on a nuanced subject, but why is Peterson so scandalized about the idea that Darwin could be wrong about something? I'm not trying to throw shade at Charles here. He was obviously brilliant, but he was also born more than 200 years.
I can guess why Jordan had such a visceral reaction to this.
Mm-hmm.
So the lady has to, I forget her name, the woman, Lisa Feldman Barrett. She's come up with her whole own theory. It's called the theory of constructed emotion.
Oh, no.
Okay. And first of all, there's two elements to it. The first is that she believes that emotions are not universal, but vary from culture to culture, which doesn't make any sense to me. That's so, seems to be so not true. I don't know how emotions are not universal. That makes literally no sense to me, because the entire point, and I've said this a million times, the entire point of emotions is to motivate behavior,
yeah.
right? In animals before logic or intelligence, or what we consider intelligence, existed. So how the fuck could that not be universal then? Like, it makes no sense. Like, oh yeah, like maybe people's reactions are not universal, but the emotions themselves are universal. And then the second thing that her theory says, which is weird to me, I don't really understand it, is she says that conventionally, like, people think, oh, you see a snake, and then you see, like, your brain perceives the stimulus of the snake, and then your brain creates like the fear emotion or something. And she says no. What she thinks is that your brain predicts the presence of the snake before you actually encounter it. And that's what creates the fear response. That doesn't make any sense.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
It sounds like bullshit to me. So, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. But no, but the reason I think Jordan Peterson is so upset by this is because if he believes, again, in Jungian archetypes, this kind of shits all over that concept. So...
years ago, and you know, he's just a dude. Darwin was definitely wrong about some things. He thought that emotional imbalance could cause frizzy hair, that insects rub their legs together because they're afraid or angry. The point is that treating the words of Darwin as sacrosanct and those who disagree with him as blasphemers is not science, but its opposite. And the way that Peterson is acting,
it's kind of ironic coming from Joel, and he left this like that.
Is truly embarrassing in my opinion. But the thing that interests me more than anything in this tweet is, why is Jordan Peterson so mad? What exactly is he reacting to here? I mean, Lisa Barrett's article is pretty innocuous. It makes a very normal point, I think. It is broadly assumed that the facial expressions people make each have a singular biological origin, that they align with discrete emotions. When you frown, it's because that's the way the body expresses sadness. When you smile, it's the way the body expresses happiness, etc. This is what Darwin claimed, and Barrett thinks he's wrong about it. As she claims, facial expressions are complicated. People can smile maliciously out of anger, frown when they're thinking hard or need to poop. Expressions can change based on culture, based on environment.
Is this not just the dumbest argument?
Yeah, it's making me very angry.
You're starting to feel the Jordan Peterson thing.
Well, it's so stupid. I'm like, what's the point? The only thing he's doing is, basically saying over and over again, you're wrong, Jordan, you're wrong, look, here's how you're wrong.
Well, this is the argument that the lady's making in the article.
Yeah, I understand. And he's trying to counter, he's using her argument to counter Jordan Peterson, otherwise he wouldn't be talking about it.
Right. But to me, this is just so on its face, obviously not true. And this idea that, like, well, smile, because you can smile evilly means that smiling, is not biologically hardwired into people for happiness. It's like,
I mean, they're total social constructionists, so they don't want to believe anything is hardwired into people.
It's so stupid.
It's anti-science.
Right. Did they think, like, how did humans first learn to make facial expressions?
Rich people, made them make certain facial expressions as part of their subjugation ritual.
I see. So back when we were hunter-gatherers, there was a tribe that had backwards facial, emotions. They frowned whenever they were happy, and they smiled whenever they were sad. But then, when the hunting gathering ended, and we all became horrible farmers, subjugated by landowners, they're like, no, we got to change all this. We all have to have one set of universal facial expressions that everyone has to follow. And for some reason, even though for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, continuing to today, there are all these different cultures that somehow all maintain completely different languages from each other,
But
for
still,
some reason, they all develop the same fucking facial expression somehow.
Yeah. They all have a different word for happy, but they all have one facial expression for happy.
Yes. And here's a reason, and here's a very obvious fucking thing that they should have seen. Okay, they're like, well, when we showed, pictures of people from different races or different cultures, they were not as good as picking out what emotion that they are signifying. Okay, that's because there's a lot of evidence that shows that people, especially if you have a island of people segregated who maybe they're not used to looking at white fucking faces, people have much better hits at interpreting the emotions of people that share their race, because that's people that they generally look at more often, and their brain has sort of figured out how to read their emotions quicker and better.
Yeah, they were looking at the white people faces and being like, what the fuck? I've never seen a person like this.
Right. So like, I don't know. This is just, you're literally going to base this theory on like one select group of some tribe somewhere of very remote people. That's idiotic.
Yeah.
On situation. And this, Barrett says, is particularly important now because new face analyzing AI technology is currently emerging. Machines that attempt to assess general attitude or friendliness or trustworthiness from the look on someone's face.
All this is just, what the fuck, Joel?
I know.
This is all based off of one fucking tweet.
I know.
Like, all this whole section is, Jordan Peterson was wrong about this tweet, look.
He wasn't even wrong. He was just too mean about it.
Robots can smile too.
And if facial expressions can't actually give us the whole picture about someone's inner world, that could be a big problem. So looking at...
And now he's even, like, postulating how facial expressions are bad.
This, we kind of have to
well,
ask...
No, it's funny. He's postulating, like, well, are machines going to be able, or AI going to be able to, like, actually correctly figure out people's emotions by, measuring their faces? Like, this is a really important, like, weighty thing that's affecting our society right now. Whether AI can, figure out what people are feeling at the moment.
Doubt.
Who cares? Like, it's an interesting enough article, don't get me wrong, but what's the big deal? How is it woke? How is it Marxist? It's not like Peterson provides any kind of rebuttal here, so his vitriol at this is absolutely baffling.
First of all, you should really have the camera on when you're doing this. So people can see you holding the cat up to the microphone. People want to see you torturing your pussy.
Oh, this one's loud.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't Wormy, by the way. You know that.
No,
right?
it's I always forget the other one's name.
Yeah. What did I miss?
Ragamuffin or something?
That's it. Yeah, you got it. Look
there
at
it is. Yeah. He's so loud.
Whoa, chill.
Listen, your cat when it like hisses at you because it's unhappy, that's a learned social construct of emotion. Okay,
is it?
That cat learned to hiss means that it's unhappy. It didn't instinctively know that.
A cat hiss. I'm pretty sure cats hiss all around the world, even like big cats.
No, the big cats learned it from the little cats.
Oh, okay.
Or the little cats learned it from the big cats. Okay.
Who's in charge? I mean, we should tweet at Big Joel. Maybe he can give us some insight on that.
You know how like big cats purr when they're happy?
Mm-hmm.
They learn that from the little cats. Okay.
No.
That's a social. Cat purring is a social construct. It's a cat construct.
I remember going to the zoo and going in to see a lion, and the lion was purring, and it just felt like the whole room was reverberating off of that lion purring. So
yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But think about it.
I got sidetracked by the cat. He's like, I don't understand why Jordan Peterson has a problem with this. He literally says it. He says, he talks about essentialism. and how the Marxists, as you immediately pointed out, they want to do away with this concept of essentialism completely.
Yeah.
Right. But Joel's like, listen, I'm going to make a video about this topic. I'm not going to even try to think about it for 10 seconds to try to figure out why Jordan Peterson doesn't like it.
Look, this video should just be called Jordan Peterson Bad.
That's true.
How to sort how to sort a person, Jordan Peterson and IQ.
I was going to say, when you were reading that article earlier,
Mm-hmm.
I was impressed. You're reading it very well.
That article?
Yeah, you did great.
For some reason, I got like the mobile version of their website or something, and it was like giant text, which made it a lot easier. Yeah.
Okay. I was listening to it like, wow, Adam's like nailing this. I'm shocked.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with the size of the text. The letters are like fucking giant.
Do you know you can zoom into anything on your screen? Do you know that trick?
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I do that sometimes.
You hold control and you zoom in with the mouse wheel?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You think about it, it makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense that he'd be upset. In a way, I think it's the same kind of terror.
Oh, wait, what did he say?
Baffling. But when you think about it, it makes sense.
Oh, okay. So Joel thinks he knows why Jordan Peterson's upset. Are you ready?
Let's hear it.
You ready?
Doesn't it? Makes sense that he'd be upset. In a way, I think it's the same kind of terror that a geocentrist might feel upon seeing evidence for a heliocentric solar system. If a smile is not a smile, if a frown can mean many things, if there is no concrete, biological, essential character to an expression, then how do we know it means anything?
What a fucking dipshit. I'm so infuriated by this video. It's like the whole world doesn't make sense anymore. My whole worldview is being crushed. What a bunch of bullshit.
How can the human body be said to have a particular unchanging purpose?
What?
Jordan Peterson? This is so against Jordan Peterson's philosophy. It's against evolution. What, a singular purpose? What the fuck is he talking about?
This is insane.
Yeah.
If the universe doesn't revolve around us, then how can we belong anywhere?
This guy's a
what?
He thinks Jordan Peterson is like a Bible beating, like, creationist. It sounds like
wait, okay, what is the more this is insane to me. He says if the universe doesn't revolve around us, what is the more egotistical claim? Okay, forget which one is true. What is the more egotistical claim? That human facial expressions are based entirely on biology and we have no control over, or human facial expressions are entirely a construct of humans and we created them and we can change them whenever we want?
The second one, that humans are driving the ship and that we are in control of our destiny.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know what the fuck Joel is talking about. This is like a totally batshit insane to
It's
me.
more humble to think.
No.
Yeah, we're animals that have just been evolved over time to have certain behaviors that are universal.
But it's literally, I cannot conceive of how possible. I can't conceive how it would be fucking remotely possible for most basic human emotions and how they're displayed with your face is not biological. Like that's inconceivable to me.
Yeah, could you imagine like if you all of that stuff isn't really learned. It's just kind of instinct.
Right. When
nobody comes out and teaches you, okay, this is a smile expression. This means you're happy.
Right.
Like nobody ever did that in school.
Right. When a mother was holding her newborn baby, okay, and she smiles and is happy and looking at it, and the baby smiles and looks back at her and is genuinely happy. How did the baby learn to associate the smile with happiness?
Yeah. Not only that, the mother could frown at the baby and the baby knows exactly what's up. Like, oh, danger. What's going on, Mom?
Right. Or when a baby cries. What is it? Its face frowns.
Yeah.
And it makes that very specific face, and it's unhappy. And then when the baby's happy, it smiles. Like the baby, like the idea that the baby's fucking learning the facial expressions is so stupid.
Yeah. Joel, you're outdoing yourself now. This is literally like 85 IQ type.
I mean,
stuff you're
obviously,
saying here.
I mean, and obviously the facial expressions for humans and for other animals, like, because it's very difficult. You know, obviously there's obvious ones, like, you know, you can see, you know, when like you can't really read. A lot of other animals don't have facial expressions the way humans do, at all.
I mean, they do though. Dogs do, especially.
Well, wait a minute. Dogs is super fascinating. They've actually, because you know how dogs are so easily, they have the way their DNA is structured. It makes it so easy for humans to basically to breed them and to evolve them into very different dogs. Like, dogs have basically evolved by living with humans to have the most complex, like, they have like complex eyebrow structure muscles that no other canine has.
Really?
And it's just because humans want to look at dogs and started breeding them to have dogs that have more expressive faces that we like.
Yeah.
And so that's why dogs, when they look at you, they can make all those little facial expressions, is literally because we bred them that way.
Yeah.
Like wolves don't have those facial expressions. And so the idea that like humans probably, I think, have the most like facial expressions and out of any animal that exists, and to think that all that structure evolved, it didn't have like pre-mapped emotions on it, is just insane.
Yeah, look at this. I just looked up
So-
sad dog. And they do that thing with their eyebrows. They totally
Yes.
lift their center eyebrows up and are like, that's the sound they make. Joel's an idiot.
Yeah, it says there's strong evidence that dogs developed a muscle to raise their inner eyebrows after they were domesticated from wolves.
That's hilarious. This
Puppy dog eyes. There's evidence that shows that dogs evolved eyebrow muscles in order to better connect with humans.
They totally do have those puppy dog eyes. It's funny that we call it puppy dog eyes.
That's why we
even.
call it puppy dog eyes. That's literally where the term comes from.
This is hilarious.
But no, you know what? That's a fantastic thing. How is it, Joel? How is it that fucking dogs evolved a specific facial expression
To let us know that they're sad.
to convey an expression if all humans have different fucking facial expressions and react to facial expressions differently?
That face totally, that's the help me face.
Yes.
That face is like, I'm in trouble, help.
Yes.
That's so evolutionarily useful.
Yes.
Look, this face is just guilting me into petting this dog.
But if humans have socially constructed emotions, how could it be possible that all dogs would have the exact same thing, the exact same emotion, or emotional display, I should say?
That's a pretty tough question to answer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my God.
Is it?
It's
not biological in dogs, though, right? It's
no, it is.
Of course it is.
Right.
Like, it's ridiculous to even postulate that it's socially constructed. They have to have the right muscles.
Yes. It says they determined that facial muscles among 6 breeds of domesticated dogs and gray wolves were relatively the same except around their eyes. That all dogs, with the exception of the Siberian Husky, had that muscle present to make the puppy dog eye look. But wolves do not have that.
Wow.
So there you go.
I guess we come back to our question from the start, and with even fewer ideas now than we had before. If Jordan Peterson has such a difficult time identifying the value of IQ, if he seems fundamentally uninterested in solving whatever problems it represents, and if he has almost nothing to say about the subject in any case, then why are we talking about this in the first place? Why does he care so much? Why does he bring it up so often? And the answer is...
Get ready.
What is the answer?
He's a fucking racist,
Oh, okay.
obviously. That's the answer for everything.
I like the question is like, why would Jordan Peterson bring up this topic if he doesn't know how to solve it?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? If he believes it's true, what is he supposed to say? He should be like, well, I think there's a problems that affect our society, but I don't have the answers, so I guess I'll never talk about it ever. Okay.
Well, that's what you should do.
Why he keeps bringing it up because he wants other people that are smarter than him to figure out the answer. That's why he's bringing it up. He wants to create a conversation about it so people actually fucking research and figure out the answer to this question.
Well, also to challenge dumbasses like Big Joel who have a solution that's just, oh, just give him a house. What the fuck? It's so easy, you dumb. Jeez. Right? I mean, there's a lot of people that do have solutions that are just ridiculous.
Right.
So you got to challenge them.
Because useful to him, because it is a culmination of the way he constructs the human body. Like facial expressions, our minds are easily read and largely cannot be changed. Like the eye roll from the unhappy wife, it informs how society ought to function. Like the double helix, which tells us that our insides are on the outside, IQ promises us that society is the way it is because the human body has made it so. It explains why the
Jesus fucking Christ.
What a dumbass.
So Joel thinks it's hard first of all, it's hard to understand what the fuck he's even saying. But what it sounds like he's saying is that he thinks Jordan Peterson believes that like the current society, the current liberal society that we all live in is the only way society could function because of some biological essentialist position. Which, first of all, Jordan Peterson doesn't fucking believe that. Jordan Peterson said a million times that he doesn't believe this, and he believes that things tend towards, chaos, and you need to keep pulling them back down. But also, how the fuck could anyone believe that if for the majority of human existence, we didn't exist in a society that looks anything like the society we're currently living in right now?
Yeah, which we had very similar biology.
We had the same biology.
Well, not identical, obviously.
Right,
There's
but very similar, yes. Right.
There's like the lactose intolerant gene.
Yes, and people have been getting taller and, things
yeah.
like that. Right.
It's ridiculous. Jordan Peterson believes in cultural evolution.
Of course.
Yeah. So cultural evolution is real. And that has nothing to do with biology, so...
Jordan Peterson thinks liberalism is a biological essentialist position.
It's not.
What?
Yeah.
The fuck are you talking about?
Why doesn't Joel, we talked to Joel that one time, but I guess we really weren't talking to him. We're just kind of like, I don't think he really took anything we said seriously or to heart.
No, the conversation we talked to Joel, it was about the Blair White conversation.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
He wasn't making any attempt to understand our perspective at all.
Yeah. He's like, I don't understand why Blair was not, angry at Lauren Witzke in that conversation. I'm like, well, Joel, because if you actually look at the comments of the video, you'll see that all those evil conservatives that you don't like, they all thought Lauren sucked and they all liked Blair. And Blair was playing an optics game in which she totally won. So you are incorrect. Blair was not trying to appeal to people like you. She was trying to appeal to conservatives. And he had no way of understanding that or accepting that argument or even countering that argument.
It's so boring to just be in a bubble like this.
Yes.
Like not understand other people's perspective. I think it's fascinating to understand other people's perspective, but...
Of course. That's the real red pill.
I know. Some people just can't hack it.
Rich have so much, why the poor have so little. It largely explains racial disparity, something I didn't talk about in this video, but which Jordan Peterson clearly believes.
Yeah, well, the gender differences in IQ look relatively trivial, but there are differences in ethnicity that don't look trivial. The Ashkenazi Jews, for example, have on average a 15-point advantage over the rest of the Caucasian population.
And it
based... Get wrecked.
This is the whole reason Sitch wanted to watch the video.
Yeah. Get wrecked, bitches. Ashkenazi Jews for the win.
No, if we could only work on their conscientiousness, everything would be much better.
You mean their humility?
No, their conscientiousness.
What do you mean? There's shit tons of like super hardworking Jews.
Well, not all of them, obviously.
No. Yeah, you're talking to one who's not.
I know. That's why I'm saying, get your ass to work, buddy. Sitch is starting to reform. He's getting better.
That's true.
He
That's
put a
true.
video out.
I did, and I'm gonna put another video out, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Let's do it.
Never gonna end.
Of these things, not with the grotesque machinations of money and power, but with a simple peek at the inside of our skulls. But Peterson has an issue. Simply put, our bodies can't do that. They can't make politics for us. If you believe that people in our society...
What?
Joel is a dipshit.
What is he even? I don't even understand what the fuck
Joel
he's
is
saying.
probably one of the stupidest people online. Just nothing he's saying. Like, dude, you're fucking babbling. I feel like I'm in a poetry slam or something.
He's like, I know the deep secret truth about how Jordan Peterson sees the world. I like how you have someone like Jordan Peterson, who has probably spent more hours than almost anyone on the planet explaining in very great detail how he like perceives reality. Okay. And yet Joel thinks that he can see beyond the veil.
Yeah.
And that's all wrong, and that there's some deeper truth that Jordan Peterson has never talked about. This weird essentialist argument that Jordan Peterson's never fucking ever made in his entire life.
Yeah.
Society deserve to be treated well and fairly, then Peterson's IQ disparity claim has no impact on that position whatsoever. And if you believe that
I would like to... What the fuck? What happened?
34.
bodies can't do...
I would like to ask Joel the jealousy question.
What?
Is jealousy biological, or is that like socially constructed?
Ooh.
It's
a great question.
Yeah. I asked Vosh that, and Vosh said socially constructed. Yeah.
You say, oh, then why? Then if jealousy is socially constructed, then why are we trying to solve wealth inequality? Why don't you just teach people not to be jealous?
Well, that's a good... Yeah, that's a good solution. Yeah, make them happy with nothing.
God, that's so stupid. Jealousy is a social construct.
Even the concept of, like, there's a biological component to fairness, you fucking idiot.
Of course. I'm not surprised Vosh would say that, because remember we watched that insane Vosh video where he tried to say that monogamous relationships are like fake.
Yeah.
Or they're social construct. And that it's actually natural. He made the argument that it's actually natural for people to just have like shit tons of sex with random strangers. And whoever has a child has a child. He thinks that was biologically natural.
Mm-hmm. Dumb.
Holy shit.
Bodies can't do that. They can't make politics for us. If you believe that people in our society deserve to be treated well and fairly, then Peterson's IQ disparity claim has no impact on that position whatsoever.
Yes, it does. Oh my God. It impacts how you accomplish that, Joel.
Yeah. How does he not see that? It's so obvious.
I don't know.
And if you believe that society is largely good as is and that poor people don't matter all that much, IQ also has no impact on that belief.
And Jordan Peterson does not believe that.
No.
Yeah. This is a stereotype. This is the same stereotype that Christian was using. Conservative equals greedy, selfish piece of shit. That's the stereotype that Joel has of conservative.
Right.
Like, he cannot imagine a world where conservative isn't just a greedy, selfish piece of shit. It's so fucking evil.
These things are choices we have to make. They do not emerge from us in some perfect, uncomplicated way. And so, Peterson does what any storyteller does when they have a conclusion they want you to come to. He changes...
The irony! Please fucking... Just shoot me now, Sitch. Please kill me. I can't take this anymore.
It's almost over, Adam. It's almost over.
He does what anyone does when they have a conclusion that they want to reach. Joel, what the fuck is this entire video?
Changes his volume. The IQ problem is loud and explanatory. It takes up a lot of time, and he really cares about...
This is so... Oh, God. It's such a small piece of Jordan Peterson's talks. Like, he just went on Joe... He went on Joe Rogan for like 4 hours. IQ didn't come up. What the fuck? He makes it sound like every single talk is about IQ.
Right.
You agreeing with him about it. The solution, though, is quiet and unassuming. He can't say, I don't care about poverty, so he just kind of waffles about. We should solve this problem, but that's hard, perhaps impossible to do. It's tricky to meddle with society, and in any case, the poor will simply have to wait. Recently, Jordan Peterson resigned his position as a tenured professor at the university.
And I played the clip. I literally played the clip on the other Jordan Peterson video we watched, where Jordan Peterson says that the most effective time for solving wealth inequality was the post-World War II time period, from 1940 to 1970. Okay?
Yeah.
So, fuck you, Joel.
In that climate change exchange that he has on Joe Rogan, he talks about the best way to deal with climate change is to make the poor rich.
Yeah.
And he got that straight from the False Alarm book, the Boren Lomborg book.
Right.
Yeah.
University of Toronto. Shortly after, he published an open letter explaining his reasons why, and in one section where he discusses his discontent with the state of academia, he writes this: "We're out to produce a generation of researchers utterly unqualified for the job, and we've seen what that means already in the horrible grievance studies disciplines. That, combined with the death of objective testing, has compromised the university so badly that it can hardly be overstated."
Basically a perfect explanation of this video here. I mean, flawless explanation of this video. Mm-hmm. This video is all about Big Joel's grievance with conservatives and Jordan Peterson by proxy. Utter failure in research. Totally unequipped for the job it sets out to do. All this video does is deceive people.
There's something satisfying to me about this passage because, well, Peterson finally came through. He gave us an argument about the way society should be run, and he used IQ to do it. Why has academia gotten so bad? Because the low IQs have gotten in. We should
What the fuck?
Wait, what? He said, we've produced a generation of researchers utterly unqualified for the job. So he translates in his mind utterly unqualified to low IQ.
No, that's not what's going on here, dumb shit. You can have a high IQ and be motivated to use that IQ to come up with phony baloney research.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, which is what you would have actually understand, because if you read the next sentence, he said, or the next two sentences, he says, that's why he brings up the death of objective testing. Okay. Right. He's saying that they're utterly unqualified because you have all these grievance disciplines that don't believe in fucking objectivity.
Yes. Yeah. Which has nothing to do with intelligence.
No.
It's an ideology.
Right. But somehow IQ, I love it's like, this is just like the Cody video. Cody plays a clip of Jordan Peterson saying one thing, and then Cody's like, did you see that clip? Jordan Peterson said this. You're like, wait, what? He literally didn't say that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
There's something satisfying to me about this passage because, well, Peterson finally came through. He gave us an argument about the way society should be run, and he used IQ to do it. Why has academia gotten so bad? Because the low IQs have gotten in. We should discriminate against them more. It's actionable, it's precise, it has a stated outcome. Suddenly, when his purpose is...
It's his belief is that it's viewpoint diversity that's caused academia to suffer, which has zero to do with IQ. Has everything to do with ideology.
Well, he thinks it's because wokeness is basically destroy the university.
Yeah, because you can't serve two masters. You're either serving the master, you're either team truth or you're team social justice. Yeah. And unfortunately, the universities have come out on the side of team social justice. And so truth gets chucked out the window if social justice is more important. Because social justice is more important.
Is to sort and segregate the world, to steepen the hierarchy, to get the stupid people out. It's all so easy. It almost makes you feel like that was his point all along. Jordan Peterson went on his daughter's podcast a few months ago and explained to her the problem he had with Yumi Nu's presence on the cover of Sports Illustrated. As he sees it...
There's another thing in Jordan Peterson's letter where he talks about why he quit. He says that that the universities are basically only putting people in research positions based on whether they fit a diversity, inclusivity, equity criteria.
Yeah, I remember that.
So he says his supremely trained heterosexual white male graduate students face a negligible chance of being offered a university research position.
They're the new blacks.
Right.
They literally are. I mean, that's the situation.
But then he says something that's even more interesting, where he says, secondly, my students are partially unacceptable because they are my students. I am academic persona non grata because of my unacceptable philosophical positions.
Yeah.
And this isn't just some inconvenience. These facts render my job morally untenable. How can I accept prospective researchers and train them in good consciousness, knowing their employment prospects will be minimal?
Yeah, that's fucking...
Okay.
That's hard. That's super hard.
Right. But no, none of this will make it into the Joel video.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to do something about the universities. Thank goodness they're actually developing new schools outside of the university system. Who knows if they're woke?
Right.
They could be infected as well, so...
The whole thing is a lie, a cheap manipulation. His major point is that the magazine is essentially trying to pass an ugly person off as attractive.
The cover bothered me a lot because it was a cheap manipulation of something that had been working very well for Sports Illustrated. It was also an insistence that all of a sudden this non-athletic body type is as beautiful as the standard swimsuit model for Sports Illustrated. And it's not. It's not as athletic, and it's not as healthy, and that's that. And it's also not arbitrary, and so the whole thing is a lie.
This is not a hot lady, and Sports Illustrated wants us to believe otherwise.
Well, he did say the word healthy, but...
Yeah.
You know, forget that part, obviously.
So I think this is preposterous, just deeply silly on its face. A magazine featuring a fat person when it normally features skinny people is not lying to you. Even if they got the most obviously ugly person to have ever lived on that cover, I wouldn't then look at it and say, I've been had, why are you manipulating me like this?
The leftist who believes in cultural hegemony and that there's some sort of, classist controlling all culture. There's all these systems of power that basically, tell, underprivileged, oppressed minorities that they suck. That there's all this cultural messaging. He suddenly doesn't believe in cultural messaging when it comes to magazine covers.
Pretty convenient, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess Joel is admitting that all the feminists are completely full of shit when they would complain about, all the women in ads being objectified.
Right.
Joel agrees that that's all bullshit.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Just the wrong people are objectified.
Right.
Got to get some fatties
And
out
that's
there.
Because, where's the deception? What bit of information could I wrongly believe about the world because I saw this image? That's the thing about the word lie, right? It implies the theoretical possibility of somebody believing something false. And in the case of Jordan Peterson and his little tweet, we can only conclude that what he's worried about is somebody getting duped into thinking that this woman is beautiful.
No, what are you fucking talking about? It has nothing to do with being duped. It has to do with trying to condition people into believing something. Like, this is so obvious.
Yeah. Well, I think it's trying to condition people into saying something that they don't actually believe, which is a little more insidious.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And if Joel had actually read more of Jordan Peterson's Why I'm No Longer a Tenured Professor, he even talks about this. In that context, he says, all of my craven colleagues must craft DIE statements to obtain a research grant. They all lie.
Yeah.
Accepting the minority of true believers. And they teach their students to do the same. And they do it constantly with various rationalizations and justifications, further corrupting what is already a stunningly corrupt enterprise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. It's nothing to do with people being tricked.
Yeah.
And it's also not arbitrary. And so the whole thing is a lie.
Frankly, I don't think we need Jordan Peterson's help with a thing like that. Speaking from personal experience, I've never been manipulated into seeing beauty where I don't. I'm not even sure.
How could he say something so fucking stupid?
Where's he been manipulated into seeing beauty where it's not?
First of all, the left has always been on the side of that beauty is it's created culturally, which is true to some extent, right? You talked about there's obviously to some extent fitness and symmetry is universal.
Sure.
Right. But there is things that are. This is why fashion changes so dramatically from decade to decade. That's beauty being influenced by culture. And that's culture telling you what you should find attractive. Okay. There's a reason Joel is able to get a video that has over 300,000 views while looking like a fucking disheveled hobo. And it's because of the politics of the people he's talking to have been convinced through various means that aesthetic is valuable or good.
Yeah.
You're not going to see Joel. You're not going to see some right winger who's talking about, like Jordan Peterson, cleaning your room, why we have to maintain order, and self-discipline. You're not going to see someone talking about all those things looking like a disheveled hobo,
yeah.
Joel, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, he's signaling these are my politics. Look.
Yes.
I don't take baths, so I'm a progressive.
Yes. Okay. Like, how does he not understand this?
I'm for progress in everything but hygiene.
I don't understand how he doesn't understand this. This is crazy to me.
Such a thing is possible. But even if it is possible, it's hard to see the problem there. After all...
Okay, so it is possible, but maybe I don't see what the problem is. Like, why is the hipster douche aesthetic back in style? I think the hipster look is one of the dumbest fucking looks ever.
Really?
Yeah, I hate the hipster look.
Really?
And yet that's like the thing. Now we have the hipster douche aesthetic is back.
I mean,
I hate it.
Did you see Cody in his last video? He like shaved and combed his hair.
No, wait, he did.
Yeah, it's really weird. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck?
I was thinking like Hassan. Hassan always dresses like the hipster douche aesthetic. Some more news.
I need some more hipster douche.
Oh
clothes.
my God, you're right.
Of course I'm right. I'm always right.
Holy shit, he looks like a real person. He looks so much better. This is shocking to me. You know what happened? I can tell you what happened. You know what happened, Adam?
He got married?
He got a girlfriend.
I was close.
What girl would put up with Cody Johnson looking the way he used to look?
Maybe she's a hairstylist.
What are you doing?
Nothing. What are you doing?
Is your camera on? What's happening? Are you like brushing a cat?
No. The cat got cat hair all over my shirt. So
oh, okay. When we were talking about disheveled hobo, you felt self-conscious, so you're like, I
looked
use the
down and I
roller.
was like, holy shit.
Right.
That cat got cat hair all over me.
This is insane to me. Cody looks so much better He looks like a real human being now and not like a crazy hobo just by shaving and cutting his fucking hair.
I think it was us. I think it was that last video. You were particularly hard on him about the hobo look.
You're right. Holy shit. Did I bully Cody Johnson into looking better?
You did, yeah.
You're so right.
It was us bullying him, and then he got a girlfriend.
There you go.
And she was like, "Oh, Cody, I like this new look. Whose idea was that?" And he was like, "Sitch and Adam."
No, he's like, that was totally my idea. What do you mean?
Well, you don't think he credited us? Come on, he's
of course not. No.
He's a liar, but he's not evil. Okay, maybe he's evil. Oh man,
I just can't get over this. Listen, I'm glad. Share a screenshot. Okay, I'll make you a screenshot.
Yeah, send me a screenshot. I'll bring it up here. Let's finish this video.
If you manage to trick me into thinking somebody's pretty, then they are pretty. At least they are to me. But from Peterson...
God, Joel, you're a fucking genius. This is your political commentary? Oh my God.
...perspective, this is all a huge problem, a moral catastrophe. And honestly, I find that a bit funny. Jordan Peterson's politics center on the body, its essential character, the way it should shape the world, how it informs and necessitates our hierarchies. And yet, he is so afraid of one. A body like this cannot be trusted with us. It is in the wrong place, giving us the wrong thoughts. At the end of the day, even the body, especially the body, can lie.
The body.
Thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoy it. This one took me just forever to make. It took so much time to the point where I have no idea if it even makes sense anymore. Like,
it doesn't. It makes no sense.
Nope.
Yeah.
Doesn't make fucking any sense, Joel. Completely insane.
I'm genuinely not sure when I sit down and watch it if any of the words I'm saying make even a basic amount of sense. But I hope that they do. If you did like it, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and give me money on Patreon if you want to. There's a fun bonus video there that I mentioned where I talk about some things I didn't include in the final cut here. And
because they were basically all just complete lies about how all conservatives are racist pieces of shit. That stuff he left out. How all conservatives care about is race, and no, that was the 3 pages he talked about. Remember?
I said 3 pages where how he knows Jordan Peterson's a secret conservative.
Yeah.
Right.
Which obviously he wanted to hide because he's like, oh my God, I don't have any evidence for this. Here, I'll just give it to my patron haters. Here's Cody, shaved and a haircut.
There you go. Look, he looks so much better. He looks like a real human being. Isn't that amazing? Like, you would see him on the street and you would think he's a normal person, not a crazed homeless man. Now, you got a haircut, too.
Looks like it.
He still looks homeless. Well, the oversized clothing isn't helping it. Okay. He doesn't look like he sleeps at the bus stop anymore.
And on that note, it's time for my Patreon question of the video. I'll do 2 today because I hadn't made a video last week. So let's go. Mike Catcher asks...
Okay, we don't have to listen to this
stuff. Let's hear it. Come on.
What's your favorite animated show that's come out in the past 10 years? So I actually don't think it's particularly close. Over the Garden Wall, full stop. Best animated show of the last 10 years. Probably second best animated show ever made. I mean, it's the best one. Of the last 10 years, clearly the best one. Infinity Train rocks, but it's not as good. And I also haven't watched maybe enough cartoons to make the definitive statement.
This is exciting content.
Look at all those patrons.
Juten Kana asks, what...
All these patrons that you get to see you have to pause to see their names that paid for this content.
They love Joel. Joel's their man.
What will your post-apocalypse profession be? YouTube video essayist. Okay, bye.
Ha 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 ha. There's a comment on his video I want to read.
Okay.
It's particularly insane. Let's see. I have too many. I have the Adam problem. I have too many tabs. Here it is. This is the top comment on the video. It has 3,500 likes. Okay.
Let's hear it.
It says, seeing these clips of him lecturing helped me understand how Jordan Peterson developed his idea of students as entitled or complaining, etc., and why he joined the, quote, PC has gone mad lot. He somehow became a college professor through some broken system despite being deranged. Then a bright, young, and motivated new generation of students get into college and show up for their first lecture. Quote, wow, we made it, academia, and it's Jordan Peterson saying IQ testing is actually 100% real, and people who score less than 87 can't even dig a ditch, and we need to do something about them. And the students are like, what the actual fuck? And legitimately think they have wasted their life working to get into a college program. Then they question him or complain to staff. LOL.
Yeah. That person sounds like a dipshit.
I like the idea that this idiot thinks that college students entering college know better about IQ research than Jordan Peterson or their professor.
Well, this
like
is...
a bunch of fucking dipshit high school students are going to know better about a subject than their college professor.
Height is completely right that this is the first generation that we've had that has not been taught by their elders. They've been taught by other kids who just fucking dream up that they have the answers.
Yeah. That's a good point. It's a great point. That height man, yeah. That's very true.
There's absolutely no vetting process for information these days. I mean, we just watch this incredibly insane video that's all full of lies and bullshit.
Right.
That can easily be debunked in, 15 minutes of Google searching. But nobody cares.
I'm just trying to imagine. First of all, it's complete bullshit because you look at all of Jordan Peterson's, and Cody even talked about this. You look at all Jordan Peterson's rate my professor things. They're all like overwhelmingly positive, especially once he became famous. So the idea that it's like the year 2020 and Jordan Peterson enters class. Like, first of all, what fucking woke piece of shit's going to sign up for a class with Jordan Peterson anyway in 2020 or 2019 or whenever he stopped teaching? And they're going to say, they're going to challenge him on IQ research. They're going to say, what the actual fuck, sir? What do you mean people below 82 IQ can't, find meaningful work? What do you mean IQ testing's legitimate? I'll have you know, I graduated from high school. I know more than you do, professor.
That's pretty typical, right?
Holy shit. I mean, I never, and when I went to college, I've never saw anything remotely like that, ever. I don't know if that's what's going on now, but
I had certain college professors that I had no respect for, and I had certain college professors that mentored me basically, who were like, knew exactly what they were talking about and were amazing. Yeah,
sure. And I mean, I had college professors that I would disagree with, but it would we would have a conversation. It wouldn't be like. And it would be about something more subjective. It wouldn't be about IQ research. It'd be like, what was the message of the movie? Do the right thing, It was something a little bit more based in people's experiences. Not really so much well, I've studied this, for 30 fucking years. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So.
It's so weird because college is college useful anymore? I feel like a lot of the lectures that you could get in college, you could easily just look up online.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've listened to all the lectures in certain courses just online because I thought it was interesting.
Right.
Fun stuff.
Silence you idiot for $20 says, hey Sitch, asking since I just watched a new video saying, quote, don't buy Hogwarts Legacy because it's anti-Semitic from Pillar of Garbage. I assume you mean Pillar of Garbage is the name of the channel or something. Pillar of Garbage is a YouTube channel. Why I'm worried about Hogwarts Legacy. Should we see goblins as Jews, or is the problem that we need to compare them as one? I think the whole goblins as Jews thing is totally bullshit. It's like you have any fantasy race. First of all, and we talked about this, I think Jon Stewart talked about this. Goblins and dwarves and all, there's always been some fantasy race that's been associated with like with material wealth, you know, wanting gold or jewels or something. I mean, it's a very common trope in fantasy. It has nothing to do with Jews.
They're crazy for gold. Maybe the dragons are Jewish.
There you go. Yeah, dragons is another one. Yeah. But I don't know where the dragons hoarding gold thing comes from because I haven't looked it up. I know that with goblins, it's like going back to their origin. It was like, oh, they're these little creatures that lived in the mountains. They liked gems and gold because they were mining them in the mountains or whatever. And so like that's where that comes from. Associating it with Jews just because you're like, well, you know, people, you know, Jews like money. It's like, well, okay. And I mean, I don't know. The whole thing seems preposterous to me. So I don't buy it. I don't buy any of it. It all sounds stupid. I wouldn't worry about it. I don't think J.K. Rowling is a secret anti-Semite. So if you want to get Hogwarts Legacy, go nuts. Go wild.
Wild.
Anyway, you have anything else to say, Adam?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
What do you got?
Is this it? Just the end of the show?
I guess so. Unless you want to, I mean, how many super chats do we have? You want to read super chat?
Do you want me to read all of the super chats?
We could. Sure.
Okay. It's going to probably take a while.
Oh,
I don't
really?
know how much energy you have.
I mean, I could quit. Sure.
I'm just, it's up to you.
Sure. I mean, we can read them on Tuesday. I don't know.
We'll read them on Tuesday. I think we should talk about, we need to talk about Lord of the Rings too.
Now?
On stream. Not now, during the week.
Okay. I mean, we can talk about that on Tuesday if you want.
Okay. So maybe we'll talk about Lord of the Rings on Tuesday. So.
Lord of the Rings it is. I mean, we talked a little bit about it beforehand.
We did.
Yeah.
We both just watched Lord of the Rings, so.
Yeah, everyone's talking about it. I see
everyone's talking about a lot to say about it.
I think right now Nerdrotic and Mahler are talking about it.
Yeah. Well, there you
with
go.
Also Shad University.
There you go. Right at this very moment.
How do you do that thing where you send all our audience over there?
I don't know, actually.
I don't either.
No, they're talking about Game of Thrones.
What?
House of the Dragon
episode 3. Okay, that's Game of Thrones. So I guess you're right.
They talked about Lord of the Rings 8 hours ago. Ring of Power is abysmal. I think that's way too harsh. Ring of Power is absolute disaster. Wow. Nerdrotic really doesn't like Ring of Power.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
How are you figuring that out?
That's the name of the video.
Oh, it is?
Ring of Power review, an absolute disaster.
Oh, I'm looking at it. Says House of the Dragon, but you must be looking at old.
No, this is old video.
Oh, okay.
I think She-Hulk is like 1,000 times worse.
Oh, She-Hulk is a medicated disaster.
Yeah, the Ring of Power.
But I did, like I said, I have a problem with the third scene. Just immediately made me think, this chick's a moron.
Right.
So, yeah.
We'll talk about on Tuesday. I think people are being. I'm not like. I don't love it. I don't even know if I really even like it. I like this. I don't love it. I don't even know if I like it. But I think people are being way too hard on it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Joel, for this totally insane video that we could watch. And
Don't thank Joel. Fuck you, Joel. Delete that video. You lying piece of shit.
Fuck you, Joel. Anyways, thank you, Dark Brandon, for your Dark Brandon speech that we watched earlier. And thank you. You are the true heroes. You who have made it to the end of the stream. Hope you all have a fantastic week. Hope to see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye!